Paul.
Hey guys, it is today and tomorrow, and already we're seeing some wind gusts west of Los Angeles, which is where the worst of the wind is going to be. We're seeing in the mountains around Simi Valley 55-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and the Santa Clarita Valley already 48-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and we do expect the winds to increase when the sun rises about 1 hour from now. So because of that, we still have low relative humidity. We will have the strong winds. It has not rained for all intents and purposes since May, 8 months ago. Red flag warning is in effect today and tomorrow for much of Orange County, for all of the Inland Empire, and everywhere north and northwest of downtown Los Angeles, including the Malibu Hills and all of eastern Ventura County. Another round of wind today. Mountain gusts will run upwards of 70 to 75 miles per hour, which means critical fire danger. There are some changes coming Thursday, but it doesn't help us today. Today is all about the wind. Wind can spread fires super rapidly, and we'll be watching for that possibility today with highs mainly in the 60s. Guys, back to you.
Paul, thank you. Ventura County firefighters managed to stop the spread of a new fire that broke out last night. But with more powerful winds expected today, they are keeping a close eye on hot spots.
We want to get to Cara Finstrom now, who's live in Ventura. Cara, how is the situation looking this morning?
It looks good right now, Jamie. You know, this is exactly the kind of response and outcome so far that is encouraging as these fires continue to rage. Right behind us here, there was a glow all along the banks here. You see the golf course in the forefront, and beyond that is the riverbed there, very dark still. But Ventura County Fire, very aggressive. If we pan over, you can see one of the trucks here in the darkness that has been stationed. They did jump on some flames, a little bit of a flare up right when we arrived, but got that out quickly. Let's give you a look at the big flames that firefighters did face, though, last night. This fire, it started in the river bottom in between Ventura Road and Auto Center Drive. That's the Santa Clara River. Firefighters dubbed it the Auto Fire. More than 55 acres have burned, but no structures are considered threatened, and there have been no evacuations. This is considered a mandatory evacuation zone, but there aren't any homes here. There were initially some concerns about possible homeless encampments nearby, so firefighters kept that in mind as they responded. This fire, it has been fueling itself on all that brush in the riverbed. Winds of 30 to 40 miles per hour overnight sent some embers flying. But the real break in this was when 4 helicopters were brought in. Also on the ground, 75 firefighters battled this. Ventura Fire stressing that they were staffed up, ready to go because of all the heightened risk. We are along the Buena Ventura golf course here. It's been closed because of some damage to the greens because of flooding, but we have seen staff from the course out here keeping an eye on things as well this morning. Giving you a look here back live at some of those auto dealerships. There's a big grassy field in between the top of the river bed here and those auto dealerships. That's the closest businesses nearby. And again, none of them threatened. So the big concern at this hour are those winds that are still to come. We have seen a little bit of a glow here and there. So, you know, it's still smoldering. And with all of that brush out there, they just want to make sure they keep a close eye on this.
Yes, anxiety inducing, but so far so good. Cara, thank you very much. Firefighters are still trying to get a handle on the Palisades fire. Today marks a week since it started, and so far it's only 14% contained. It burned through more than 23,000 acres and more than 5,000 structures have been destroyed. At least 8 lives have been lost.
CBS Pittsburgh reporter Barry Pintar is here helping us cover the Palisades fire, and he's live at the very top of the West Ridge Road in Brentwood. And Barry, the wind's still pretty calm right now, right?
Yeah, surprisingly calm. I actually have a visual aid I can show you in a moment, but as you mentioned, we are at the top. You can see the fire truck standing by here, and if you go up about 5, we are at the park that dead ends at the end of this road, if you're familiar with that at all. But even if you aren't, let me assure you, we are at the top where, as we know from the Southern California area, this is where the winds would gust strong if they were. We're keeping an eye on that. And as you mentioned, these are trucks, are on standby, firefighters. And make no mistake, they are not empty. All of the fire trucks in this entire region are manned with firefighters working 24 hours on, 24 hours off. Now, let's talk about those winds, because we're on wind watch, and that's why we're here. We made this before we left this morning, mostly just so we can give you a visual idea of what the winds are like, because that's what this is all about today. This is just a KCAL t-shirt. We took the top off. We specifically did this because everyone knows what t-shirt material is. We got a unipod, and we even brought some sandbags down here just to hold it in place should the winds pick up. But I got to tell you guys, we've been here since 3 o'clock this morning. This is it. To say winds are calm are the understatement. Most of the time, it's barely moving at all. So what about this all-out assault? Let's talk about that, because CAL FIRE is so impressively ready for next steps. Take a look at this graphic. This is a tweet they sent out last night. Again, all in an effort for us to give you the absolute last minute information. They're saying more than 15,000 personnel, including firefighters, law enforcement, and other emergency support personnel, are ready to battle the Southern California fires. Now, I'm here in the Palisades, so let's look at the bottom left of your screen, but feel free to glance at the Eaton fire as well. 540 fire engines are here right now. Now, think about that. I know I don't want that number to slide by. 540, 44 helicopters, 115 hand crews, 66 bulldozers, 60 water tenders. I mean, to say they are ready and standing by is the understatement. I was just so impressed with that tweet. I wanted to share it with you because, again, they are ready to go. All right, so why are they ready to go? Let me talk about two things. First of all, remember where we are. The National Storm Prediction Center has put us in the extreme critical category. That's extreme critical. I'm going to use quotes. That's what they're calling it. A 3 out of 3. As we know, forecasts, wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. Nothing like a week ago where we had hurricane force gusts up to 100 miles an hour, but still certainly ready to go. I want to show you one thing. Look at this. This is yesterday I mentioned the ATF would be taking over the investigation in terms of the cause, even the origin of this fire. What you're seeing is Skycam video with them walking on the ridge, beginning their investigation yesterday. So they will certainly be here for the days and weeks ahead, because that's a lot of the questions that are out there. One final caution. Please be careful in terms of watching social media to get information, especially in this area. How did it start? Who did it? We don't know. That's not us saying that. That's officials saying that. But do know the official ATF is here making that investigation. Sorry, we just lost a lot light there. But we're going to be here all morning long watching this guy right here. As you can see, calm. Good news for now. That doesn't mean it's going to be that way moving forward, but we're going to be keeping an eye on it and letting you know. Reporting live at the top of the canyon, Barry Pintar, KCAL News. Back to you guys.
Barry, thank you.
The containment numbers on both the Palisades and Eaton fires are going in the right direction this morning. Assignment Manager Mark Lewis at the desk with a look at where firefighters are now focusing on those hot spots. Mark.
Yeah, so Jamie, as you saw with Barry Pintar's live shot, that there are crews pre-positioned in parts of Mandeville Canyon. Actually, they are all around the Palisades fire and parts of the Eaton fire as well. Some of their missions are changing from putting out hot spots to strengthening containment lines, and some are going in with urban search and rescue to inspect those damaged and destroyed properties. Now let's go first to the Palisades fire and talk about what we expect to see today. Now, just for some context, reporter Barry Pintar, he was down here in that southern end of the Mandeville open space and Mandeville Canyon. But the mission today for firefighters is going to be to continue to strengthen these containment lines here on the northern flank of the fire. And then here, this was where that intense firefight was over the last few days. It looks like they have done an excellent job of holding the northern advance of the Palisades fire on this fire road that was right up there. And they are going to be able to strengthen these containment lines all along that northern edge. Really, no advancement of that fire has been seen in about the last 24 hours. Now, the southern flank of the fire all along here, firefighters are going to actually be going in with some urban search and rescue teams and other heavy-duty equipment to check on those properties down there that are damaged or destroyed. They're looking for things like broken gas lines, broken water lines, any remaining smoldering hotspots, because ultimately, at some point, these areas are going to have to be repopulated. The western flank here burned right up to the Franklin fire. They're going to be checking to make sure that that is all stable as well, but they have a pretty good handle on that. Eaton fire as well, real quickly, I want to go through this. The northern flank of the fire continues to burn, smolder into the Angeles National Forest, but again, urban search and rescue going on down in this area, looking for any of those damaged or destroyed properties as they continue to try and get more containment numbers on the Eaton fire. 33% contained for Eaton. That's pretty high, so things are looking good. Let's hope they stay that way with these increasing winds throughout the day. That's it from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
Okay, Mark, thank you. And our live team coverage is just getting started this morning. We will have live reports from Altadena on the Eaton fire. We're also covering more on the winds from Fontana and Santa Clarita. So stay with us here on KCAL News and KCALnews.com for the very latest. We're also streaming 24/7 on CBS News Los Angeles. It's 6:10 right now, and we are remembering the lives lost in Southern California's raging fires. These are just 6 of the 24 confirmed victims. And just ahead, we're highlighting one local icon who was known as the Malibu Man of Mystery.
Plus, help is coming from around the world. See where this crew from south of the border got right to work.
Powerful winds across Southern California knocking out power to thousands of people. I'm Rick Montanez live in Fontana. Coming up, what schools are being closed because of power outages.
Welcome back to KCAL News Mornings at 6 and streaming on CBS News Los Angeles. Taking a look at a sunrise that's just filtered by smoke throughout Southern California at 6:13 right now. And another round of dangerous winds are here.
And they are really whipping in the Inland Empire when we look at the pictures from there. KCAL News reporter Rick Montanez is live in Fontana. And Rick, it's very windy and I know it's very cold where you're at.
Very cold, windy, and dry. Jamie Rudabay, good morning. You know, we also want to point out there are 2 school closures that we just learned about because of power outages from these dangerous conditions. That is Kimbark School and Pacuma K through 8 at the San Bernardino City Unified School District closed for the day because of that. We want to show you these windy conditions. I mean, you see the tree here with no leaves. It's still shaking, and there are things stuck in it, debris that has been blown here overnight. It is very windy, treacherous, and even difficult out on the roads. This neighborhood we are in off Sierra and the 15 freeway is without power because it falls within that public safety power shutoff from SoCal Edison. So this power is out and there's no telling when it will come back on. And let's show you some video from SkyCal so you understand why these windy conditions are so dangerous. Of course, we are all hyper aware right now of the risk for wildfires growing out of control. This video from SkyCal is from yesterday, just before about 5 o'clock is when this fire started. And this is in the Santa Ana River bottom in Jurupa Valley, right where it meets Riverside. So Riverside City and county firefighters responded here. They were able to get control of this pretty quickly, considering how ominous and dangerous it looks from this video. They had a neighborhood on evacuation warning, but they were able to get things under control quickly enough that they did not have to get people out of their homes. But today, with the winds blowing stronger, that is a big concern. So we talked with a firefighter from San Bernardino County Fire about what people should be aware of, because we are already in a 1 full week of red flag conditions here in the Inland Empire, and it is still continuing.
Historically, the vast number of these fires are human caused in nature. And it doesn't matter whether it's accidental or intentional. The destruction, the loss is the same. And we just ask people, be extra vigilant as we move through yet another round of offshore winds with a continuing red flag warning.
And so you see in this video from overnight what it is like across the Inland Empire with all of these very strong winds. Not only are we dealing with this fire risk, we're also dealing with the fact that this may bring down trees, even power lines. Because of that, SoCal Edison has power shut off to 14,000 customers just in the IE. We're talking Riverside and San Bernardino counties. Another 230,000 customers are on the warning list, meaning your power could be shut out at any moment. The difficult thing also with these public safety power shutoffs is the power cannot go back on until conditions improve enough and a crew comes out to inspect the area and then get power turned on. So for neighborhoods like the one we are in here, again off Sierra, just south of the 15, there's no telling when power will come back on. So firefighters, emergency officials are telling everyone to be prepared. As we've seen in other parts of Southern California, we know how critical that is. Of course, if a fire sparks anywhere near here, they want you to have the things you need to evacuate quickly, have your vehicles prepared, have your cars, the gas tanks full, the batteries charged, if you have an electric vehicle, all of these things to be aware of, because these dangerous conditions will persist. Reporting live in Fontana, Rick Montanez, KCAL News.
Well, and it is the one thing we can learn from both the Palisades and the Altadena fire is that it came so quickly. We're now hearing those stories of people having to get out with just moments notice. So definitely good advice there, Rick. Thank you.
All right, let's go to Paul Diano for a look at our weather. And, you know, every time you talk about these strong winds, it is of such concern throughout Southern California.
And so unique because typically we associate Santa Ana offshore winds with warmer or hotter weather. Well, in January, it's bringing in cold air. And you can see with Rick, the wind chill in the Inland Empire right now is about 25 degrees. I want to give you a timeline for what to expect over the next 2 days until this wind event ends tomorrow afternoon. Today's peak winds will be all during the daylight hours from 9 o'clock this morning until 5 o'clock this afternoon or this evening. That'll be the peak of today's winds, with wind gusts in many locations 50 to 75 miles per hour. Winds will come down a bit once the sun goes down overnight tonight and early on Wednesday. Then another round of strong wind from 8 o'clock Wednesday morning until 2 o'clock Wednesday afternoon. By Wednesday afternoon, the high wind warnings are finished. Winds will go back to normal. By Thursday, they're back to an onshore breeze, which will be of great benefit to the brave men and women fighting these fires. But right now, even before that peak of the day today, Santa Clarita, Simi Valley, Camarillo, and Ojai, above 30 miles per hour. The winds are gusting to 29 miles per hour in Malibu. Red flag warning is in effect through tomorrow evening. All of the Inland Empire, much of Orange County, and also portions of Ventura County and northwestern LA County. The high wind warning is until lunchtime tomorrow. So all day today, tonight, and tomorrow morning in our valleys north and west of Los Angeles, 40 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. In the mountains, 60 to 75 mile per hour wind gusts. The biggest problem when a fire starts is the wind. The overarching problem is the fact that the rainy season still has not begun. The 30-year average of rainfall from October 1st through today, it's about 5.5 inches of rain. We have had 3% of that amount, and there's no rain in the extended forecast. Beautiful pre-sunrise view from Mount Wilson. Here's downtown Los Angeles with clear skies. It's cold outside. It's only 44 degrees in downtown. Simi Valley will be one of our windy spots today. Sustained winds running 30 to 40 miles per hour, still strong tomorrow morning. Much less wind on Thursday. Highs will be in the upper 60s to low 70s. Ontario, you are windy as well. It's 56 degrees there, but a wind gust to 33 miles per hour. Check out these temperatures. Lancaster, 17. Temecula down to freezing. Big Bear, only 10. And 53 degrees in Simi Valley. The same setup as last week, not the same strength as last week. This huge blocking ridge to our west is still there. A series of storms riding over that ridge, hopping into the danger zone. When we have a big ridge to the west and the storm is sitting over Utah or Arizona, we're going to get offshore winds. And the fact that it hasn't rained in 8 months makes it a tinder dry situation. And the outlook for rainfall for the next 6 to 10 days is completely dry. Here's your extended forecast. We're windy today and tomorrow. We will be cooler as we head toward the weekend. But the one thing not changing, there is no rain over the next 7 days coming to California. Let's take a look at the roads now. Here's Robert DeBucky with traffic.
Thank you, Paul. We want to head out to the closures due to the Palisades fire once again here, because a lot of these have been in place for a while, but the parameters are shifting here and there. Pacific Coast Highway, though, still shut down between the 10 and Malibu Canyon Road, Topanga Canyon Boulevard, Malibu Canyon, Sunset Boulevard still shut down as well. We also have Piuma Road, Stunt Road, Mulholland, Las Virgenes, etc. Sepulveda Boulevard has been impacted as well in spots between Ventura Boulevard and Sunset. That's not a good alternate for the 405. Southbound 405, we still also have the Skirball Center off-ramp shut down there. We'll take a look at the Eaton fire closures coming up next. For now, we'll send it back to you.
All right, thanks for the update there. And time right now is 6:21. The crackdown on looters in the fire zones is underway. Local officials are not playing around.
Plus, firefighters on the front lines have been working non-stop. And when it's time for rests, are they really getting any? See their sacrifices to keep SoCal safe.
And KCAL cares about all the fire victims. We are partnering with the Red Cross to assist people in need. If you're able to help, please go to redcross.org/KCAL. We'll be right back.
More than 70 firefighters from Mexico are hard at work in the battle against the Palisades fire. Their first day on the front lines was yesterday as they joined firefighters from 7 states and Canada. The group includes members of the federal fire team and the Mexican Army.
Meanwhile, the National Guard remains in place, protecting homes from looters. So far, 9 people have been charged with burglarizing homes in the Eaton and Palisades fire zones. A curfew in those areas just extended at 6 a.m., but it'll be back in effect tonight at 6 o'clock. This morning, nearly 24 people are still missing in the fire zones.
Another 24 people are confirmed dead. They include these 6 victims: Victor Shaw, Randall Mead, Rodney Nickerson, Charles Mortimer, Evelyn McClendon, and Anthony Mitchell.
Randall Mead was known as the Malibu Man of Mystery, and local surfers called him the Craw. He lived in a little red house off PCH, nicknamed the Crab Shack. Friends say he had an open-door policy for anyone who needed a break from the waves or just a place to crash.
When you lose someone like Craw, the real riches is exactly what he had. All these friendships and just that community that he nurtured and built up, and wasn't even trying to do that. It was just who he was.
He looks like such a nice guy. He lived in the same place for more than 30 years, surviving several natural disasters. In fact, we actually interviewed him last February when a huge boulder came down off the hills during heavy rain and nearly crushed his house.
The time right now is 6:26. Our wind and fire coverage continues.
I'm Amanda Starantino in Altadena as this community tries to start its rebuild. We have another set of winds coming through the area. We're tracking the wind conditions here at this location. We'll tell you what we're seeing here coming up.
And I'm assignment manager Mark Liu here at the desk. A major fire breaks out at a business in the Inland Empire. I'll have details on how firefighters got this one under control in the nick of time.
And I'm Tina Patel in Santa Clarita, where it is not too windy yet, but there are already some customers being told their power may be shut off. We'll have all the details coming up.
KCAL News Mornings.
Good morning. Today is Tuesday, January 14th. I'm Rudabeh Shabazi.
I'm Jamie Yukas. Intense and powerful winds are here, bringing another round of dangerous conditions. There is serious concern we could see new wildfires, and the winds could work against efforts to put out the fires that started last week. We do not want to repeat.
Absolutely not. Our live team coverage continues with Amanda Starantino in Altadena covering the Eaton fire. Tina Patel is in Santa Clarita with the wind conditions there, and Mark Liu is at the desk with breaking information. But first, let's get a check on your next weather with meteorologist Paul Diano. Good morning.
Hi, guys. Good morning to you at home. The peak of the winds today will be 9 a.m. until 5 p.m., which means we're still about 2.5 hours away from the beginning of that peak today, and already we're seeing 48-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Santa Clarita, 55 miles per hour in Simi Valley. Very windy day today. Here's Camarillo, your next 24 hours of winds, because this wind event will be focused to the west of Los Angeles into Ventura County. Camarillo, I expect wind gusts of 40 to 50 miles per hour all morning long, relaxing a bit this evening, but then peaking once again tomorrow. High temperatures today, mainly in the 60s. It will be windy in the Inland Empire, windy and cold right now. Valley is only a high of 63. Los Angeles, the city itself, not as windy. You'll just be breezy with a high of 67, but it will be very windy in the mountains and our beaches. Wind gusts in the mountains up to 75 miles per hour today. That's weather. Now traffic with Robert DeBucky. Good morning, Robert.
Good morning, Paul. We want to head back out to the Eaton fire closures now, as promised. Taking a look at Angeles Crest Highway, Angeles Forest Highway. Essentially, all of the Angeles National Forest is shut down, so the access roads getting into the forest are going to be off limits. Altadena Drive, Fair Oaks, Santa Anita, Lake, Marengo. Essentially, all those streets in the area north of Washington Boulevard in Pasadena and Altadena will be off limits as well, so just stay out of the area. The rest of LA at the moment not looking too bad. Starting to see delays building on the westbound side of the 10 through West Covina. This is SkyCal overhead on the 60 freeway in Hacienda Heights, moving well in both directions. Jamie and Rudabeh, back to you.
Rob, thank you. Some of the strongest and most dangerous winds are expected to hit Santa Clarita.
KCAL News reporter Tina Patel is live with a look at the conditions right now. Tina, how's it looking?
Well, good morning. If you wake up this morning and step outside, you're going to notice that it is considerably colder than it has been this morning. But the winds are not too bad yet, and that's allowing firefighters here at Station 150 to get a little bit of rest. They are staffed up and ready to respond if something happens today. I want to show you some of the winds in other parts of Los Angeles County this morning. Let me take a look at this. This video taken by one of our photographers in Porter Ranch early this morning. Now, in Porter Ranch and Santa Clarita Valley, these are areas where we are used to getting wind, so seeing the trees kind of blowing is not nothing new. The problem is that it is so dry. There is so much brush, and we saw last week just how little sparks can all of a sudden turn into raging infernos, and that's why firefighters throughout LA County, throughout Ventura County are on alert, knowing that we are going to have these gusts today, and they're asking people who live in the areas to also be aware of the possibility of strong winds. And one of the things that we've seen in the past when we had strong winds is power lines come down. I want to show you this map that Southern California Edison put out. They have public safety power shutoffs in some areas. Here in the southern part of Santa Clarita Valley, there are already some areas where the power has been shut off preemptively, but basically the entire valley where we are is under a warning right now. Today through the next 2 days, they say there is a possibility that they will shut the power off if they start to feel these gusts and feel that could create a problem with power lines coming down. So we want to put that warning out there. Right now, again, it's not too bad. It's cold and we have a breeze, but not really strong. But we're expecting, as Paul said, for it to pick up as the morning goes on. So we'll stay here, continue to monitor the situation and let you know the very latest. Right now, we'll send it back to you.
I know it's not bad, but I can see your hair starting to blow around in that wind, Tina, so it is picking up. Thank you.
And now let's go to the Eaton fire in the Altadena, Pasadena area. Containment remains at 33% with more than 14,000 acres burned. More than 7,000 structures are damaged or destroyed and 16 people died.
KCAL News reporter Amanda Starantino has been reporting from Altadena through this entire tragedy. She's joining us live now with a look at something that may help investigators figure out how this fire started. A lot of people wondering that, Amanda.
Yeah, there's some video that I want to show you in just a moment that a lot of people have their eyes on as to when that fire started 1 week ago. But a big part of that fire was the winds, and that's what we're talking about this morning. And they could be possibly coming through this area once again. So we're tracking it at this location here in Altadena because we can obviously the destruction it left behind last week here as what you can see behind me behind this crime tape. So we brought out our wind gauge right here to see. We've been looking at it all morning long, and we've been seeing really just the winds going between 1 to maybe max 3 miles per hour. So good news here for people that call Altadena home. And that's kind of what we've been tracking all morning. So winds fairly calm, which is really nice to see because we don't want to see a repeat of last week. There are about 3,300 firefighters on standby and working hard tirelessly to make sure that that fire does not grow. And if that wind does kick in, does not expand through the rest of this town that has not been burned down just yet. But again, that video, which is pinpointing maybe exactly where that fire started last week, I want you to take a look at it.
Hey babe, I need you to come out here right now. Holy.
So an Altadena couple shared this timestamp clip online. The condensed half-an-hour ordeal shows just how quickly a brush fire can take over. It's what we see in the background, though, that's getting the attention here. The homeowners saw the fire burning near SoCal Edison Utility Tower along Eaton Canyon Trail. Within 30 minutes, the fire had spread. This was from 1 week ago. Now, this morning, the Eaton fire's 33% contained has burned more than 14,000 acres, more than 7,000 structures destroyed, and 16 people have been found dead so far in the rubble. We talked to the couple who made that video. Take a listen.
At one point, I think I had broken down because I'd said goodbye to the house and I started to sob. You really can't delay in taking it seriously.
And you should absolutely take it seriously, especially when those evacuation orders come down. So some fire victims who lost their homes are suing SoCal Edison. The utility company says it's aware of the lawsuit, but have not been served with the complaint just yet. But this morning, residents still locked out of their neighborhood here. You know, it really still looks like a crime scene here. This crime tape up around so many different blocks because we really just don't know what is inside these properties. We don't know if everyone made it out. So there's still that search of possibly more bodies. And there's a reason they want you to stay out of this area. You can see the power lines still down here all throughout Altadena, making it unsafe. Utility crews, we're still seeing them out working hard here to make sure the power is shut off and also getting restored so it's safe for you to come back. So a lot of reasons why residents are still being kept out of this community. We are working on a timeline as to when people should be able to come home if their home is still standing. And also we will be keeping track of the winds here in Altadena as well. Back to you guys.
All right, Amanda, thank you. Really important information.
Meanwhile, firefighters are making major progress on the Hearst fire in Sylmar. It's up to 97% containment with just under 800 acres burned there. No structures were damaged.
A major fire breaks out in San Bernardino County just hours before the windstorm arrives. Assignment manager Mark Liu is at the desk with how firefighters got this one under control in the nick of time. Mark?
Yeah, Rudabeh, with overwhelming resources, San Bernardino County firefighters, they quickly declared this a third alarm fire, which essentially means they called for help from multiple other fire stations. That's really helped them get this one under control. Now, let me show you some video. It was shot by someone passing by who happened to notice that bright orange glow last night just after 11. You're looking at a very large one-story business near G and Congress Streets in San Bernardino. Now, this business appears to be some kind of a kitchen counter or cabinet warehouse. When firefighters arrived, they found flames ripping through this building. It's about a 26,000 square foot building. That's a lot of fire in there. Commanders at the scene realized they need more help, so they declared a second alarm, then a third alarm. That just means they escalated the call for more resources, manpower, and equipment like these trucks. They arrived at this fire. All the firefighters went into defensive mode. There was a partial roof collapse, and they ended up having to hit this fire with hoses on top of ladders way up there, as you can see in this video. Ultimately, they were able to get control of this fire before the winds began this morning. No injuries reported here. The remaining firefighters on scene are going to make sure there are absolutely no hot spots that could possibly reignite during the high winds today, and then they'll be investigating what started that fire last night. That is the very latest from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
I absolutely don't want to see any fires right now. Mark, thank you. And stay with us here on KCAL News and KCALnews.com for the very latest on the wind and the fire danger. We are also streaming 24/7 on CBS News Los Angeles. CBS Mornings is coming up at the top of the hour on CBS Los Angeles.
Gail King joins us live from New York this morning. Good morning, Gail.
I recognize that voice. Hi, Jamie Yuccas and Ruta Bay. Boy, my thinking about Los Angeles a lot. My heart breaks every time. I can't imagine what it's like for you all living there. Here's what's coming up on CBS Mornings. You've been reporting on this. We've been reporting on it too. Countless people have lost everything in these devastating fires. These pictures, I still can't get over these pictures, guys. So it raises many questions. Where do you begin? How do you start? The biggest question of all, what's next? So we're taking a look at how navigating insurance could be a huge issue. We've got an expert with some very important steps that they say can be taken immediately to get desperately needed compensation. And our 3 Meals series is back. Vlad is here by popular demand. Visiting President Biden's home state of Delaware, Vlad shared meals and spoke with people about the president's 50 years in public office and his legacy. Now people are thinking about legacy. An entrepreneur and actor, that's Aisha Curry, gorgeous, will be here in studio today. Talk about her publishing label, and she's got a debut novel, and lucky for us, she's bringing the author with her. So we'll see you at 7 o'clock, a little over 20 minutes from now, and sending you big hugs, big loves, and boy, I don't have any words for this.
Gail, I know
this is
it's been hitting you hard. I know we were messaging earlier, and you're trying to figure out what you can do. And we just appreciate you giving this a national voice, too, so others across the country know what we're dealing with.
Yeah, we're all watching. See you guys.
All right, the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences is making major changes to the Oscars as LA continues to deal with the massive wildfires. The organization has extended its voting period, and nominations have been postponed once again, this time to January 23rd. Organizers have also decided to cancel the annual nominees luncheon, which was scheduled for next month. But you can still catch the 97th Oscar Awards show March 2nd. It's going to go on as planned. Meanwhile, the Grammys are still set for February 2nd. And in some ways, it might be nice to get back to a little bit of normalcy.
Have something to celebrate and be joyful about.
So many people in the entertainment industry did lose their homes, so at least some positive, I guess, there. Time right now, 6:41. Still to come, tap water in some of the fire zones given the all clear, but not for all residents. We'll tell you where it is safe to go back to the tap.
Plus, if you've been keeping an eye on the air quality in your area, you might not actually be getting as much accurate information as you think. Experts explain why you need to be extra careful.
And firefighters have been working round the clock to keep you safe, and they're not getting enough rest. See how they're going above and beyond for Southern California. Welcome back to KCAL News Mornings at 6 and streaming on CBS News Los Angeles. There's a live look from SkyCal. You can see traffic on the roadways has been a little bit lighter over the last week or so, as so much of the area is dealing with the wildfires and the aftermath of that. Firefighters have not gotten much time to rest since the fires broke out a week ago, especially those who have come in to help from out of town. Take a look at this crew from San Diego has been practically living on the road while helping to fight in these wildfires. You can see one of them brushing his teeth just outside the truck right before joining his crew back up. These firefighters have been working on a 24-hour on, 24-hour off schedule, but even days off in between are not exactly what you'd picture them to be.
You're basically alert the whole time. Even like today of rest, a lot of our guys won't get too much rest because you are kind of amped up still. You'll take a moment, you'll take a shower, you'll get some lunch, and you'll hang out, and then all of a sudden you go to sleep. And then we're up tomorrow morning at 5.
We so appreciate everything they're doing. CAL FIRE has them stationed throughout the neighborhoods hardest hit by the fires and in others that could burst into flames at any moment. But you just think about the sacrifices they're making to make sure we're all safe, and it's incredible.
And many of them also, you know, their own homes are evacuated or threatened. So
yeah, and their families, they don't know, you know, I mean, the stress of it all.
Yeah, it's a lot, and we thank them.
Yes.
All right, even if you are not near any of the wildfires, air quality does remain a serious concern. You can see it in the picture there we just took. And if you've been keeping an eye on the air quality index to monitor pollution in your area, it may not be telling you the full story. Many of the toxic particles released by the wildfires, like the ash you see in this video, are too large to be measured by the index. Only fine particles are picked up. We spoke to an expert about what precautions you can take when heading outside.
So if air quality is poor, either from the AQI index or if you see ash in the air, a N95 mask that's well-fitting can provide a lot of protection against those pollutants.
Air purifiers and filters are also a great way to reduce pollution. And one more tip, if you have ash on your property, avoid using leaf blowers and other equipment that blows it into the air when cleaning up.
And we're talking about really severe things within the air, like asbestos and lead and that type of thing. So you do have to be careful out there. Some good news, though, here. Most of Pasadena has been cleared to use tap water once again. About a third of the city was under a do not drink order following the Eaton fire. People were also told not to use tap water for cooking or cleaning. Late last night, the ban was lifted for most of Pasadena, but it remains in place for parts of the city next to Altadena and Sierra Madre.
And let's check in now with Paul. And there's just so much to be concerned about, it feels like.
Yeah, we have to remember that winds spread a fire. What we want is for the fires to not be created, to not be started. 98% of fires are created by people. The other 2%, mainly lightning, and we're not going to see lightning from this. So yes, we have the wind. Let's be really smart when we're out and about to not start those fires. Just since midnight, before the peak of the winds, which we're expecting later on this morning, in the San Gabriels, we already saw a 72-mile-per-hour wind gust near Banning, Inland Empire, 62 miles per hour, and right along Highway 14, 55 miles per hour. The winds are already strong, and the fire outlook. There's elevated, level 1. There's critical, level 2. There's extreme, level 3. We've kind of gotten used to having extreme fire danger, level 3. That is a rare event. It takes everything coming together to do that. We've had it about 4 of the past 7 days. We have it today. Along the Grapevine, Santa Clarita Valley, the San Gabriels, the mountains of eastern Ventura County, and all along the 101, basically from the San Fernando Valley all the way west to Camarillo and Oxnard. The highest threat level possible. I'm not minimizing the threat level in the Inland Empire. It is level 2. It is still there. Basically, if a fire starts, the weather conditions are there. It may spread very quickly. Here's a big problem. Rainfall in November, about 1/5 of average. Rainfall in December, almost non-existent. January is historically one of our wettest months. Here we are halfway through the month, waiting for our first drop of rainfall. So because it's so dry and will be windy throughout the day today, red flag warning, Inland Empire, Orange County, north and west of Los Angeles, the LA metro area, it's not going to be that windy, so you are not under the red flag warning. But all of eastern Ventura County, all the mountains of Ventura and LA County, you are. Mount Wilson, sunrise just before 7 o'clock. The colors of the sky look beautiful out there this morning. At LAX, it is brisk. It's only 44 degrees right by the beach. Santa Clarita, very windy today and tomorrow. You'll see sustained winds of 25 to 35 miles per hour. Lots of sunshine. High temperatures in the mid to upper 60s. It is brisk out there this morning. 41 degrees in Burbank, 51 in Santa Clarita, 26 at Wrightwood, 25 in Palmdale. It's 17 in the Antelope Valley. That breeze, the Santa Ana winds in October are warm. In January, pretty chilly. Fullerton only 40, and Temecula, you are sitting right at the freezing mark. Another setup for strong offshore winds. We talked last week, if you have a big ridge to our west and a big storm to our east, we are literally caught in the middle, and Mother Nature tries to cancel out the pressure difference between the two with wind. So the stronger this guy is, the stronger this guy is, the stronger the winds in the middle will be. It's not going to be as bad as last week, but the winds will be very elevated today. Mountain gusts could hit 70 to 75 miles per hour. Here's Futurecast throughout the day. Not a cloud in the sky, offshore winds continue, and zero rainfall. We zoom out. The storm track is actually off the map, back to the Pacific Northwest. The best bit of news that I can give you, winds go lighter on Thursday, and they go back to an onshore flow. So we lose the wind warnings, we increase the humidity, but what we really need is rainfall, and it is not in the extended forecast. The Inland Empire and our valleys completely dry for the next 7 days. That's weather. Now traffic with Robert DeBucky. Good morning, Rob.
Good morning, Paul. We are tracking all morning long the fire closures. We also have some incidents on the freeways to take a look at, including this one here, heading into Linwood, westbound side of the 105 at Long Beach Boulevard. It's a crash with the oil leaking as well. Middle lane is blocked off. You are backed up coming away from the 105. The rest of LA not looking too bad. It's usual slow spots on the 110 northbound through South LA, 5 north out of Downey. Leaving you with a look at the 210 freeway in Arcadia. Westbound side is starting to build. Back to you.
Thank you, Robert. The time right now is 6:51, and we've all been worried about price gouging, and we are already hearing about cases of it from people who lost their homes. But wait till you hear what fire victims are dealing with now.
And social media proving mighty in these difficult times. See how a local teen who's hoping to help her peers went viral and inspired a growing relief effort. LA Metro is extending free rides indefinitely as fire risks persist. Metro initially suspended fares through the weekend. The announcement hopes to help residents across shelters deliver donations or reconnect with loved ones. All rail lines are running their regular service, but some routes through the Palisades, Altadena, and Pasadena areas have been temporarily canceled.
2 FEMA disaster recovery centers are opening today to help people displaced by the wildfires. Representatives from state and federal agencies will be there to help people apply for federal assistance and get updates on their applications. The locations are at UCLA's Research Park West and Pasadena City College's Community Education Center. FEMA financial assistance includes money for basic home repairs, personal property losses, and other uninsured expenses like childcare, transportation, and medical needs. And with thousands of homes destroyed, many displaced fire victims are looking for a place to live, and unfortunately, rent prices are surging.
It's actually pretty disgusting when you see how much they're surging, too. That's despite a California law that says prices cannot spike more than 10% during a state of emergency. We spoke with a frustrated couple who's still searching for a rental since losing their home in the Palisades fire.
The way that the real estate agents are getting around that is by telling applicants that, oh, we have a much larger offer than asking. So if if you're not willing to offer us more than asking, don't even bother filling out an application.
Or not just that, you need to take a 2-year lease or a 3-year lease. Like, we don't know where we're going to be in a month.
Yeah, I saw one home online had been priced at like $3,700. Now they're asking $12,000 a month. I mean, it's just crazy. The hunt for housing has started bidding wars, as you just heard, and some fire victims are being told to look for rentals in cities and towns that are much further away from where they live.
It's the last thing they need to be dealing with after all of this. So
and I know
hopefully they crack down on it.
I hope so. The other thing is I'm seeing things like, oh, you have a pet. Well, it can only be a service animal, even though the listing had said that pets are approved and that kind of thing. So there are all these little caveats that people are finding to not rent these homes when people are in such desperate need.
Yeah, trying to cash in on people's misery.
It's too bad.
Pretty bad.
A Pasadena teen just wanted to help her friends who lost their homes in the Eden fire, but now she's created a viral movement.
This is actually really cool. Avery Colvert started the Altadena Girls on Instagram page just 3 days ago, and she focused on gathering beauty products, hair care, clothing, and other comfort items for victims. Now she's getting some help from big names and brands, including Paris Hilton and Charlie XCX, and donations are flooding in.
I want them to feel respected and loved, especially in a hard time like this, and I wanted to restore some type of normalcy in their lives when nothing else feels normal.
Anyone in need and those who want to help can follow the Altadena Girls on Instagram for the latest shopping hours and donation needs.
My friend Kevin went and donated. He was able to raise several $1,000s and went to a shoe store and picked up things like Converse shoes and Vans and that type of thing to be able to go. And he said, I want the girls to feel good about themselves.
Yes. And I love that she's doing it from the grassroots level herself.
Awesome.
Amazing.
Thanks for watching KCAL News Mornings at 6.
We'll see you over on Channel 9.
KCAL News Mornings.
Good morning. Today is Tuesday, January 14th. I'm Rudy Shabazi.
I'm Jamie Yukas. Intense and powerful Santa Ana winds could intensify the wildfires still burning in LA County, and it could start new ones. That's what we are watching this morning. We do have live team coverage. Our reporters ready to bring you the live conditions in your neighborhoods. Mark Liu at the desk, keeping an eye on power outages. But first, we want to begin with meteorologist Paul Diano with this dangerous wind event. And it is serious, Paul.
It is serious. It's not going to be as strong as what we had last Tuesday and Wednesday, but it's going to be close. We are expecting wind gusts of 70 to 75 miles per hour. We've already seen one of 72 miles per hour overnight. Top of the hour, we get new weather information. Here it is. Wind gust 37 miles per hour in Santa Clarita, Simi Valley 41. You can see by the color code, it is primarily north and west of Los Angeles and pockets of the Inland Empire that will see the strongest winds throughout the morning into the afternoon. The high wind warning is north and west of Los Angeles, San Fernando Valley, Santa Clarita Valley, the San Gabriel Mountains, all of the mountains of eastern Ventura County, and the 101 corridor from the San Fernando Valley all the way west to the beach and Oxnard. Valley wind gusts 40 to 60 miles per hour, mountains 60 to 75 miles per hour. Next weather headlines, another round of wind. We will see the peak of the wind today from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. with those strong mountain gusts upwards of 75 miles per hour. Of course, that means critical fire danger. Thankfully, the overall pattern changes by Thursday. Does not help us today and tomorrow, which will be very windy, and any new fire that starts could spread rapidly in the weather conditions that we're going to have. High temperatures today with the winds, Riverside 67, downtown Los Angeles 67, Santa Clarita today 64 degrees. We'll talk more about how much wind to expect today, region by region, and what happens after this Santa Ana wind event. That's coming up in a few minutes. Guys, back to you.
Paul, thank you. Let's go now to KCAL News reporter Rick Montanez, who's in Fontana. And Rick, already getting windy and cold where you are, huh?
Yeah, windy, cold, and dry, Rudabeh, and these conditions are so intense that 2 schools we know of so far have canceled class for the day. We're talking Pacuma Elementary as well as Kimbark Elementary School, closed by San Bernardino City Schools. And you could see in the shrubbery and the trees behind us just how much the wind is blowing. Usually Fontana gets some wind. This is a corridor known for it, but it is strong today, and we are feeling those gusts as well. And, you know, there is a lot of concern because, as Paul was mentioning right now, any spark could start a fire and it could move quickly. Check out this video. This is from last night, SkyCal over Jurupa Valley, where there was a brush fire in the Santa Ana River bottom. That was controlled quickly by firefighters from Riverside City and County, but they were putting out warnings for the neighborhood nearby because they were so concerned that the fire could spread quickly. Of course, that was before these stronger winds started to move in overnight and into right now. We just talked with 2 men who were driving to work. They stopped for gas. One of them a truck driver by trade, the other one driving into work in his Jeep, talking about how difficult these conditions are with such strong winds blowing across the SoCal freeways. What is it like on days like this to be in such a big vehicle?
Well, you just kind of hope that you're not one of the guys that gets tipped over.
Right? It's a box, so you feel it. It's not aerodynamic, so
yeah. So you're rocking back and forth.
Oh yeah, for sure, yeah.
And so as we face another day with very strong winds, we have to remember the Inland Empire is now a week straight of red flag warnings because of very dry conditions. Of course, the winds are not helping things either. Southern California Edison has 14,000 customers in Riverside and San Bernardino counties that are without power because of public safety power shutoffs. That is in the area where we are in right now. These gas stations have power presumably on generators, but the restaurants around here have no power. 230,000 other customers in the IE are at risk for losing power if conditions worsen where they are. We also have to remember that SoCal Edison, it takes a while for them to get crews out to turn power back on. Of course, that is once conditions improve, but we are feeling these strong, gusty winds out here in the IE this morning, and impacting certainly the risk for wildfires, drivers, all of us feeling the dangers that we need to be aware of. We're live in Fontana. Rick Montanez, KCAL News.
Rick, thank you. We can see it blowing around behind you there. And as the winds are expected to increase in strength, the risk of brush fires will increase as well. And that means power shutoffs. Assignment Manager Mark Lewis at the desk with details on where some people could end up in the dark. Mark.
Yeah, it's real windy where Rick was, and that's not the only place where they're turning off the power for safety reasons. There's lots of those public safety power shutoffs happening in Los Angeles and Ventura counties too. It's likely to increase throughout the day as the winds get stronger. Now, if you come out to my screen, I'm going to show you right now, there are approximately 62,000 people without their power across all the counties in Southern California. I've watched it fluctuate up and down by about to 60,000 up to about 63,000, and it continues to fluctuate throughout the day. There's 468,000 people potentially could have their power turned off, and some of those communities in Fontana certainly are feeling that. But it really is in Ventura right now. There are just some people down here in the Malibu Palisades area that are in the fire zone that just haven't had their power on for days and days. There's also sections here to the north of Camarillo, and also here in the northern Ventura County area. And then moving into the LA County, this is where winds are going to be a little bit stronger today in the Newhall Pass and in the Santa Clarita Valley area, upwards into Acton as well. So you can bet Southern California Edison is going to closely watch those areas. And again, those orange areas you see on your screen, those are warnings. The striped dark areas are active public safety power shutoffs. And then here in the Inland Empire, you can see all through the 15. And then Rick was here in the Fontana area, and you can see here right there, you can see there's lots of those public safety power shutoffs all the way through down here into Riverside and Orange County. I'm going to be watching all of these and let you know as they change throughout the day, coming back out live here. LADWP also has a few power outages, a few thousand, but those are mostly in the Palisades burn area where equipment was damaged. They are getting crews to try and turn those back on as soon as they can. That's it here from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
All right, thanks for the update, Mark. And CBS Pittsburgh reporter Barry Pintar is helping us cover the Palisades fire. He's live in Brentwood this morning where fire crews are ready to go at a moment's notice. We see them staged just behind you.
Yeah, absolutely. At a moment's notice, they have been here round the clock. You can see the fire trucks here. Damien, if you zoom in, you can see these guys walking around. They're checking the area. Hey, look up at the mountain there. We've even seen some firefighters up and down there looking at that. And by the way, that little peak of that mountain there, that charredness is burnt. We were here a few days ago right up to that ridgeline, and it certainly was burning. But of course, we are on wind watch. That's what everyone's talking about today. All eyes on the wind. We actually did this makeshift little flag here before we left the station this morning on a unipod. We even brought some sandbags to hold it in place. This is just a KCAL News t-shirt that we taped on here, mostly because I can talk about the wind all day, but I wanted you to have a visual. And good news at this moment, as you can see, the winds are calm. Nothing is picked up yet. That doesn't mean they won't, though. Important to say, because of course the National Storm Center has put us in the extreme critical category, a 3 out of 3 up until Wednesday. But back to the assets in place for this potential dangerous situation. Take a look at this graphic. This is fascinating. I saw this as something that Cal Fire tweeted overnight. More than 15,000 personnel, including firefighters, law enforcement, and other emergency support personnel are on the ground. If you look at the bottom left of your screen, I'm at the Palisades fire. Feel free to read along with the Eaton, but just the Palisades fire alone, 540 fire engines. Can you imagine? 540 fire engines, 44 helicopters, 115 hand crews, 66 bulldozers, 60 water tenders. To say they're at the ready, in many ways, is the understatement. All right, two more things. Number one, yesterday I mentioned that starting yesterday, the ATF was going to take over the investigation of the cause and source of the Palisades fire and all of Southern California fires. Take a look at this video because SkyCal actually got some pictures of the ITF at the top of that ridge starting their investigation. So they are also boots on the ground trying to find out what caused all this. So we'll learn more about that in the days and weeks ahead. I just want to leave you with one more thing. I was struck this morning about the urgency of the evacuation. So if you notice, there's a new build going on here. There is a house under construction here, but I'm going to show you something that tugged at my heartstrings. I just noticed it since the light has come up. If you look right under this window at this house, you're going to see some little baby shoes there. We can only imagine what these people are feeling as we're watching these winds to see what happens next. Not only is this a factual situation, I've listed a lot of numbers, but lest we forget, a very heartfelt situation for so many people. Ruta Bay and Jamie, back to you.
Yeah, you just multiply that by the thousands of people. Barry, thank you. Appreciate it. A brain surgeon in Malibu is being called a warrior after saving his Malibu street from wildfires and from looters.
He led his son and neighbors on a marathon standoff, preventing flames from taking over 6 homes in his area. And Dr. Chester Griffith joins us now to talk about how he jumped into action. Good morning. Thanks so much for being with us. I know you're a busy guy, especially now. So tell us, you went to save your Malibu home after performing brain surgery, and you fought those flames for 4 days and 5 nights. Tell us how this all unfolded.
Hold on one second. I just lost the audio here. Let me see if I can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Well, thank you for having me. I think it's a miracle. There's no more life lost. Unfortunately, there are some. This is a horrific apocalyptic event. And the takeaway that I have from this is community and to prepare, know your neighbors, meet them, collaborate with them. There are so many government resources available to learn. I did my CERT training, which is Community Emergency Response Team training 15 years ago, and continued it up. And that's how I learned. I knew there'd be a wildfire at one time. And, not this extreme, but each wildfire that happened, we would pull out the equipment, we would practice and get prepared. So that really helped us jump into immediate action. And my neighbors were great. Clay Colbert is a warrior. He's great. My son was by my side. He grew up, playing fireman with us. Excuse me, my voice is still very singed. So it's been quite an experience, and now it's a time of healing and recovery and compassion for all of our community and our neighbors.
I mean, people are really calling you a hero this morning. I feel like you're being somewhat humble. You were trained, you went into action, but you really did a huge service for your neighbors.
Let me see here. I'm very sorry. I lost the audio again. I'm actually driving to surgery right now. Can you hear me?
we can hear you. Yeah, we got you.
Okay, thank you. What was your question? I'm so sorry.
No, I just wanted to say I feel like, you're being a little humble here. You are somebody that was in brain surgery. You hear about this. I know you're trained. I know you had bought hoses and those types of things, and that you just jumped into action. But people are really calling you a hero.
A hero is a title. It's really giving yourself to your community and your friends and your family and your city. And, I'm a physician, I'm a surgeon, and, that's part of my DNA. And I think we all need to take pause and take this as a starting point to really take care of each other. And that's what happens. That the result of the homes being saved is related to us caring about each other and us preparing. Resources are there. You just have to take a moment, get off your phone, knock on your neighbor's door, find out if they like wine or beer or seltzer, and then sit down and find out about them. And then who knows, you may need a cup of sugar someday. And believe me, that is what happens when there's a disaster. You know each other, you know each one's vulnerabilities, and you can really help. So that's my takeaway from this. We're going to have more tragedies. We're going to have more disasters. That's part of the sine wave of life, ups and downs. So I think that it's a teaching, learning moment right now.
It is true, and I know you're on your way to help more people right now in surgery, so we thank you for taking the time for us this morning.
All right. Well, God bless everybody, and let's be LA County, California strong.
Good message there. Dr. Chester Griffith, thank you so much. You know, he also protected against many looters in the neighborhood as well.
Yeah.
But I think there is, you know, the message there, get to know your neighbors, know what each other cares about and what your families are like, and be able to jump into action and help each other.
Yeah. All right, let's get a check on our next weather forecast with Paul now. And when should we be concerned, Paul?
I think the concern is going to be there until it rains. I mean, we're going to talk about the wind, which will spike the fire danger. We'll talk about dry conditions with low relative humidity, which will spike the fire danger. We're going to be in this until it rains, and it's not going to rain over the next 7 days. Now, that spike in the fire danger happens today and tomorrow, because not only is it dry, it's going to be windy. Today, the peak of the winds is from 9 o'clock to 5 o'clock. So that's an 8-hour window, starts in about an hour and 45 minutes. We'll see some wind gusts, especially west of Los Angeles in the Inland Empire, 50 to 75 miles per hour. Winds decrease a little bit overnight tonight. Then another round, the final round, we hope, of strong winds will be Wednesday from about 8 o'clock in the morning until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So we're on at 9 o'clock today when the winds will increase now that the sun is up and the atmosphere is getting a little bit more stirred up. Red flag warning, whether you have wind or not, much of Orange County, Inland Empire, all of our mountain locations, all of eastern Ventura County, and all of our valleys north and west of Los Angeles. That's through Wednesday evening, and a high wind warning is in effect for the windiest spot, which is eastern Ventura County, northwest LA County, and the mountains of both counties. Wind gusts could get up as high as 75 miles per hour. Point of comparison, last week it was up to 100 miles per hour, so still very strong, but not as strong as last week. Rainfall since the start of meteorological winter, the top of December, the driest we have been since 1964. We normally have nearly 4 inches of rain from December 1st to now. This year we've had 2/100ths of an inch of rainfall. It is cold in the mountains looking north toward the Antelope Valley, where temperatures there are in the teens. That's the view from Blue Ridge. This is downtown Los Angeles where the sun is up and the iris is a little bit high right now. Simi Valley, 66 degrees, sunny and windy. Tomorrow, 71 degrees, sunny and windy. So 2 very windy days along the 118 through Simi Valley. Thursday, the winds calm down to 10 to 15 miles per hour. 70 degrees is your temperature there. Riverside, 41 right now. It's cold out there in the Inland Empire. Not much wind in Riverside, but Ontario is seeing wind gusts right now of 30 to 35 miles per hour. Fullerton, only 41. Temecula, 32. Lancaster 16, and how about downtown Los Angeles sitting currently at 40 degrees. It is the perfect setup for offshore winds once again. So why does this keep happening over and over again? 2 pieces to the puzzle. 1, a ridge to our west, 2, storms to our east. The storms have been coming and going. That's why some days have been windy, some haven't. This guy is locked in place, has been sitting there for the past 5 weeks. So we only really need to find 1 puzzle piece to bring in offshore winds. It's, is there a storm to our east or not? Well, half the time over the past week and a half, the answer has been yes. And today, since we're caught right in between the two, the winds stay elevated. As I mentioned, we need rainfall. Rain will end the fire danger. Typically does in November or December. Not this year. We're likely staying dry all the way into next week. Here's your next weather forecast. We're looking at temperatures mainly in the 60s and 70s. It'll be cooler with less wind starting Thursday, but no rain over the next 7 days. For our inland valleys, high wind warnings today and tomorrow. Much less wind coming up on Sunday. That's weather. Now traffic with Robert DeBucky. Robert, good morning.
Good morning, Paul. We're starting off with a look at the 405 freeway. It's in the West LA area, looking over Santa Monica Boulevard, and the freeway itself looking pretty good, moving well. Also in the background there, you see the hills where the Palisades fire has been taking place over the last week or so. At the moment, though, no smoke, no flames visible, so looking good there. We do have closures still in place, though, for the Palisades fire. PCH still shut down between the 10 and Malibu Canyon, Topanga Canyon Boulevard, Malibu Canyon Road. Sunset Boulevard also shut down, as well as many other streets, Piuma, Stunt, Mulholland, Sepulveda as well affected there. We'll send it back to you.
Okay, thank you, Robert. The time right now, 7:19.
Hey, babe, I need you to come out here right now.
Doorbell video shows just how fast the Eaton fire escalated. We'll show you the shocking progression and why this could end up being a key piece of evidence.
here in Ventura, a huge firefight overnight. You can see the smoke still rising behind me, while local firefighters calling this a success and the encouragement it offers as these red flag conditions whip up.
We know it's going to cost a lot to rebuild from all this destruction. Hear what House Speaker Mike Johnson is threatening to do to wildfire aid and why it has some people furious. You can see kind of a hazy sunrise there over Mount Wilson as we're just getting this Tuesday started. Welcome back to KCAL News Mornings at 7 and streaming on CBS News Los Angeles. The time right now, just about to turn 7:23. Ventura County firefighters are keeping an eye on a new fire that broke out last night.
They managed to stop the spread quickly, but the danger isn't over with the wind gusts on the rise. KCAL News reporter Cara Finstrom is live in Ventura, where she's joined by one of the firefighters monitoring the situation. Cara, good morning.
Good morning. You can see the smoke rising behind me here, but they have done an exceptional job in really containing this quickly. I want to bring in with the Ventura County Fire Department, Andrew Dowd. Thanks so much for taking some moments for us this morning. I know you said you guys are really considering this a success. At the same time, I have some pictures I want to share with folks at home of the resources that you have deployed. We spoke with one of your battalion chiefs earlier, and you're not taking anything for granted here.
Tremendous success. Aggressive firefighting efforts by the men and women of our fire department, Ventura City Fire Department, Oxnard Fire Department, Federal Fire, Ventura County, and other resources that were brought to bear on this fire. We had over 100 resources in place quickly to get a very fast knockdown. We got forward progress stopped on this fire about 12:30 last night. The fire was contained to the river bottom area. We had no structures threatened, and really it's a testament to the work of our firefighters, the coordination between our ground assets, our aviation assets, just overall a tremendous success based on their hard work.
And I want to let folks know what they were looking at on the screen. The red dots, you have resources still deployed all along the front here, just to make sure that nothing happens if the winds do whip up.
Oh, absolutely. We have resources that are continually monitoring this fire, making sure that they identify hot spots. We've established a perimeter line, and if fires should approach that perimeter line or start to potentially spread over it, they're going to be able to knock it down quickly. So part of our strategy is having appropriate resources, adequate resources on scene of this fire, and we had that, and that made a huge difference here.
We want to show folks what these flames looked like last night because they were huge. And the big difference really turned around when those air support came in.
Yes, challenging conditions, difficult access where the fire was located in the river bottom. And so a coordinated effort between our ground resources, our dozers, hand crews, and engines, and the aviation assets make a huge difference. By having these helicopters that can come in and drop hundreds or even 1,000 gallons of water directly on a flame front makes a huge difference. But they coordinate with the ground resources. So they're in communication, helping direct where those water drops should go. It's an incredible effort.
Folks across the Southland have been watching the images of all the fires that have been burning. How concerned are you, or why should they feel reassured that you'll be able to get the resources that you need should things flare up during these conditions?
It's a great question. There are literally resources pre-positioned all over Southern California ready to respond to incidents like this. In Ventura County, we pre-positioned a strike team of engines, additional hand crews, dozers, and aviation crew members. So we anticipate these kind of situations, and we prepare resources to be ready to respond quickly. That's part of what happened here in this fire. Like I said, the collaboration between our neighboring agencies, Ventura City Fire, Oxnard Fire, plus the pre-positioned resources we had, that allows us to get the upper hand on these fires very quickly.
All right, thank you so much for joining us. So we are feeling just a little bit of a light gust this morning. Of course, those conditions expected to change as the morning goes on, and we'll be out here throughout the day.
All right, we'll keep checking in as well. Cara, thank you. Santa Clarita will see strong winds today. Tina Patel is live there now. Tina.
The winds are not too bad now, but we are bracing for them to pick up throughout the day, and that means there are some people here who are going to be without power. We'll have all the details coming up.
And I'm Amanda Starrentino. It's calm here wind-wise in Altadena, and it's also very quiet as people are still away from their homes. We're going to give you a look at the destruction still left behind and the lawsuit that people who lost their homes are now facing.
How you can help the American Red Cross support the people impacted by the wildfires.
KCAL News Mornings.
Welcome back. It's Tuesday, January 14th. I'm Rutabaga Shabazi.
And I'm Jamie Yukas. As we continue to fight and recover from the wildfires, new winds are threatening all the work being done. Meteorologist Paul Diano is joining us now with a look at our next weather forecast and a check of those winds. Paul.
And good morning to you guys. Good morning to you at home. Peak wind gusts since midnight. We're still waiting for the peak of the winds today. Already this morning, Ontario 41 miles per hour along Highway 14. 55 miles per hour, and the San Gabriels have already seen a peak wind gust of 72 miles per hour. Camarillo, you will be one of our windier spots today. From now through about 3 or 4 o'clock this afternoon, I expect wind gusts of anywhere from 36 to 50 miles per hour, decreasing a bit overnight tonight, but then spiking beginning at 8 o'clock again tomorrow afternoon. It is going to be a very windy day. Not as windy as last week, where winds peaked at 100 miles per hour, but still well within that danger zone that any new fire that were to start would be spread rapidly in the dry and windy conditions we'll have today. Very windy for the Inland Empire, 67 degrees in our inland valleys, especially eastern Ventura County. You will be very windy with a high today of 63 degrees. When does the wind end? We have an hour when we think the worst of the winds will be over tomorrow. We'll talk about that, guys, coming up.
Paul, thank you. And some of the strongest winds are expected to hit Santa Clarita. KCAL News reporter Tina Patel is live with a look at the critical fire danger. Tina.
Good morning. You know, we were thinking that we would actually be feeling more of the wind than we are this morning. It's definitely cold and there's definitely some gusts, but it's not bad yet. And we're hoping that maybe it will not be bad. We are outside Fire Station 150. We've seen a few firefighters kind of getting ready this morning. They tell us they are staffed up, ready for whatever the day brings. Hopefully it will not be too bad. Let me show you some video from earlier this morning over in Porter Ranch. You can hear some of the gusts and you can see the trees blowing. Now, again, this is not uncommon in areas like the Santa Clarita Valley, like Porter Ranch. These are areas where we typically see some strong winds. Unfortunately, it was very dry, very low humidity right now, and there's a lot of dry brush. And that's the concern, that it would not take very much to spark a fire. And then if the winds are blowing, for that fire to quickly grow. And that's why firefighters say they are ready, they are prepared, and they're asking residents to also make themselves prepared, because as we saw last week, fires can grow very quickly. Now, another thing I want to tell you about is power shutoffs. Southern California Edison has this map that shows their public safety power outages. Some areas in the southern part of the valley already have their power shut off preemptively. The rest of the valley is under a warning right now. And the concern is if we start to see those strong gusts today, Southern California Edison may actually just shut off the power because they don't want to have lines go down and to spark a fire. So that's something that we're going to be keeping an eye on throughout the day. Right now, they tell us there are about 25,000 customers throughout LA County that already have their powers shut off. And again, there are more that they could shut off. But again, right now, we are not feeling the winds too badly. So we're hoping that maybe it will stay calm here, and we'll have to kind of hope for the best. But right now, we'll just take it 1 hour by hour. Right now, we'll send it back to you.
And preparations are being made if it does get worse. Tina, thank you. KCAL News reporter Amanda Starantino has been reporting on the Eaton fire for nearly a week now. She joins us live with that community's warning for anyone who may be put at risk in today's high wind event. Amanda?
Yeah, there is a lawsuit now for SoCal Edison that I'm going to get to in just a moment, because this morning we are tracking the winds because of what we saw the winds do just last week. You know, last Tuesday, there were people coming to this church. It's a school as well. There's a playground just up there. And now this Tuesday, this week, this is what's left behind. And we're still seeing the damage as we drive around here. It's still deserted here, but a lot of people concerned because there are still some buildings left standing. If my photographer, Mike, looks right across the street there, all those apartments still there and unscathed from the wind, from the fire, excuse me. So that's why we're tracking the wind. So we've been keeping an eye on it all morning long. Here's my wind odometer. Looks like, you know, it's so calm. It's under a mile per hour right now. We've seen it max out maybe at 3. So very, very calm here in Altadena this morning when it comes to the winds. Obviously, we're going to track it moving forward. But a lot of people concerned because of what they experienced last week. And that's these videos that are coming out and circulating on social media that you might have seen of people evacuating. And there's one in particular where it has a lot of people's attention because it might pinpoint how that fire started. Take a look.
Hey, babe, I need you to come out here right now.
Holy
An Altadena couple shared this time-stamped clip online. The condensed half-an-hour ordeal shows just how quickly a brush fire can take over. It's what we see in the background, though, that's getting the attention. So the homeowner saw the fire burning near a SoCal Edison utility tower along Eaton Canyon Trail. Within 30 minutes, the fire had spread. This was from 1 week ago. Now this morning, the Eaton fire's 33% contained, has burned more than 14,000 acres. More than 7,000 structures have been destroyed, and 16 people have been found dead so far in the rubble. And that investigation is ongoing. I want you to take a listen to what those homeowners who took this video had to say.
At one point, I think I had broken down because I'd said goodbye to the house and I started to sob. You really can't delay in taking it seriously.
So some fire victims who lost their home are suing SoCal Edison. The utility company says it's aware of the lawsuit, but have not been served with the complaint just yet. So we will continue to follow that to see what happens with that. But, you know, this town is just going to have a lot of cleanup to do because this is a lot of what it looks like. And people still not able to come home this morning. We are working to get answers of when that will be. But, you know, we've been driving around all morning long, and we've actually been talking to some residents about, you know, living in this area who decided to stay. Remember, they can't leave right now. So they're here, and it's almost like they're trapped with nobody around, and they're just barely surviving. So just look at what they have. This is their place of worship, and that's all that we really have left behind here. So looking to get more answers as to when everyone else whose home is still standing is coming home. And of course, we're going to keep an eye on the wind as well. Back to you guys.
That's just devastating to see. Thank you. A major fire breaks out in San Bernardino County just hours before the windstorm arrives. Assignment manager Mark Lewis at the desk with how firefighters got this one under control in the nick of time. Mark.
Yeah, Rudy, so it was with overwhelming resources. San Bernardino County firefighters called for a third alarm, which essentially means they called for a lot more manpower to show up at this fire, and that's how they were able to get it under control. Now, let me show you some video. It was shot by someone who was passing by and saw that bright orange glow last night just after 11. You're looking at a very large one-story business near G and Congress Streets in San Bernardino. Now, this business appears to be some kind of a kitchen counter and cabinet warehouse, so a lot to burn in there. When firefighters arrived, they found flames all through this building. It's about a 26,000 square foot building, lots of space, so lots of fire. Commanders at the scene realized they needed more help, so they declared a second alarm and then a third alarm, which essentially means they escalated the call for more resources, manpower, equipment like these trucks, engine 224, to arrive at this fire. They went fully into defensive mode. There was a partial roof collapse here, and they hit this fire with hoses on the top of ladders like that you see up there. Ultimately, they were able to get control of this fire before the winds began this morning. No injuries reported here, and now the remaining firefighters on scene are going to make sure there is absolutely no hot spots in this very large building that could possibly reignite during the high winds today. And then when that's done, they'll get an arson investigation as to how that fire started. That's it here from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
Mark, thank you. The time right now, 7:38. The Red Cross is making sure no one faces this difficult time alone. We'll have a special guest here to talk about helping wildfire victims physically and mentally, and how you can pitch in too.
The Rams prove just how resilient they are in a time when their fans and their city needed it the most.
And we look live outside to more sunshine and more dry conditions. Coming up, how many days it has been since Los Angeles has received just one decent rainfall, how strong the winds will be today, and when tomorrow the wind warnings will finally expire. Your forecast is coming up.
Welcome back to KCAL News Mornings at 7 and streaming on CBS News Los Angeles. Taking a look from our Blue Ridge camera, and you can see how hazy it is, how poor the air quality is outside right now. 7:42. Many of us feel helpless watching the wildfires rip through our communities and witnessing the devastation left behind.
The American Red Cross is on the ground providing emergency assistance to people who did lose everything. Trevor Riggin is the president of humanitarian assistance for the American Red Cross and is joining us from Pasadena with a look at the recovery effort underway. Thank you so much for being here this morning, Trevor, and thank you for all the hard work you and the Red Cross are doing. We do want to know, though, you're servicing thousands of people who have been displaced. I think that number is still so shocking to say, thousands. The recovery obviously going to take a while. Can you talk about the shelters and evacuation centers right now?
Absolutely. Well, thank you for having me on. And, I've been doing this for nearly 20 years. This is one of the most devastating disasters I've seen. An urban wildfire racing through communities, hundreds of thousands of people evacuated, displaced, having to find a place to stay. Last night we had nearly 800 people staying in shelters across the LA area. We expect that number to go up once people are able to go back into their communities and see what's left of their properties, their homes. But we're here to care for them. Over the next couple of days, we'll have nearly 400 Red Cross volunteers and staff on the ground serving in these shelters alongside our partners. And I have seen just the most amazing stories in the shelters last few days. There's the stories of tragedy, but there's also stories of hope. We celebrated a little girl's first birthday yesterday in a shelter in Pasadena. I talked to a family who was making it their mission to go cot to cot, helping bring the hope and joy up in other families, even as they suffer through that loss of their homes, their neighborhood. So there's so much goodness here in the people that are serving. There's so much work we have to do in the months and years ahead of us.
And so many people want to help desperately. You're also offering at the Red Cross mental support, mental counseling, emotional counseling to people going through this tough time. Tell us about that and what's available to people.
So we have some tremendous volunteers and staff, mostly volunteers from around the country that are serving mental health specialists, nurses, who can provide that counseling to our clients who are going through the tragedies for the most part, for the very first time in their lives, having lost their homes, fortunately. And so this is an ability for these mental health specialists to help them process that grief, help them get referrals to specialists if they need to, additional assistance. And so that'll be a service we provide to everyone in shelter for as long as we need to. But that's in addition to the food, helping them get other resources, the supplies that are coming to support those families. We're providing additional assistance out in the communities as things start to open up as well.
As Rudabeh said, so many people do want to help. I keep hearing that from people. And you do have trained volunteers from all over the country coming in to help you. So how do local residents volunteer? And what's needed right now?
So we have seen just an enormous outpouring from the community. More than 10,000 people from the Los Angeles area have raised their hands to volunteer just in the last week. And so there are a lot of people helping. You can always go to redcross.org, sign up to be a volunteer, get trained to serve in a shelter, or even trained to serve to respond to a house fire once this disaster has passed. I will say, just warn folks, there is so many people raising their hands right now. It may take some time to get you plugged in, so please, we ask for your patience, your grace, as we try to leverage all this goodwill to put people to work. But please, you can go to redcross.org. The other thing we need is donations. Financial donations are the absolute best way to help right now. You can go to redcross.org, make a gift, support the 2025 California wildfires. Make sure we have the resources to support these communities, not just today, but over the weeks and months and years ahead. The recovery begins for many of these families and will take really years to build out.
Well, and that's financial contributions are the fastest way to get people assistance.
It is absolutely the best and fastest way to make sure the right resources are getting to the right families, whether it's the work we're doing here in shelters, the work we're doing with partners all across the community. And there are partners at every single site right now from multiple nonprofits, the city, the county, the state, FEMA, all of us working in partnership to make sure these families have what they need. And a financial donation is the best way to make sure we can leverage all that goodwill and get that service to the clients in the way they need it and when they need it.
Well, we are proud here as well. KCAL has partnered with you at the American Red Cross to bring in some of those donations. And at last check, we've raised about $750,000. So thank you to everyone out there who has contributed. You can see on your screen right now, this is the easiest way to go there at redcross.org/KCAL, or you can scan that QR code. Trevor Riggin, thank you so much for being with us this morning. We really appreciate it.
Well, thank you for all you're doing to keep the word out there and for the coverage on keeping these families front of mind for everyone.
Absolutely, and they will be front of mind for quite some time. Trevor, thank you. We want to get a check now of our next weather forecast with meteorologist Paul Diano. And Paul, we do still have a threat out there.
We have a very high fire danger today and tomorrow. It is not a guarantee that we're going to have new fires. It is a guarantee that any fire that starts has the opportunity to spread rapidly. We've seen it several times this fall and winter, that things that are small become 1,000, 10,000 acre fires in short order because of the weather conditions. It's super dry. It'll be super windy with very low relative humidity. We've seen this so many times that we think it's almost normal now. The highest threat level, 3 of 3 on the fire weather outlook. This is all of eastern Ventura County. It's the Santa Clarita Valley. It's the San Fernando Valley stretching into the San Gabriels. This is rare stuff. There have been years that have gone by. All of 2022 and 2023 didn't have one of these. We've had about 3 of them in the past week. So the highest threat level for rapid fire spread is north and west of Los Angeles today. It is level 2 or critical fire danger for the Inland Empire and inland sections of Orange County. The biggest problem is the lack of rainfall, which in the summer we know it's dry, but rarely does it stretch into all of the fall and the first half of winter. But that's where we are today. It has been 254 days since Los Angeles has received a decent rainfall. What's a decent rain? 1/10 of an inch of rain or more. That's a really low bar. The last time that happened was May the 5th of last year. It's been 2/3 of a year since we've seen any decent rainfall officially in Los Angeles. A little timeline for you. 9 o'clock this morning to 5 o'clock today, so still about 1 hour away from this beginning, will be the peak of today's winds. That's an 8-hour window where winds could hit 50 to 75 miles per hour, primarily Inland Empire and west of Los Angeles. Winds will decrease a little bit overnight tonight into tomorrow morning, then one final round of strong winds from 8 o'clock tomorrow morning until 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. At 2 o'clock tomorrow, the worst of the winds will be behind us, and there are no major wind events coming toward us in the future for the several days after that. So we can get through today and tomorrow, things will get better weather-wise. Red flag warning for most of Southern California, including all of eastern Ventura County, northwest LA County through tomorrow evening. A high wind warning for the windiest spots, which are the valleys north and west of LA and the corresponding mountains, where mountain wind gusts could hit 60 to 75 miles per hour. Downtown Los Angeles is chilly with mainly sunny skies. Here's Santa Clarita, which will be one of our very windy spots. Winds sustained 25 to 35 miles per hour today and tomorrow, with much less wind coming up on Thursday. If you're heading outside, windy or not, it is cold. Claremont 40, downtown Los Angeles 40, Riverside only 41. The perfect setup for offshore winds, where we are literally caught in between a strong low to our east and a strong ridge to our west. Rarely do both of these set up perfectly to give us offshore winds more than a couple times a winter. We've had 3 of these in the past week. The atmosphere is just kind of locked in place, and that's not a good thing for us. Not a cloud in the sky today. Notice the winds coming from the northeast. That is the offshore wind. The storm track is way up to the north, up in the Pacific Northwest. There is no chance of rain for the next several days. The best news is the winds are lighter on Thursday, and they're coming from the other direction. Onshore winds return on Thursday, which will drastically decrease the fire danger. We stay rain-free through the weekend. It's going to be a chilly weekend. Inland Empire highs only in the 60s. Very windy for our inland valleys, especially eastern Ventura County today and tomorrow. Winds are calmer beginning tomorrow afternoon. That's your forecast. Guys, back to you.
All right, Paul, thank you for that. And time right now, 7:50. Congress usually grants aid for major natural disasters, but there's a debate about what will be sent to our state. We're going to have the battle brewing on Capitol Hill.
Then at 8, a live update from city and county officials about the plan to tackle wildfires as the winds pick back up.
All right, welcome back to KCAL News Mornings at 7 and streaming on CBS News Los Angeles. There's a live look at downtown LA. Lots of sunshine out there right now, but we are watching those winds as there are concerns that they could flare some flames back up a little bit later. We will be keeping an eye. It is 7:54 right now. House Speaker Mike Johnson wants conditions placed on any federal disaster aid to California.
Here's what he said when asked about it on Capitol Hill yesterday.
I think we've got to have a serious conversation about that. Obviously, there's been water resource mismanagement, forest management mistakes, all sorts of problems. And it does come down to leadership, and it appears to us that state and local leaders were derelict in their duty in many respects. So that's something that has to be factored in. I think there should probably be conditions on that aid. That's my personal view. We'll see what the consensus is. I haven't had a chance to socialize that with any of the members over the weekend because we've all been very busy, but it'll be part of the discussion for sure.
President-elect Trump and the GOP have criticized California's leaders for what they say were missteps in handling the wildfires. They accused Governor Newsom of blocking efforts to pump water from Northern California to LA, even though The Hill reports that experts say that would have been impractical. There are also reports about proposals to tie any disaster aids to California with a debt limit increase.
It's interesting because we've never had conditions placed on federal aid before either. And so now it seems that this is becoming politicized when really the people who are going to suffer are the people who have lost their homes and are in desperate need right now.
Right.
And
Yeah.
the politicians can hash it out and create all kinds of viral moments if they want, but the people are what matter here.
Absolutely. And President Biden pledged 100% of support for the first 6 months. So we'll see what happens
can be
as the new
redacted,
administration
too, so we'll
comes
see.
in. All right. Even though the Rams didn't play at SoFi because of the fires, they sure showed up to represent LA and Arizona.
Yes, they did. Super Bowl champion Andrew Whitworth grabbed the microphone before the game and gave a very moving message.
We will not be defined by this devastation. We will rebuild LA. Hand in hand, together. For as long as it takes and whatever it takes, we will build it together. Los Angeles, I love you. We love you, and we are with you.
I had the pleasure of meeting Andrew Whitworth after the Woolsey fire, where he did just an incredible job of rallying people and getting support through that wildfire. To see him do this now, too, just that is his heart. That speaks to who he is, and he means what he said there for sure.
Stepping up yet again.
Yep. Plenty of Rams fans were bussed into the stadium, and players and team members were LAFD shirts. The Rams tried to make it feel like a home game with the end zones painted in their colors. There were also giant signs thanking firefighters and first responders. I have to say, watching the game, the commentators also did a great job discussing that, talking about the first responders, the fires. The Rams did dominate the Vikings. The final score 27-9. The team was playing for a city that's going through such a hard time right now.
There was definitely every excuse in the book to come out here and be lethargic and you know, woe is me and all that. But we knew, you know, we weren't playing just for us, playing for people back home that needed something to watch and enjoy, and I'm glad we could give that to them.
He had an incredible game last night, too. He really, really stepped up there. And as a Vikings fan, I almost don't mind that they lost because my heart is here in L.A. Dodgers players made the trek to Arizona to support the Rams. The team will take on the Eagles on Sunday in the divisional round.
And you also think about, being away from home during a time like this and how that must feel for them as well.
They talked about it a lot, about how they had 2 full planes of players, the families, the pets. They wanted to get everybody out and focused on this game since it was supposed to be a home game. And every single one of the players talked about how they were just thinking about what was happening back here the entire time. So there is a flare-up, we're told, along the Palisades fire now. Mark Blue at the desk with more on this. Mark, this is not what we wanted to hear.
Yeah, Jamie, but it is pretty small. It's almost just a hot spot. Sky Cal was looking around the western perimeter of the fire and saw this. There's some smoke down in the canyon there that looks like some unburned vegetation. Firefighters very likely know about this one. It may take a water drop in order to get this taken care of. I'm going to keep monitoring this, try and get with the fire department, but this is on the western end near Sylvia Park. This is away from the Mandeville Canyon area. I'm going to keep monitoring this to let you know if anything changes. Until then, send it back to you.
Mark, thank you. KCAL News at 8 starts right now.
This is KCAL News Mornings.
Welcome to KCAL News at 8. Today is Tuesday, January 14th, and we thank you so much for waking up with us here at KCAL News Mornings and streaming on CBS News Los Angeles. I'm Jamie Yukas.
I'm Rudabe Shabazi. We also have Paul Diano with us this morning, and wildfire watch remains urgent as powerful winds pick back up. Here's what we're following. A new brush fire in Ventura County as the winds ramp up again. Hear how crews hit it hard to stop it before it spread too far.
You're basically alert the whole time. Even like today of rest, a lot of our guys won't get too much rest.
And fire crews are still on alert at the Palisades fire. We are just hearing there is a flare up there this morning. We'll check back in with Mark in just a minute.
And we are awaiting a fire update from leaders, county and city leaders, expected to start at any moment. This update comes as the National Weather Service issued a particularly dangerous situation warning.
Let's, though, get to Paul Diano for a check of that next weather forecast and the winds that we're all anticipating. Paul?
Hey, guys, it's going to be extremely windy later on this morning and this afternoon. I believe the next hour, right now, through about 9 o'clock, 1 hour, where the winds will be as calm as they're going to be all day long. That is right now. Simi Valley, 35 miles per hour, Santa Clarita 32, Camarillo 31 miles per hour, and 18 miles per hour in Riverside. It is right about now that the winds will begin to ramp up. That press conference has just begun, so guys, we're heading back to you.
Destroyed, and we have 3,235 firefighting personnel assigned to the incident. 30% of our damage inspections for the Eaton fire have been completed. Impacted residents may visit recovery.lacounty.gov to view maps showing damage assessments. Please note that the maps are being updated daily. Severe fire weather conditions will continue through tomorrow. The worst winds are predicted today for the late afternoon and into Wednesday. Please be assured that the Los Angeles County region is prepared. The anticipated winds, combined with low humidities and low fuel moistures, will keep the fire threat in the LA region critical. I ask all Los Angeles County residents in wildfire-prone areas to understand that the necessary public safety power shutoffs are going to prevent our next fire from starting if we have down power lines. I know that this is a challenge, but it is necessary for our collective safety. I ask that our unhoused neighbors not have warming fires. Anybody who's a person experiencing homelessness should be seeking shelter through the County of Los Angeles or the City of Los Angeles. Additionally, we have checked the water system in the Eaton fire area, and it is operational. meaning that we have water and we have pressure. Repopulation will not occur until all areas are safe, period. Resources are available for residents impacted by wildfire at lacounty.gov/emergency. And I'm happy to report that the LA County CL415 Super Scooper that was damaged by the drone will be available for response starting at 11 a.m. today. Lastly, I ask all residents in the fire danger areas to develop your own wildfire preparedness plan. Go to fire.lacounty.gov/RSG for Ready, Set, Go, and get set to leave early if you receive an evacuation warning or order. And please, double check to make sure that your cellular device does not have your emergency alerts silenced. I would now like to introduce Jerry Magana, Deputy IC, CAL FIRE, Incident Management Team 2.
Thank you, Chief. Good morning. My name is Jeremy Gagne, representing the incident management teams for the Palisades and Eaton Fire. I just wanted to once again thank the partners and cooperators for all of their continued teamwork with these incidents. We couldn't do it without each other and without the support of the community. As mentioned, for both fires, I just wanted to continue to stress the fact that it is important that the public stay informed on the process and what is happening each day on these incidents. With all of the press briefings that are given, a ton of information is being put out there. Just please make sure that you are aware of the information for your impacted area. As a whole, for both incidents, DINS inspections continue and will be thoroughly processed to get the latest information out to you so that you have the ability to gather that information and move forward within your process. USAR operations continue for both incidents, and we will continue to update our cooperators and partners with the latest and greatest information. And today you'll also be hearing about the disaster recovery centers that are being opened, more detail to follow, but we just wanted to make sure that you as the public are getting all the information that you need to move forward in the process, and that all of us up here on this stage are working together for you to get you the information that you need. Please stay patient with our process. We will get you in as soon as we can. Thank you.
Chief Crowley. Yeah, Chief Crowley. Sorry about that.
Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. Kristen Crowley, Los Angeles City Fire Department Fire Chief. Mayor Bass and I recently conducted an aerial survey of the impacted areas. Our focus was on evaluating the size, the scope, and the complexity of these fires to gain a full understanding of its total impact on our communities. This assessment was essential as we begin planning and prioritizing resources and support needed to make sure that we can facilitate in the recovery efforts here and now. Our goal is to address both the immediate challenges and the long-term needs of those infected by these devastating events. Yesterday, I also had the opportunity to meet with our international partners from Mexico to express our heartfelt gratitude for their assistance. The outpouring of support from both near and far, I tell you, is absolutely remarkable. I also had the opportunity just to take a moment to talk with people, and I cannot tell you how many times everybody has been asking about our firefighters and our first responders, and they're asking, how are they holding up? I visited our field resources, the Emergency Operations Center, our Department Operations Center, and I tell you, our firefighters and first responders are standing strong. They hold their heads up high, and they will continue to work hard for you. Thank you for your care and concern. And I tell you, our thoughts and prayers holistically are with everybody that has been impacted by these fires. I will now provide just a brief update on the Palisades fire. This fire is now at 23,713 acres with 17% containment, with 5,200 personnel that are assigned to the incident. Firefighters will continue to work tirelessly throughout the day to increase containment lines, prevent further spread, and address any flare-ups. The Hearst fire, 799 acres at 97% contained. Now, to all of those who have lost so much and to those who still have not returned to your homes, know that everybody involved in this incident in the Los Angeles region is focused on you. I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the community that has given so much back to those impacted as well as to our LAFD. And thank you to the LAFD Foundation that provides vital equipment and funds critical. They fund critical programs, tools, and equipment to help the LAFD save lives and protect property. You heard Chief Maroney say it already, but I think it's very, very important that I reiterate these points. Life-threatening and destructive and widespread winds are already here. For this significant wind event, we are taking an aggressive lean-forward posture, and the LAFD has staffed all available resources, strategically placing fire patrols and engines in the unimpacted high fire risk areas in the city. We are carefully managing our operations to ensure that we can quickly respond to any new fires, in addition to the increased call volume across the city of Los Angeles. I urge, and everybody here urges you to remain alert as danger has not yet passed. Please follow all evacuation warnings and orders without delay and prioritize your safety. Thank you. I would like now to introduce our next speaker, Los Angeles County Sheriff Luna.
Good morning, and thank you, Chief. Our Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department personnel deployment stands at approximately 1,300 this morning. And again, remember, we are working different incidences throughout the county, primarily the Palisades fire for the county portion of it, and then the Eaton fire as well. Many of our deputies haven't had days off. They're on 12-hour shifts, so I really appreciate all their work and their time away from their family. We have approximately 234 officers from the California Highway Patrol. Sean DeRee, the commissioner of the CHP, was kind enough to give us more bodies as of yesterday. We also are being assisted by 16 agents from the Drug Enforcement Administration, and they're not working narcotics. They are here assisting us, and we're getting calls from a lot of our law enforcement partners, so we're very grateful that they're here to assist us. We have well over 600 National Guards personnel that are deployed to not only the Los Angeles County Sheriff Department areas of responsibility, but the Los Angeles Police Department, Pasadena, Santa Monica, and other places as well. Evacuation orders, we have approximately 88,000 residents that are still under evacuation orders, and regarding evacuation warnings, we have approximately 84,800 residents that continue to be under warnings. There is a decrease in these numbers, but as our fire partners have stated, it is still very dangerous for the next 24 hours. So we're keeping a very close eye, and that's why we have not downgraded the number of personnel. If fire tells us you've got to go here because the wind's blowing this way and we need to do evacuations, that's where we are going. I just want to remind everybody that the last time we had to evacuate people under an order, our deputies very heroically saved many people's lives, and they had to rescue people, and a lot of the people that were rescuing who waited till the last minute to leave the order or the evacuation order, many of them had significant burns on them. I just want to reiterate that when we're giving you warnings, that's the time you should probably think about going. Actually, we recommend you go. Don't wait till the order's given. We don't want you to impact your own life or the life of your loved ones. Repopulation conversations are absolutely active and ongoing. I don't want to get too much into that. I don't want people to start thinking everything's okay now. Everything's not okay yet. We'll get there. We'll get there together. But again, the wind's blowing and it's going to continue to blow. Curfew is still in effect. It was in effect last night. It's going to be in effect tonight again, starting at 6 p.m. all the way to 6 a.m. This is for the impacted evacuation order areas. If you do not live there, have any business there, say this every day, don't go. Why am I repeating it? Because we continue to make arrests for this violation. I don't want to make more arrests, so please stay away from there. We understand that our residents want to go back to their homes, but this is a disaster area. Chief Maroney mentioned it. As soon as it is rendered safe, we will try and prioritize getting you back home. We understand that is important. Regarding arrest, we had a few more arrests overnight. Our total, when I give totals, this is for the LA County Sheriff's Department area only. It doesn't count LAPD, Pasadena, and other agencies. We are up to 39. That's 33 in the Eaton fire area and 6 in the Palisades area. Eaton, we have 9 curfew arrests and 2 for drone incidences. Please do not fly drones in these impacted areas. And 11 were for burglary in that Eaton area. For Palisades, we have 6 arrests, 3 for curfew, and 3 for burglary. Last night's total arrest, 1 arrest for curfew violation and carrying a loaded weapon. Again, I'm repeating this, and it keeps on happening. If you are carrying narcotics and a gun, you shouldn't do it anyways. You shouldn't absolutely go into these evacuation order areas where there's a curfew with those items, because you are likely going to get arrested by our deputies. They're being very proactive, and you're going to get arrested. Blue collar versus white collar crimes. You've heard it over and over. We're not just looking for burglars and looters committing crimes on the street, but we're also focused on anybody who's involved in any kind of scam, whether you're asking for donations for pets or whatever you think you're doing to make money off of the poor people who've been involved. We're telling you, don't do it. If you think you're a victim of this, notify us immediately. Moving on, search and rescue operations. Based on our grid searches, this is information that when we concluded last night with our search and rescue teams, we have searched approximately 3,654 properties in the Altadena area thus far. Yesterday, we searched 1,800 properties in Eaton, and we also have been working with teams that are coming in to work on the Palisades to begin searching for remains as well. So this operation continues. It's active, not easy work, and the good news was that no other remains were found yesterday. Hopefully that happens again today. We don't want the death toll to continue to go up, so the death toll stands at 21 for the sheriff's areas. Does not include LAPD or Pasadena. That is a total of 16 in Eaton and 5 in the Palisades. We are actively working 24 missing person cases, 18 in the Eaton area, 6 in the Malibu area, all adults. As I conclude, to get any updated information, lacounty.gov for emergencies. That is updating on evacuation orders, evacuation warnings, road closures, and for all of our community members who desperately want to get back into their houses, as we back off of orders in the warnings, look at that website. That'll give you the most updated information. And donations, Emergency Network Los Angeles. I continue to be absolutely amazed with our community. All the positives, they want to donate, they want to help. That's where you go. Thank you very much. And I'm introducing the Los Angeles Police Chief, Jim McDonald. Oh, before you come up, just one quick thing, because I'm being asked this question. If a lot of you are concerned seeing police cars up and down our freeways and their lights and siren on, don't let that alarm you. Whether it's sheriff cars, LAPD cars, CHP cars, we're responding in tandem as they're being requested by the incident commanders to respond to several different locations. Those are your tax dollars at work, our men and women working their butts off. They're getting to one place to another as quickly and as safely as possible. Now Jim McDonald's coming up.
Thank you. Sorry, Jim. It's okay. Well, good morning. I just want to let everyone know that as we enter into another period of dangerously high winds, we remain deployed and ready to assist with any additional evacuations should that need arise. While peak winds are not expected to be as strong as last week's wind event, they still pose a tremendous threat. And if you're asked to evacuate, please listen to all evacuation orders, as they are meant as a life-saving measure. As has been the case over the last few days, LAPD is focused on maintaining your safety and the safety of your properties as we move forward. As far as deployment goes, LAPD officers are still performing increased patrols in the areas impacted by the fires, and we ask for your continued cooperation, especially with our officers who deployed at various checkpoints throughout the evacuation zones. We understand the frustration and your desire to see your homes firsthand, but until CAL FIRE tells us that the impacted areas are safe for repopulation, we can't allow you to return. For the upcoming 24-hour period, LAPD will continue to deploy approximately 750 officers to the impacted areas with support from Los Angeles Airport Police, Port Police, and the National Guard. They have 200 soldiers assigned to the Palisades event, and we're certainly grateful for their support. We're supporting the fire area with these badly needed resources while continuing to respond to calls throughout the city. I'd like to thank our LAPD officers and everybody who's represented by those who are standing here today, who are working on overtime away from their homes and families, going the extra mile to keep Los Angeles safe. On the missing persons front, we're still actively investigating all reports of missing persons and have dedicated resources to these efforts. As of this morning, we have 34 people reported missing. 21 of them have been found safe. Of the 13 remaining, 2 have most likely been found deceased but have yet to be positively identified. 11 remain unaccounted for. In total, 3 fatalities that are fire-related. 1 fatality died at a hospital but was not reported missing. On the arrest front, we've made 14 arrests. Failure to obey curfew were 3 of those, impersonating an officer 1, impersonating a firefighter another, unauthorized entry to a closed emergency area 2, DUI 1, vandalism 1, possession of ammunition and burglary tools another 1, burglary 2, and conspiracy to commit burglary 2 additional. We have 3 noteworthy arrests throughout the, although outside the fire zone, very significant to our efforts as we continue to battle fires that threaten our community. On Sunday night, our North Hollywood officers responded to a call of a possible arson suspect who was using a barbecue lighter to light fires. Officers arrived on the scene, and the suspect was arrested for an outstanding felony warrant for arson and booked into Van Nuys Jail. On Monday, 2 additional arrests related to the fires. The first took place at 5700 Van Nuys Boulevard at approximately 16:30 hours. Our West Valley officers responded to a radio call for an arson suspect who had ignited a nearby brush. Upon arrival, LAFD was at scene, extinguishing the fire, and directed the officers to the possible suspect, who was taken into custody there. The suspect was booked for arson, again at Van Nuys Jail. Our second arrest took place at 11820 San Vicente Boulevard in West LA area. Officers responded to a radio call of an arson suspect at the location who had ignited a nearby trash can, which was extinguished by the LA City Fire Department. Citizens directed the officers to the suspect location, where he was then taken into custody without incident. Video from local businesses showed footage of the suspect starting fires in that area. He was booked into our jail for arson. On looting front, excuse me.
Looting is not just a crime against property, it also takes away any sense of security from evacuated residents, and certainly it's not being tolerated at all. LAPD officers are working around the clock to prevent looting in impacted areas and will identify and apprehend those responsible. However, we cannot do this alone. We need your help. And as you heard from the accounts I gave you, it was residents of our city and county who have stepped forward, made observations of people lighting fires, called the police, we responded, and were able to take them off the street. So thank you for those who have been involved in that, and I ask for your vigilance for as we move forward. We're asking all members of our community to join us in this effort by reviewing your personal security footage, whether from Ring cameras, home security systems, or any other recording devices. Even seemingly small details can make a big difference in our ongoing investigations. If you notice anything suspicious or potentially connected to these incidents, please report it to us immediately, and you can do so anonymously through Crime Stoppers by calling the LA Crime Stoppers at 800-222-TIPS or by visiting lacrimestoppers.org. You can also provide information regarding the Palisades fire by submitting tips by texting ATFLA to 63975 and then follow the link to be able to create a report. Our collective safety depends on the partnership between police and our community. Together we can ensure that those responsible for these crimes are brought to justice and that our neighborhoods remain safe. Sheriff Luna talked about the curfew. Likewise in the city, the curfew order will remain in place tonight from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. and unless you're public safety personnel or disaster workers, you have no business being at these locations. And if you are in those areas, you are subject to arrest. As I mentioned, we've already made a number of arrests for individuals who are not listening to these orders, and we want to be very clear about that we will find you if you're out there and you will be arrested. Please allow our teams to focus on the recovery efforts. Enforcing a curfew helps us identify individuals who have no businesses in these areas and also protects public safety personnel who are operating in darkness and often very, very difficult conditions. In closing, I want to reiterate that our department is committed to the recovery efforts, and for however long that will take, we will continue to work alongside our other partners to make sure that our community has the resources that you need to recover and ultimately rebuild. Thank you for your patience and cooperation during this difficult time. Now I'd like to introduce LA County Public Health Chief Deputy Director, Dr. Anish Mahajan. Doctor.
Good morning, Anish Mahajan, LA County Department of Public Health. I want to begin by sharing our heartfelt condolences and extending our deepest sympathies to those who have lost their homes and endured profound devastation caused by the fires. Please remember that you are not alone, and we stand with you during this incredibly challenging time. To our first responders, we are deeply thankful for your remarkable courage and relentless efforts in the face of such overwhelming adversity. I would also like to take a moment to acknowledge each of our county supervisors, as well as the mayor, for their steadfast commitment and compassionate guidance, as well as the county and city fire departments, along with the many partners whose exceptional teamwork has been invaluable during these difficult times. Now, the impact of the wildfires has been far-reaching, leaving individuals and families not only grappling with the losses of their homes and cherished belongings, but also facing urgent health and medical challenges. Many have been displaced, separated from their usual healthcare providers, and are in need of essential medications. In response, Public Health will be establishing a Medication Access Assistance Service Center at each of the disaster recovery centers starting today. There will be 4 to 5 nurses and 1 physician from each site from Public Health, along with a paramedic team from EMS. Nurses at the sites will assist families with information, education, referrals for clinical health concerns, including getting access to medications for those who lost their medications in the fire by helping them connect with their pharmacy or their usual provider. If refills are unavailable or if they face challenges in connecting, the nurses at each site will connect with the physicians and pharmacists that we have at the Department of Public Health telehealth service to provide new prescriptions to bridge families until they can connect with their usual source of care. For patients needing assistance with treatment for opioid addiction, the Medical Assist Therapy, the MAT consult line at 213-288-9090, that's 213-288-9090, is able to offer these prescriptions and operates operates 7 days a week from 8 a.m. to midnight. I'd also like to say a couple of words about the high winds that we're expecting and the air quality. The South Coast Air Quality Management District has issued a wind-blown dust advisory due to the strong winds that we're going to see starting this afternoon. High winds may disperse the ashes from the Palisades, Eaton, and other fire burn scars. Wind-blown ash from burned structures may contain higher air toxic levels. If you see the ash, take precautions to reduce your exposure. If you're in the area that's impacted by the ash, you should wear proper respiratory masks such as an N95 or a P100 mask to help protect you. These masks are specifically designed to reduce the exposure to harmful fine particles found in the ash and smoke, which can penetrate deep into your lungs and cause serious health problems. And remember, ash is not just dirt, it's hazardous fine dust that can irritate or harm your respiratory system and other parts of your body where it lands. Also note that cloth masks, medical masks like the regular blue ones, bandanas, they do not provide adequate protection against ash and fine particles. They're not designed to filter out these hazardous materials. You really need to wear an N95 or a P100 if you're seeing the ash in your area to protect yourself. In closing, I want to once again express our deepest gratitude to the first responders who've shown incredible bravery and dedication during this crisis. Their tireless efforts are nothing short of heroic, and we're deeply thankful for their service. At Public Health, we remain committed to providing support to all those who are affected by this tragedy, whether through guidance, resources, or community collaboration. We're with you during these challenging times. Thank you. Next, I'd like to introduce LA County Board of Supervisors Chair Catherine Barger.
Thank you. It has been 7 days since my constituents' lives were devastated by the Eaton fire. 7 days. At the most recent in-person community meeting we held for Eaton fire survivors, we had hundreds of people attend. Also, more than 50,000 people joined on live stream. This speaks to the scale and impact of this devastation. All eyes are on FEMA at this moment. We know, value, and appreciate FEMA's partnership. They are the agency who is there for people in their time of darkest need. It is of the utmost importance that we be very clear about what support and help FEMA can realistically provide. For wildfire survivors, they need nothing less than clear and transparent answers about how they will be supported through the recovery process. I want to thank Bob Fenton, FEMA Administrator for Region 9, for being here today. I thank you for speaking to my constituents so they can plan the way forward. I also want to make sure survivors know disaster resource centers open today. Disaster resource centers are staffed by local, state, and federal officials who are there to help those impacted by these fires. The east side location is Pasadena City College Community Education Center, located at 3035 East Foothill Boulevard in Pasadena. The west side location is UCLA Research Park West, 10850 West Pico Boulevard in Los Angeles. Both locations will be open from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m. today, and then starting tomorrow morning and moving forward, they will open from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. Details can be found at recovery.lacounty.gov. With that, I'd like to turn it over to LA City Mayor Karen Bass.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Barger. Let me just say that yesterday, as the chief mentioned, we did an aerial tour, and I was able to see, it's one thing to see it on television. It's another thing to see it from air. The massive, massive destruction is unimaginable until you actually see it. So I think of the families, I think of the community members that have experienced that, and I just have to say that we are going to continue to stand with you. But while we're preparing for the next couple of days, we also want to move into the time when we prepare for moving forward in rebuilding, but making sure that we can get people's lives back
and whole. I have to say that when the aerial tour was finished and I had an opportunity to speak to the firefighters, including our chief, firefighters who've been on the job for 25, 30 years, to say to me that in their entire careers, they have never seen destruction like this. They have never seen wind so fierce. In Los Angeles and California, we don't know hurricanes. But imagining a dry hurricane and thinking about what they went through and their lives on the line. From the air, we could see people on the ground clearing brush and doing everything that they needed to prevent the next tragedy. So everybody wants to know how to help first responders. Well, the way you can help first responders, and you've heard this from other speakers, is to be prepared. So if you hear that your area is under a warning, then get packed right away. If the order is to evacuate, then evacuate immediately. But as was recommended earlier, evacuate if you have the warning, because if you remember a few days ago when the fires were at its worst, people had difficulty getting through traffic. So thinking of moving forward, yesterday I signed an executive directive to begin to lay the foundation policy-wise for the rebuilding effort. We're going to make it through these next few days, but we want to begin to think about how we rebuild the massive destruction that I saw from the air. We don't want people burdened by red tape and bureaucracy. So my executive directive addresses that. It addresses streamlining the debris removal. It talks about actually immediate action that we can take to make 1,400 units of housing available immediately. Again, that was stuck in the process, but given what we're dealing with now, that process has to go. And then establishing a framework to secure additional regulatory relief and resources. As was mentioned, the assistance centers will start today. The first ever disaster recovery center for victims of the Palisades and Hertz fires will open, which will help people who have lost vital records, birth certificates, driver's license, Social Security, etc. Help those who have experienced loss or damage to their homes apply for disaster relief loans, and provide referrals. We heard the public health officer say that nurses will be available at the disaster recovery centers, but also mental health counselors will be as well. So for more information, you can go to lacity.gov. So the center opens at 1 p.m. this afternoon at the UCLA Research Park, and starting tomorrow will be open from 9 a.m. until 8 p.m., 7 days a week. And that's a commitment that every single day we will be addressing people putting their lives back together. So I want to thank UCLA Chancellor Julio Frank. I want to thank Gary Michelson. The South Coast Air Quality Management District is recommending that Angelenos wear the well-fitting medical-grade mask while outside. The City of Los Angeles has distributed hundreds of N95 masks throughout Los Angeles in public libraries, recreation centers, and senior centers, and local nonprofits, and we encourage families to pick up their masks today. And finally, I want to acknowledge the thousands of Angelenos who have come together all across the city to help. I'm sure you've seen on the nightly news, hundreds, thousands of people just showing up who are providing resources and supplies for victims. But I also want to thank Disney, Netflix, the Wasserman Foundation, Hilton Foundation, Annenberg, SNAP, and so many others for donating millions of dollars to relief efforts. The California Community Foundation's effort has resulted in $14 million and over 20,000 donors. LA, we stand together. We will do what we need to do to be safe over the next couple of days, and then we rebuild. We will rebuild Los Angeles and make Los Angeles the world-class city that we are. And with that, let me introduce Supervisor Lindsay Horvath.
Thank you very much. As you heard, the Palisades fire updates include 5,100 personnel in the Palisades alone. We are giving this fire everything we've got. This is a particularly dangerous situation from now through tomorrow. The strongest winds will be this evening, and we ask everyone to get prepared now to evacuate. The libraries in Los Angeles County have FEMA staff available until 5 p.m. to provide assistance. If you have received a denial on the FEMA website, do not get discouraged. Come to one of these locations in person to get help. Our disaster recovery centers, as you have heard, are open from 1 to 8 p.m. today at UCLA Research Park West and Pasadena City College as well. LA Department of Public Health is providing medication access assistance at the disaster recovery centers starting today for those who lost medication in the fires. All Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District schools, Malibu schools will remain closed. All Santa Monica campuses will be open today. I've been in touch with Santa Monica Mayor Lana Negretti this morning, and she is closely monitoring the situation. Topanga Post Office has been relocated to Santa Monica Post Office. Residents can pick up their mail at 1653 7th Street. For more recovery information, go to recovery.lacounty.gov, which is launched and making improvements, adding resources each and every day to provide the assistance you need and deserve. With regard to power and public health updates, over 20,000 households are facing power outages due to public safety power shutoffs. Please take this moment now to charge your phones, your batteries and devices to make sure you have backup. We'll work to restore cellular access, but know you may be without power. Please plan ahead. Tune in to radio, given some of the power outages that we're predicting. Please use your resources. It is unlikely that power will be restored in the Topanga area during the red flag conditions, so please be prepared. Los Angeles County Department of Public Health is providing N95 masks at all LA County libraries. Do not drink water warnings for Waterworks District 29. Please know that bottled water is being distributed at Malibu Equestrian Park. Do not drink water warning for 90272 zip code and the area north of San Vicente. Bottled water is being distributed for this region at the Westwood Recreation Center and adjacent to the Brentwood Country Club. Our LA County emergency proclamation will be ratified at our board meeting later today. This cuts red tape for the county to provide resources as well as to receive state and federal assistance. It prevents price gouging. This includes on rent and housing options, which we know have been impacting people's ability to have shelter. It also includes other ways people are taking advantage of this disaster, and these will not be tolerated. This proclamation also declares a local health emergency to ensure continuity of critical health services and ensures continuity of education for our displaced students. It also creates opportunities to secure financial support and resources for those impacted. To stay informed about the emergency, you can go to emergency.lacounty.gov for the latest updates. And I want to echo the gratitude for all those who are on the front lines, as well as their families who are supporting them, waiting for that call. We are giving them all of the support that we have to ensure they come home safely. We are grateful to the volunteers who are showing up, as well as for the additional proclamation by our Governor, Gavin Newsom, expanding a special session to provide $1 billion to augment the FEMA response, as well as $1.5 billion to bolster state preparedness efforts. We are in constant communication with the White House, Congress, and our state legislature. All levels of government are aligned to support our community committee members, we especially appreciate FEMA being on the ground to provide assistance, and together we will rebuild.
FEMA Administrator.
Next up, FEMA Administrator Region 9, Robert Fenton Jr.
Well, thank you. Just first, I'd like to talk about some of the actions that we're doing to support LA County, LA City, and all the communities impacted. Our first area is focusing on the response and making sure that all the resources are here that are needed to support the firefighting and ensuring that we're reimbursing all the costs incurred with that effort at 100% as the President directed. The second area we're focused on is really helping those individuals that have been impacted by this fire, and that's really where I want to focus my comments in the discussion today. FEMA's assistance is now available for individuals and households impacted by the fires within the LA County area. FEMA has expedited delivery of serious needs assistance. We've already had over 40,000 applications and provided over $8 million. The serious needs assistance is a one-time payment program to help survivors cover costs such as water, food, infant formula, gas, etc., that you may have had since having to be evacuated for the fire. Other forms of FEMA assistance include help with transportation costs, medical bills, personal property, and even, unfortunately for some, funeral costs. FEMA will also help with temporary housing, which includes rental assistance, hotel rooms, and other resources, home repairs, and displacement assistance. I encourage every head of household to apply to FEMA assistance. Not every member of the family has to apply, just the head of the household. And if you're renters, where there's multiple renters for a property, as long as you're each on our renters, you can each apply individually. If you have been evacuated and received damages from this fire, go ahead and register at the disasterassistance.gov website. You can call us at 1-800-621-3362, or you can use the FEMA app to register. If you are affected by the fires and have insurance, you should contact your insurance company and file a claim first before coming to FEMA. After you receive your settlement, contact FEMA if you have unmet needs. You need to submit your insurance documentation to receive any FEMA assistance beyond the serious needs assistance if you were insured. FEMA assistance is not a substitute for insurance and cannot cover all the losses caused by disaster. FEMA assistance is intended to really cover your basic needs and help jumpstart the recovery process. Thankfully, to recent legislation, now changes have occurred that allow FEMA to assist those that are underinsured. However, our maximum grants are $43,600, and there's two different categories for those. So that is the maximum assistance we can provide. There's other federal agencies, such as SBA, that could do low-interest loans, and there'll be other forms of assistance to help with some of those unmet needs. We have FEMA staff at various sites across the community to help you apply for FEMA assistance, and are embedded in the first two local disaster recovery centers opening today at 1 p.m. Again, if you're going to go to the recovery center and seek assistance from FEMA with your application, I'd ask that you start the process and register online so our individuals can help you with your application and bring your registration number and any identification you have. I'm working closely with the state of California and local partners to assess the ongoing situation and determine what other FEMA support may be most effective to the communities that have been impacted by this fire. One of the things I wanted to address, and the sheriff talked a little bit about it earlier, is fraud. And unfortunately, we see it common after disasters. Why we hope the best from people. Unfortunately, there's some out there that have other objectives in mind. And so please go ahead, and if you hear of fraud, communicate it. Anyone representing FEMA will give you identification if they are talking to you about your application. And we recently launched a rumor webpage on our disasterassistance.gov webpage, and you could go into it and just search common rumors, and there's a list of rumors that are out there right now. I just want to address a couple of those. One of them is that we will provide vouchers to help you with housing. All the assistance we provide is financial assistance, and it'll be directly deposited into your account. So we don't provide vouchers. There may be other organizations, nonprofits, that may provide some type of voucher, but we don't at FEMA. Another rumor was that we will cover 100% of the uninsured costs. Again, we provide up to 2 grants at $43,600 is the maximum assistance we can provide. The state, if you receive a max grant, adds $10,000 to that. There's other federal agencies that can provide assistance above that, but we will only help those that are underinsured, and we can't duplicate benefits from those that are insured. The 100% in the President's declaration was specific to emergency costs for fighting the fire and for the debris removal, which we'll be focusing on in the days ahead, as the mayor outlined in some of her executive orders. And then everyone needs to go ahead and submit an application in order to receive assistance, and needs to make sure they have a registration number, and if you need help, you should go to those recovery centers. Lastly, we continue to financially support all the costs associated with the response to the fires, and we have every federal agency here with us available to support any needs that the state, the county, or the local communities affected in the city have. With that, that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, and Chair Catherine Barger thanks the following elected officials for being here today, showing up and showing their support. We have Los Angeles County Supervisor by the 1st District, Hilda Solis, Los Angeles County Supervisor of the 2nd District, Holly J. Mitchell, Congressman George Whitesides, and State Senator Sasha Renee Perez. This is the end of our press briefing. We will do one-on-one briefings. There will be a press gaggle for City Mayor over here on my left, and for other one-on-ones, please approach and we will connect you to the appropriate speaker. Thank you.
A little bit of a change there from what we've seen. No questions from the media being taken. Obviously, they're kind of sorting each other out, getting one-on-ones with certain people if there are questions. Some of the new information that came out of the press conference with both city and county leaders today is that, those maps are being updated daily. So if people need information, they haven't been able to get back into their area where their home is, that they should go ahead and look at that. But also, just that last part with FEMA, I thought was really interesting, of all the misinformation that is coming out, that they've now had to add a rumor page to their website, and that they only do pay up to $43,600 in assistance. That's their max, and then other agencies will have to come in and help people. But he's saying, go ahead and start applying for it. If you're the head of household, you should be applying for that assistance at this point in time.
And interesting also, you heard Mayor Karen Bass there saying she toured it from above, and hearing firefighters and veteran people who have been working for 30 years saying they've never seen anything like this. And she said the best way to help them, everyone wants to know how to help those first responders, it's to get ready, to have your bags packed if you need to go, if you're in a warning zone, just to go, not to create traffic. We also heard from the LAPD police chief saying that there are 3 arson arrests, actually, one in North Hollywood, one Monday night in the West Valley, and one in West LA. He said that all 3 suspects ignited small fires, a brush fire, a trash can fire, and that one had a barbecue lighter to light fire. So that is
very
really
concerning
troubling to hear.
Well, especially as we have these wind conditions coming in, as Paul Diano and others have been talking about, it doesn't take much to get these fires started. So if you have people intentionally setting things like trash cans or other things on fire, it may seem small in the moment, but it's going to spread very, very quickly when you're looking at 70-mile-per-hour winds. It's like putting a blowtorch on some of this vegetation. So that was interesting, the looting aspect of it. We also have 88,000 residents still under evacuation orders. That number down a little bit, but of course the sheriff then saying that is concerning as well. well because we could have these fires reignite in some of these same areas. So even if you have been impacted already, be prepared to go. And if you're in a new spot, be prepared to go.
Absolutely. And throughout the county, toxic fumes basically in the air. So we heard from the public health department there and that they have set up medical assistance centers and medication assistance centers. So that is a good resource for people. And of course, there is a windblown dust advisory with that toxic ash spreading through the air, basically wherever you are in LA County.
I do think they're going to have a doctor, 4 to 5 nurses, and a paramedic on site. So many people have talked about that they left their medications behind. So that is a really big, development there for them. So that was the majority of the press conference that we just were listening to right now. Now we want to get a check of our next weather forecast. Nope, we're going to Mark Liu. Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, Jamie, so SkyCal was actually checking out the western side of the Palisades fire and spotted a small flare-up way down deep in a canyon. Let me show you some video. This was from just about the top of the hour. You can see there, this is the view from SkyCal looking at the burn scar, and they spotted this. They zoomed right in. That is a pretty small little spot fire down there, and in just a second in the video you'll see it gets even closer. But SkyCal, they think that this maybe is in the canyon. It's more of a hot spot than a flare-up. It's probably not going to be something that's going to be accessible by a hand crew. This is probably going to need maybe a water drop. Probably just one good water drop is going to put this out. There is some unburnt vegetation down there, and it is slowly creeping through. SkyCal was able to change their position a little bit, and you can see right there, it looks like burning embers down there at the bottom of the canyon. That brush ignited down there, or possibly from the last couple of days, it's still burning. If you go out to my map, I'm going to actually show you where this is in reference. SkyCal was right about in this area, looking in this direction, and that spot's right about right there. It's in the burned area already. This is near the Sylvan Park area, and while resources had been deployed all along here, they may just have to get somebody in there to get that out. Coming back out live here to me, it's unclear if there are any attempts going to be made in the next hour or so to get out there. I don't see any water dropping helicopters working in the area right now, but I do know that they are at Van Nuys Airport and other airports across Southern California, so it may just require one drop to get that done. I'll keep monitoring, let you know if anything changes. That's it from the desk. Back to you.
I know it looks small, but that is the concern as we get these winds going. Mark, thank you. And we do want to check in on those winds now with meteorologist Paul Diano. Paul?
Hey, guys, this is the calmest the winds are going to be for the entire day right now. They're going to begin ramping up within minutes, and by midday, we could see some gusts of 50 to 60 to 70 miles per hour, especially in our mountains and our inland valleys. Air quality alert. This is now through Wednesday evening, all of today, tonight, and most of tomorrow. That wind-blown dust and ash. Even if you live 15 or 20 miles away from one of these fires, the wind is going to be strong enough. It's going to put some stuff in the air that you don't want to get into your lungs. So please be wise with how much time you spend outside. Even though it's crystal clear outside, there is an air quality alert in effect for today and also tomorrow for that wind-blown dust and ash. Already this morning, we've seen 55-mile-per-hour wind gusts along the 14. We've seen a 62-mile-per-hour wind gust near Banning, and in the San Gabriel Mountains, 72 miles per hour. Give you a bit of a timeline. We're coming up on 9 o'clock. The peak of today's winds will be from then until 5 o'clock, about an 8-hour window of strong, damaging winds. Winds will decrease a bit overnight tonight, then another round of strong winds coming up tomorrow from 8 o'clock in the morning until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After that, the winds calm down and they flip direction back to an onshore breeze. Much better weather for firefighting beginning Thursday. Current winds, we just got the new top of the hour number. Santa Clarita is now up to 30 miles per hour. There's the ramp up in Simi Valley up to 40 miles per hour. In Camarillo, 31 miles per hour. LA County, Orange County, Inland Empire, the wind is not gusting right now. It will later, but it is not right now. Red flag warning, all of the Inland Empire, most of Orange County, LA County, north and west of downtown Los Angeles, all of eastern Ventura County. If any fire were to start, the dryness and the wind would help that fire spread very quickly. High wind warning in effect today through lunchtime tomorrow. Those same areas in eastern Ventura County, northwestern LA County, and all of our mountains. And here's the big problem. We just haven't started the rainy season yet. We should have 2 months ago. 30-year average is 5.5 inches of rain. So far this year, just 3% of that, with none in our extended forecast. Guys, back to you.
Not what we want to hear. Paul, thank you. We are now joined by FEMA Regional Administrator Bob Fenton. You were just at that press conference we were listening to. Thank you for being with us now this morning. Can you go ahead? You talked a little bit about this in the press conference itself. I don't know that people know exactly what type of assistance they have available to them. You talked about things like funeral costs, temporary housing, home repairs. Can you just walk through what people need to know?
Yeah, so first I would just urge everyone to apply to disasterassistance.gov or phone our 1-800-621-3362 number. And those are really individuals who are impacted by the fire, whether evacuated or received damage, should be applying. Also, just the head of the household. And the types of assistance first they'll be eligible for is something called Serious Needs Assistance, which gives a one-time grant to go ahead and offset the costs that you might have incurred while evacuating, up to $770. Things like gas, food, water, maybe baby supplies, those kind of things. And then in addition, as you complete your application, there's other forms of assistance that could be provided, both for you as an individual, such as damage to your car, such as critical necessities in your household, medical bills, funeral expenses, or if you're a homeowner, damages to your house. Both of those grants are a max of $43,600. The state adds $10,000 to the repair grant if someone receives a max grant. So those are the types of assistance we provide. In addition to that, we can provide temporary housing for individuals for up to 18 months if displaced from their home for that length of time.
That is so helpful for people to hear. When it comes to housing, I know you're working, it's chaotic right now, you're working on the short-term plans, but a lot of these people are going to be out of their homes for a very long time to come. What is the plan in terms of housing? Are you going to set up trailers? What's the plan?
Well, those are decisions up to the city and county and the communities that have been impacted by the fires. But we could do a number of things. The displacement assistance we provides up to 14 days of hotel reimbursement. We then provide rental assistance so individuals could go rent units on their own. And then we also have done things such as direct housing, whether it's travel trailers, mobile homes, or leasing other units. All those things are options. We need to figure out what works best for this community and what's needed. Also, a number of people are insured underneath this event, and they should be going to their insurance company first and seeking assistance from their insurance company. A lot of insurance policies have alternate living expense in there, and that will help you with also renting until you can rebuild.
I know we're living at a different time. I think the thing that has been concerning to me moving forward is all of the misinformation that is coming out there. People getting a lot of their information from social media or some other spots. You talked about in the press conference now needing a rumor page on your website. Can you talk about some of the common, rumors you're hearing out there and squash some of them if you can?
Yeah, I'd be glad to. So disasterassistance.gov. Go ahead and search common rumors, and we have a page up there that has all the rumors. Some of the rumors is FEMA will provide you a voucher. We don't provide vouchers, we provide direct financial assistance. There may be other organizations like the Red Cross and other private nonprofits that may provide vouchers, but we don't. We provide direct assistance. Also, there's a concern for fraud here, and anyone that's representing FEMA will have identification and be able to verify their identity to someone before you give them any information. I always say if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is too good to be true. And so make sure that you're cautious, especially when sharing personal information. One of the other rumors out there is that FEMA is going to cover 100% of your losses. And again, we provide up to 2 grants of $43,600 and temporary housing for those that's displaced or rental assistance. But there's other federal agencies that provide grants. For example, SBA provides loans up to $500,000, and there's other forms of assistance that may be available. So the best thing to do is if you're insured, go to your insurance company first. Because of our new changes in authority, we can then help you, if you're underinsured, with additional assistance from FEMA.
All right. Bob Fenton, thank you so much for being with us. Really important information. We appreciate it. KCAL News at 9 starts right now.
This is KCAL News Mornings.
We are continuing our extensive coverage on the wildfires that have caused unimaginable destruction to our beloved communities. And the threat of more loss is looming with those strong Santa Ana winds returning.
We do have team coverage, a team of reporters in the fire zones from Pacific Palisades to Altadena. They're standing by with a live update for us. Mark Liu's at the desk tracking any flare-ups, and Paul Diano is going to tell us just how strong the winds will get today. First, Paul, we do want to wish our viewers a good morning, welcoming them to KCAL News Mornings at 9. Today is Tuesday, January 14th. I am Jamie Yukas.
I'm Ruta Shabazi. Thanks for joining us, and let's go to those winds before returning to the ongoing firefight. Firefighters are making progress on the Palisades fire. It's now 17% contained and has burned more than 23,000 acres. More than 5,000 structures have been destroyed. At least 8 lives have been lost. And now to the Eaton fire in the Altadena-Pasadena area. Containment now at 35%, with more than 14,000 acres burned. More than 7,000 structures are damaged or destroyed, and 16 people died. And the auto fire in Ventura is still 0% contained. It broke out last night in the Santa Clara riverbed. So far, it has burned 56 acres, and forward progress has been stopped.
All right, now that we've gotten those updates on the way, let's get to Paul Diano now for a check of your next weather forecast.
Hey guys, we're now beginning to see that ramp up of the winds. We said from 9 o'clock this morning until 5 o'clock this afternoon would be the worst of the winds today. We're now in that 8-hour window, and the winds right on schedule have begun to ramp up. Simi Valley up to now 40 miles per hour. Camarillo, wind gust of 43 miles per hour, 20 miles per hour in Malibu, and 30 miles per hour in Santa Clarita. We have not seen a corresponding increase in the winds just yet. It's windy in spots in the Inland Empire, but at our major airport and city locations, we have not seen that wind increase yet. It is coming. Notice 2 spikes here on the next 24 hours of wind in Camarillo. 1 spike right now through the mid-morning, another spike tomorrow morning. We're not going to be done with this wind event until tomorrow afternoon. We will likely see wind gusts in places like Camarillo, Moore Park, Simi Valley, Santa Clarita, 50 miles per hour or stronger. We do have an air quality alert in effect. Even though it looks very clear outside, the wind is pushing that ash and smoke and debris around into the atmosphere. So a day that, even though it may look okay outside, the air quality is not good. Another round of wind tops our next weather headlines. Winds in the mountains may top 75 miles per hour. That means high fire danger, but thankfully the wind decreases and changes direction by Thursday. That will decrease the fire danger. Today, winds are on the increase. Our valleys will have a high of 63. Inland Empire today windy and 67. Let's take a look at traffic now with Robert. Good morning.
Good morning, Paul. We are looking at the closures for the fires, but first we have a couple incidents on the freeways as well to tell you about. This is a crash on the eastbound side of the 60, just past Valley Way, taking away the right lane, slowing you down as you head into Rubidoux. We also have a crash on the westbound 10 heading into El Monte, just past the 605. Middle lane's blocked off there, really slow out of West Covina. Now over to the Eaton fire closures. Angeles Crest Highway, Angeles Forest Highway still shut down. This has not changed in the past week or so. Many of the surface streets in the area there as well. They have expanded some of these closures. More or less everything north, about a block north of Washington Boulevard, shut down. And then for the Palisades fire, we have PCH still shut down between the 10 and Malibu Canyon. That's also affecting you on the 10 freeway westbound, where you're being diverted off at Lincoln, cannot access the McClure Tunnel. Topanga Canyon Boulevard shut down between PCH and Ventura Boulevard. Malibu Canyon, Sunset Boulevard also shut down. And then Payuma, Stunt Road, Mulholland, Las Virgenes, San Vicente, Temescal Canyon. Sepulveda also affected between Ventura Boulevard and Sunset. The 405 is impacted southbound side at Skirball. The off-ramp is shut down as well. Jamie and Rutabaga, back to you.
All right, Robert, thank you for that. Firefighters have stopped the spread of a new fire that broke out last night, but powerful winds could still shift things in a different direction.
KCAL News reporter Cara Finstrom is live in Ventura, where crews are keeping a close eye on hot spots. Cara, good morning.
Good morning. They definitely are. Behind us, though, you can see the progress they made overnight. That's just some of the smoke that's still rising from the riverbed, kind of at the edge of this golf course. It's all very inaccessible to us right now, beyond the private property that you see here. But I also want to pan around because one of the concerns they had last night was that there were some encampments down in the riverbed. And you can see over here, once we get our camera all the way around, that the Sheriff's Department is out here. They have been speaking with some folks who were down in that riverbed, just explaining the dangers to them. This is just one of the problems that they face, trying to make sure everyone is safe. This was a mandatory evacuation area. can't send out those alerts, those phone alerts, or alert people as easily who are experiencing homelessness. So they are kind of just reaching out to them one by one and making sure that they're aware of the dangers with this continuing to smolder down there. All right, let's give you a look at some of the resources that have been deployed. Giving you a look at a screen inside of one of the firefighters' trucks this morning, which just shows all those little red dots. Those are all crews that are stationed at the top of this riverbed, making sure that as these winds pick up, the flames don't grow and this fire doesn't start to spread again. Zero containment officially right now, but they do feel they have a handle on this and that they have stopped the spread. And here's part of what one of the firefighters here told us this morning has contributed to that.
A coordinated aerial attack is an incredibly important part of fighting any wildfire. Having helicopters that can bring in and target water drops in specific locations of the fire is really important to take in some of the heat, especially out of the head of the fire. But with that is coordinating with our ground resources, our firefighters on the ground that can help direct those resources to the locations and monitor progress. So it's really a coordinated effort between our incredibly skilled pilots and our incredibly skilled firefighters.
Yes, this was a 55-acre fire. Again, they feel they have a good handle on it now, but some large flames overnight. So they did some amazing work in trying to, really snuff this out as quickly as they could. They say they feel they have resources on hand here today should this flare up again, despite what we're seeing in other areas here of the Southland.
Okay, Cara, thank you for the update there. Firefighters are making progress on the wildfires ahead of today's wind event.
Local leaders just gave us an update on where things stand this morning. And CBS News Texas reporter Trevor Sohaki is helping us out. We really appreciate it. He's joining us now live from downtown LA from the One Voice News Conference. Trevor.
Yeah, guys, so they just finished up this conference just a few minutes ago. Really, the highlights here is that the Eaton fire, no increase in that acreage, but they're continuing to warn people ahead of this high wind event today, this severe fire weather conditions that we are all prepared to experience. And they're telling people, if you get that evacuation order, you have to get out because they are worried. They are warning folks that if that fire weather comes through, we all know how quickly it can move. They're also preparing in multiple other ways. They said that super scooper that we've been hearing so much about that got injured by the drone last week, well, they're saying that it's going to be now back in service at 11 a.m. today, ready to dump more water on all these fires and continue to fight the fires just to make sure that everyone is going to be safe. Mayor Bass also said that the city is getting ready to rebuild.
LA, we stand together. We will do what we need to do to be safe over the next couple of days, and then we rebuild. We will rebuild Los Angeles and make Los Angeles the world-class city that we are.
And in preparation for all of this high wind today, LAFD is also placing patrols in some of those high-risk areas in the city to make sure that they keep track of all of this fire danger and are able to watch any embers or any just severe winds that might be coming through the area. Now, they're also warning people again to follow those evacuation orders, but LAPD also was at the press conference today, and they mentioned that they have been out patrolling not only for curfew, but for looting and for burglaries. They said that they've made a few arrests, and some notable arrests that we have seen recently as well, according to LAPD, was a couple arson arrests. There were a few arson arrests where people reported a fire. They called the LAPD, they called the LAFD. Thankfully, all those arson arrests and the fires that were started because of them were able to be put out. There is no worry to any of those, but LAPD did say that they are taking really extreme action here to make sure that they are able to crack down on those. And even one of those arrests, they said, was for someone who had an outstanding felony warrant for arson. So again, they're taking all these threats very seriously as they continue to fight the fire. And again, the big warning from officials today, if you are told to evacuate, you have to get out. Do not wait. Do not pack up and wait for anything like that. You have to get out, Jamie and Rube.
Yeah, good advice there. Thank you.
And CBS Pittsburgh reporter Barry Pintar is also here helping us cover the Palisades fire.
Yeah, he is live this morning in Brentwood, where fire crews are ready to go. Barry.
Yeah, we are here in Mandeville Canyon, all the way at the top of West Ridge Road. As you can see, West Ridge Trail there. A couple of best things that I can do for you right now. I saw earlier that you found a pop-up in Palisades, so I've asked Damien to pan around to show you the hills around us, just to show you from our perspective. Everything looks good. We're not seeing any smoke, any sort of flare-up. So as we look around, I know we saw that pop-up. That's concerning to people for obvious reasons. From where we're standing here in Mandeville Canyon, we're looking okay. Another thing we did that I think is really important is we're talking about the winds and the dangers of the high winds. We've brought this up early this morning at about 3:30. It's just a monopod with a KCAL News t-shirt that we cut mostly just so we can monitor the wind, so you can visually see, knowing what t-shirt material is, how much wind there is. And guys, as you can see, there's absolutely nothing. So far, of course, this has nothing to do with happens in an hour from now or 2 hours from now. But so far, no high winds in this area. I want to leave you with this. CAL FIRE has so many resources deployed. If you take a look at this graphic, this is something that they tweeted last night that I think is very interesting, that I think will help put some folks' minds at ease. You can notice that they have more than 15,000 personnel, including firefighters, law enforcement, and other emergency support personnel here ready to go. For the Palisades fire alone, where I'm standing live, if you look at the bottom left-hand corner, 554 fire engines, 554, that's incredible. 44 helicopters, 115 hand crews, 66 bulldozers, 30 water tenders. So they certainly are ready to go. Earlier this morning, there were fire trucks all up and down this road right here. They're moving all through this area. They are manned by firefighters 24 hours on, 24 hours off. As we saw in that 540 number, they're certainly ready to go. But again, many eyes on what these Santa Anas are going to do when and if they kick in. What we can tell you from being live up here, we're looking all calm right now. But we will be here, of course, all morning, all day, monitoring the entire situation, bringing it live to you. Reporting live right now in Mandeville Canyon, Barry Pintar, KCAL News.
I feel like I need a T-shirt cam just to check in throughout the day today. Barry, thank you.
All right, well, the firefighters at the Palisades fire continue to work to put out hotspots and strengthen containment lines. As Barry just mentioned, Assignment Manager Mark Liu is at the desk with a look at what they're focusing on today. Mark?
Yeah, Rudabeh, so CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 2 just finished their morning briefing where they gave assignments to the firefighters at the Palisades fire. And on one flank, some firefighters are going to have a very, very labor-intensive day strengthening containment lines, but that's what has to be done in order to keep this fire contained. Now, I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. Come out to my screen. Let's take a look at the footprint of the fire. And what I'm talking about is the firefighters here on this northern flank. They have been issued orders here to go into these rugged terrain areas and do the work of strengthening those containment lines. And that's going to involve cutting away vegetation, making sure that there's proper brush clearance. And this is all very, very rugged terrain here. So they're going to be out there, boots on the ground, with their tools in hand, doing that containment. Good news here, the firefighters assigned to this line here, continuing to look at the hot spots, but there aren't a lot. They were able to save virtually all of the homes in the Mandeville Canyon area over here. And then the firefighters on this southern end are tasked with working with the USAR, the Urban Search and Rescue crews that are continuing to go through those thousands of structures in the Pacific Palisades area here and also along Malibu down here. They are looking for anything dangerous, including gas lines, water lines, or any smoldering hotspots, but the entire perimeter of the fire is basically being worked by these hundreds and thousands of firefighters that are trying to keep these containment numbers on the Palisades fire keep going up. Now, the Eaton fire, that is a briefing that is done by LA County Fire. That one hasn't happened yet. Coming back out live here to me. When that one happens, we're going to get those same sort of orders issued to those firefighters. When I get that information, I'll show you where they're going to be on that map in the Altadena area with the same sort of work. But they're going to be doing containment line strengthening as well there in Eaton. That's it here from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Mark, thank you. Time right now, 9:14. Still to come, meet the teenager trying to restore normalcy for other teens affected by the Eaton fire in Altadena. We're going to speak with her live. That's coming up next.
Plus, Pete Hegseth is facing a Senate confirmation hearing right now. He wants to be the next Secretary of Defense, but many don't think he's qualified.
And the long-awaited election interference report against Donald Trump has been released. Special Counsel Jack Smith lays out the evidence, and we'll break it down.
It's been 254 days since a particular thing happened in Los Angeles weather-wise, and that's a big part of the reason why the fire danger is so high. We'll talk about it in your next weather forecast. We're also talking wind. That's coming up next.
Welcome back to KCAL News Mornings at 9 and streaming on CBS News Los Angeles. There's a live look at downtown LA right now. You can see the sun shining, traffic a little lighter as people are staying home and off the roads as we gear up for potentially dangerous winds later this afternoon. It is 9:17. We do want to go to Paul Diano for your next weather and a check on those winds. Paul?
And the winds are going to bring the fire danger back up to a critical level. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3. Level 1 is elevated. That would be bad in and upon itself. Level 2 is critical. Level 3 is something that we don't see that often, but locally and recently, we've seen it about 3 or 4 times in the past 7 days. The highest threat level for fire danger. Basically, the Weather Service is shouting as loudly as they can. If any new fire were to start, it could spread super rapidly. This is eastern Ventura County. This is northern and northwestern LA County, including Santa Clarita, Agora Hills, Thousand Oaks, Oxnard, Camarillo, Ojai, Santa Paula, and also Simi Valley, and then stretching into the mountains. The highest threat level there, not minimizing the threat level in the Inland Empire. You are level 2 or critical, and most inland areas have a fire danger today and tomorrow because the winds are ramping up as we speak. The overarching problem is the fact that we have had almost zero rainfall now for more than 8 months. It has been 254 days the last time LA received just a decent rain, 1/10 of an inch of rain or more, which if you're visiting from Miami or Florida or Texas or Chicago, you'd say, we get that in a thunderstorm in 3 minutes. Yeah, you do. We haven't had any of that in the past 8 months. So big time problem. From now until 5 o'clock today will be the peak of today's winds. Mountain gusts could hit 75 miles per hour. Winds will decrease a bit this evening and overnight tonight, but then ramp back up for one more time tomorrow from 8 o'clock in the morning until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Then the winds will markedly decrease by later in the day tomorrow. Right now they're on the increase. Camarillo, Simi Valley, the coastline of eastern Ventura County and western sections of Malibu dealing with winds already of 40 miles per hour or greater. Red flag warning, all inland locations, Inland Empire, LA County, Orange County, Ventura County through tomorrow evening. and a high wind warning north and west of Los Angeles for valley gusts 40 to 60 miles per hour. That is today and tomorrow morning. We have an air quality alert out there as well because the wind is kicking up a lot of dust and ash from previous fires, making the air quality not good. We will be windy in the Santa Clarita Valley today and tomorrow. Thursday's a transition day. It's not going to rain, but the wind will change direction and it will decrease to levels that will really decrease the fire danger. Offshore winds again. We do this normally 2 or 3 times in a winter. We've done it 3 or 4 times in the past week. That's because this ridge is stuck. It's a double problem. 1, it's blocking the rain. 2, in this position, all it takes is another storm to hop to our east, and then we're caught in the middle again with the strong winds. That's happened about 4 times over the past 7 or 8 days. As for that ridge moving, amazingly, it's going to move to the north, which means we're still blocked from getting any rainfall. And the driest area is Northern California, but we're still protected or blocked from any rain from that ridge. Until it moves, the fire danger stays high because we need rain and we're not going to get any. Next 7 days, Inland Empire, 60s to low 70s, very windy today and tomorrow. Valleys will be cooler this weekend, but the rain is likely to stay away. Guys, back to you.
These are bags just filled with beauty supplies, all from Charlie XCX and her team. Thank you so much. You are wonderful. Thank you so much. This is so greatly appreciated. This is amazing.
There is a movement happening in Altadena, and it's all because of a local teen. 14-year-old Avery Colbert started a recovery fund for teenage victims of the Eaton fire, and it went viral. And we are lucky enough to be joined by Avery and her stepdad, Matt. Welcome to both of you.
Hi.
So amazing work you're doing. We understand your house was spared, but Avery, your school and your other friends' homes did burn down. So how are you both holding up, first of all?
Don't
worry about it.
Sorry. We're doing good at the moment. So yeah, my school was burnt down, but luckily my house was spared. It was really hard. Seeing all my friends, like seeing their houses and seeing the state that they were in really made me upset. But luckily we're doing okay.
Well, it made you very upset. I mean, you guys started this movement. It's just taken off. It's been amazing to see it go viral. Matt, I know you work at a creative studio, and is that where you're located right now? So this is where this all came about?
Yeah, when we had to leave at around 5 a.m. when the smoke got too bad at our place. And I called Leo and Dunya, who owns Small Green Door here, and said, we just need a place now. So we came down here. There's actually a photo set on the other side of this of a bedroom. So we are currently living in a set of a bedroom. And wow. We realized we had a ton of space, and Avery came up with this idea. So we figured we might as well use what we have.
This is amazing. Avery, how did you come up with this idea?
So I was in a group chat actually with all of my friends who lost their homes in the fire, and they were all talking about things that they didn't have. Like they didn't have any of their makeup. They didn't have any of their clothes. They didn't have anything besides the clothes on their back, which were probably pajamas because they had to leave in the middle of the night to evacuate their homes. But I had an idea because there were so many other shelters and places and donation sites that were taking so much stuff, and they were telling people to stop. Like, we have too many things. And these were all things like food and water and blankets and stuff, which are all necessities and which is all great. But these girls have literally nothing. And it's like a piece of their identity is gone, especially if you're a young teenager. The clothes you wear, the way you do your hair, your makeup is a part of your identity and it is a part of you. And they don't have any of that anymore. So we called Pamela from Hollywood Beauty Awards, and she really helped me execute my idea, and we couldn't have done it without her. So
yeah, Avery wanted to sort of collect stuff to give to her friends and the other kids at the school, and I don't really have any experience doing anything like that. And so, yeah, we called on a friend, and she just kind of helped us get the groundwork going, and it just took off from there.
Well, it's been incredible to see, but I know there are specific items out there right now. And Avery, I read that you want these young women to have their self-confidence back. And you need things like, it sounds silly, like bras. You need luggage. Can you just talk about some of the things people might not realize they have or that they could go buy for these young women?
Yeah, so there's been an insane amount of donations. It's been crazy. But some people, they want shoes, or they want pants, or t-shirts, or they want or they need like
There's been a lot of specific requests.
that we're working on.
Yeah, for ethnic hair care stuff, darker skin stuff. You mentioned suitcases. You know, it's interesting for them to come and get bags and bags and bags of makeup and clothes and perfume and shoes, but then not know how to take it back or even what to do with it once they get back to the shelter. But I will say our biggest need right now is a permanent space, because this is very temporary. And that's what we've been working on, because this is clearly going to grow into more than just getting people the necessities they need today. There's a lot more than that we have already started planning.
Well, and it's my understanding, because I have a friend who went out and bought shoes because he learned that you guys aren't accepting money. Is that still the case? So he raised money and then he went and bought some goods?
Yeah, so that was the case because we didn't want the Avery at 14 to be handling large sums of money with the pressure of distributing it. And someone came along yesterday who has a large charity organization and set us up.
Oh.
So as of yesterday, we have a link up on the Instagram now, and it is a full legal proper donation setup. And this is going to help us to get and lease hopefully a permanent space that is more than just a place where people can come get necessities, but also a place for them to hang out and be social now that there's no school since it burnt down. And yeah, it's taken a lot of turns in the last 24 hours.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, it's really cool to see how it went viral like this and how it's evolving. And we thank you so much for being with us, both of you, taking the time out. We know you're busy.
Oh my God, wait till you see what's coming up next.
Can't wait.
If this is the beginning, I can't wait. For more information on the donation drive and how to help, check out our website, kcalnews.com. Click Seen on TV. Still to come, more resources are being set up for those affected by the fires. 2 new centers will open today specifically to aid residents.
And the presidential inauguration is 6 days away, but one notable figure will not be attending.
KCAL News Mornings.
Welcome back. This is KCAL News Mornings at 9.
And here's what we have happening right now. Investigators are still looking into what may have caused the deadly Eaton fire in Altadena.
KCAL News reporter Amanda Starantino joins us live with a piece of evidence that may help their case and what she's finding on the ground. Amanda.
Good morning. So a little different vantage point here. We've been in the neighborhood throughout the last week, but we came up here into the actual canyon where this fire started. And I want to give you guys a look here. So this video going around on social media shows these utility lines that were on fire at the beginning of the when this fire started, when everyone was evacuating. So we don't know if it's actually the poles itself or the canyon, what was lit, but it was somewhere in this area. So you see some CAL FIRE crews out there investigating that area, also maybe cleaning up some hot spots, making sure there's nothing else that needs to be mopped up there. But we were looking at those high voltage power lines there, and it looks like some are broken. There's 2 over there. We don't know if they're old lines, if this is new damage done, but just a different look at what they're investigating out here. So when we made our way up here, you can actually see the fire burn through this entire area, and it kind of gave us a look at what firefighters are also dealing with when battling this fire. So we're right above Eaton Canyon Trail. So the Eaton Wash is right there, completely dry and empty. But as we looked around a little bit more, you can see over there is actually the Eaton Canyon Reservoir, which is completely dried up. So that was a big problem for firefighters when fighting this fire. We keep hearing from people there was no water, there was no water. Well, from here you can see it is completely dry. So we also saw another fire crew up here just making sure everything was looking good. There's no hot spots here. But when we came up here, we actually saw around the corner, which is kind of the center of this lawsuit going on because of this video that just surfaced. SoCal Edison is up here. We haven't talked to them yet. We just made our way up here, but they are up here investigating what's going on up here, also looking at the lines as well. So we definitely have a lot more questions here. But why don't you take a look at the video?
Hey, babe, I need you to come out here right now.
Holy
Okay, so an Altadena couple shared this timestamp clip online. The condensed half-an-hour ordeal shows just how quickly a brush fire can take over. But it's what we see in the background, though, that's getting the attention that I'm talking about here. So the homeowners saw the fire burning near a SoCal Edison utility tower along Eaton Canyon Trail. Within 30 minutes, the fire had spread. This was from 1 week ago. Now this morning, the Eaton fire's 33% contained, has burned more than 14,000 acres, more than 7,000 structures destroyed, and 16 people have been found dead so far in the rubble. We talked to those homeowners who took the video. Take a listen.
At one point, I think I had broken down because I'd said goodbye to the house and I started to sob. You really can't delay in taking it seriously.
So some of the fire victims who lost their home are suing SoCal Edison. We talked to SoCal Edison. They said that they are aware of the lawsuit. However, they have not been served with a complaint just yet. So we are trying to figure out what's going on. I'm walking up to SoCal Edison right now to just kind of see what they're doing here. But you can see the fire burn through this whole area. And then SoCal Edison's right here. So let me see if they'll give us a clue of what's going on. Hey guys, what are you doing up here? PSPS. What are you doing?
It's PSPS.
Which is what exactly?
We're not living to speak to the media, sorry.
Okay. You guys just checking out checking out the wires and stuff?
Yeah, we're not living there. I can give you a number if you want to call it.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so you can see SoCal Edison is up here checking out these power lines up here. We can obviously see there is some damage. Again, we don't know if it's because of the fire or if it's what started the fire. A lot of questions to be answered here, but again, a lot of people have questions about how this exactly started, and we're just trying to work to get those answers. Back to you guys.
All right, great reporting, Amanda. Thank you. And another round of dangerous winds is here, and they are actually really whipping around in the Inland Empire already.
Yeah, KCAL's Rick Montanez is live in Fontana, where it has been very windy throughout. I can see the wind still blowing there, Rick, this morning.
Yeah, we're certainly feeling it, and we heard, Paul Diano talking about 50 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts, and we've seen what I can't tell you scientifically, but we can tell you it feels like it. Very strong winds, and you see through this neighborhood all of these palm trees dancing. We're in the Heritage Village community here in Fontana, and we've just been feeling the winds all morning long. We actually talked with some drivers, a truck driver, another man who drives a big Jeep, who talked about the fact that it's so difficult even on freeways with all of this wind. What is it like on days like this to be in such a big vehicle?
Well, you just kind of hope that you're not one of the guys that gets tipped over.
Right? It's a box, so you feel it. It's not aerodynamic, so yeah.
So you're rocking back and forth?
Oh yeah, for sure, yeah.
Anecdotes from drivers, but you see in this video, I mean, just how much the wind is really blowing around here. We even saw some people who were out for a walk or a jog, walking their dog as well, just trying to be outdoors. It is very dry, cold, and very windy, so blustery conditions, also leading to power outages in some communities. We understand there have been more than 14,000 SoCal Edison customers that have lost power as part of the public safety power shutoff system that they have to hopefully prevent the SoCal Edison equipment from sparking wildfires, which of course is critical in these conditions. Red flag conditions for the Inland Empire for the past week. So they're really trying to keep an eye on things and make sure that a fire doesn't start, because as we've seen, if one sparks, it can spread quickly and have devastating consequences. Let's show you some video from last night. This is another reason why firefighters and everyone else is just so concerned. SkyCal overhead in Jurupa Valley when a small fire started in the Santa Ana River bottom and spread quickly. Firefighters from Riverside County and the city responded and were fortunately able to keep this one at bay and keep it from growing or spreading outside of the Santa Ana riverbed. But it's just their concern for the fact that strong winds moving in could send those embers flying, and we saw just how awful and horrific that can be by what happened in Palisades and Altadena last week. So those are the things they're trying to keep an eye on. But of course, we have to consider all the other impacts from this severe weather, which includes driving on freeways in larger and high-profile vehicles, potential for power outages where people can be without power for days or even longer, depending on how these circumstances play out with the weather conditions. And of course, firefighters want people to be prepared for evacuations. If it ever comes to that, better to be prepared than caught off guard. Reporting live in Fontana this morning, Rick Montanez, KCAL News.
All right, well, hopefully things stay safe out there, Rick. Thank you. Parts of northern LA County are under a severe fire weather warning.
KCAL News reporter Tina Patel is live in Santa Clarita with a look at the danger as those Santa Ana winds pick back up, and we can see it blowing around behind you.
Yeah, Paul Deanna was saying that he was expecting the winds to start peaking around 9 a.m. and that's what we're feeling within the last hour. The winds have definitely picked up. We are just along the 14 freeway, and as you look around, you can see all the brush here kind of blowing. The other thing we wanted to point out to you is that there is a lot of brush here, and it is dry, and this is not uncommon. There are so many hillsides along Southern California that have dried out, and that is why the winds this morning are such a concern. We had a chance to talk to some LA County firefighters a short time ago. They say they are staffed up, they are ready, they have been watching the forecast and know that there are going to be high winds the next couple of days. They're ready for whatever happens, and they actually say they have crews kind of pre-assigned throughout the county in case there is a fire that sparks. But we asked them how to know where to go when there are so many dry hillsides. We don't know where that spark might be.
We don't. That's why we have strike teams throughout the county. They're not just in one location, so they're out and about, especially in those areas that are prone to have those starts.
And as we come back out here live along the freeway, there are signs warning of the high winds, not just here in Santa Clarita, all the way to Fort Tejon. So that's another thing that we want to tell people about. Of course, the fire danger is the main concern with these high winds, but you saw when Rick was talking in the Inland Empire, drivers also need to be aware of these high winds the next couple of days. Just give yourself extra time, be careful on the road. And of course, we have heard in the past, sometimes these fires that we see, it's just a little spark that starts and then grows. So do everything you can to make sure that you're being safe, that your vehicle is safe, because unfortunately, sometimes that's what happens. It's an accidental thing that starts these fires, and in these conditions, we just can't take those chances. We'll send it back to you.
Very true. Tina, thank you.
Members of a local union are coming together to provide food for families affected by the Southern California wildfires. Assignment manager Mark Lou is at the desk with live pictures from that volunteer center. Mark.
Yeah, it's happening in the Mission Hills area. It's actually a group of unions that come together once a month to distribute food to families that need it, and they've expanded this service to include families affected by the wildfire. Now, let me take you out to live pictures from our photographer, Sparkle Day, who's out there at this Mission Hills distribution center. This is actually on Devonshire Street, right at the corner of Devonshire and Mission Hills. It's at the Laborers International Union of North America office. It's something called LAUNA. And what they're doing is every Tuesday, the first Tuesday of the month, they distribute food here to families that need it. It includes union members and also people in the community. But because of the wildfires, they have expanded this to include over 1,200 families in the San Fernando Valley that may need food because they've been displaced by this wildfire. You can see these union members, they're donating food there. This is taking place today from 9 to noon, so it just started about 40 minutes ago. You can see all of the food that they have there. It's available. If you need it, you can go there. Again, it's at the corner of Devonshire and Woodman in the Mission Hills area until noon, and this is just a group including the Labor Community Services, the AFL-CIO, and other large labor unions in the San Fernando Valley are doing this, all to help those people out there that really need it. They've been affected by the fire. There's so many people that are out of their homes. Again, this continues until noon today, and it's at the corner of Devonshire and Woodman in Mission Hills. That's it here from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
Hey guys, winds are now picking up, but even overnight, before the winds were ramping up, we saw wind gusts in excess of 40 miles per hour in the Santa Anas and Ontario at the airport. 55 miles per hour along Highway 14, Inland Empire near Banning, 62 miles per hour. San Gabriel's taking the cake once again. The Magic Mountain Truck Trail, western edge of the San Gabriel's pretty close to the 5, 72 miles per hour. We're now beginning to see the winds ramp up first in eastern Ventura County, specifically Simi Valley and Camarillo. The wind gusts are now in excess of 40 miles per hour. You see those little purple areas right there? That would be in the mountains themselves with some wind gusts in excess of 50 miles per hour. Camarillo is going to be very windy this morning into the afternoon, 35 miles per hour or stronger. Winds will decrease a bit but stay breezy during the overnight hours, then ramping up one final time tomorrow morning before the winds calm down tomorrow afternoon. Then the winds are going to flip to an onshore flow, which will be wonderful news for the firefight. That happens on Thursday. Next weather headlines, another round of wind today. Mountain gusts will hit 75 miles per hour, which means critical fire danger. Afternoon temperatures today, mainly the mid to upper 60s. Very chilly this morning and still cool and windy throughout the afternoon. Guys, back to you.
Paul, thank you. Time right now, 9:42. Still to come as the winds continue to blow. The chief of CAL FIRE has a different kind of warning. Hear how the public can help stop the next big wildfire. Fire officials are asking for everyone's help to make sure we're being careful about sparking accidental fires. CAL FIRE is listing down what you should and should not do.
Our real concern is the next fire. So we need the public's help in order to make sure we do not have any additional sparks. No mowing where you could strike a rock, no dragging chains with the vehicle, make sure your vehicle is in good repair so it doesn't kick out a hot piece of catalytic converter 2,000 degrees, or even just simply having a campfire. Don't do any of that right now in this very, very high wind so that we can avoid another fire. 95% of all fires are started by humans. But that's not all arson. It can be accidental, again, with a rock strike. It could be a vehicle dragging chains. It can also be just simply not realizing that they had some sort of combustible material near grass. So it is important for the public to maintain their awareness and to help us not have any more fires.
Really important information there. Fire officials say you should also be careful with discarded cigarette butts and power generators.
2 FEMA disaster recovery centers are now open to help people displaced by the wildfires. The locations are at UCLA's Research Park West and Pasadena City College's Community Education Center. Representatives from state and federal agencies will be there to help people apply for federal assistance and get updates on their applications. The UCLA Center is open from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. daily, and the Pasadena location opens at 1 p.m. today, but will then be 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. daily.
Pete Hegseth is facing questions and criticism from senators in a hearing this morning as he looks to get confirmed as Secretary of Defense.
When President Trump chose me for this position, the primary charge he gave me was to bring the warrior culture back to the Department of Defense. He, like me, wants a Pentagon laser-focused on lethality, meritocracy, warfighting, accountability, and readiness.
Mr. Hegseth, I do not believe that you are qualified to meet the overwhelming demands of this job. We must acknowledge the concerning public reports against you. A variety of sources, including your own writings, implicate you with disregarding the laws of war, financial mismanagement, racist and sexist remarks about men and women in uniform, alcohol abuse, sexual assault, sexual harassment, and other troubling issues.
Hegseth dismissed the sexual assault allegations against him as a smear campaign. Many senators are questioning whether the former combat veteran and TV news show host is fit to lead the U.S. military.
Attorney General Merrick Garland has provided Congress with Special Counsel Jack Smith's report on Donald Trump. The 130-page report contains mostly already known details of Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 election, including pressuring state officials and then Vice President Mike Pence and planning to use fraudulent electors. Smith refers to those moves as, quote, a series of criminal efforts to retain power. Smith says he believes he had enough evidence to convict Trump. Another part of the report outlines how Trump's supporters attacked the Capitol on January 6th. And the report also indicates that Smith's office continued investigating co-conspirators after charging Trump, but they were never indicted. It notes that one of those co-conspirators may have committed unrelated crimes, which were referred to the U.S. Attorney's office. And former First Lady Michelle Obama will not be going to Trump's inauguration on Monday. A spokesperson did not give a reason for her absence. This is the second time in 2 weeks that she's skipping a public gathering with other U.S. leaders and their spouses. She didn't attend funeral services for Jimmy Carter last week either. Former President Barack Obama is expected to attend Trump's inauguration. Still to come, the wildfires are degrading the air quality across Southern California, and all that smoke can cause a range of health issues. Up next, an effective way to protect yourself.
You don't have to live close to the wildfires to be affected by them. The smoke is traveling across Southern California.
We're joined now live by Dr. Scott Epstein from the South Coast Air Quality Management District with more on the air quality and how to keep yourself safe. Welcome. I can't wait to get to your inventions in just a minute. But let's just talk about what's in the air right now, what we're actually breathing.
Yeah, so there's two main concerns right now. So one is smoke, which produces fine particle pollution that can pose some serious health hazards if you breathe that in. Fortunately, right now, there's not a lot of smoke coming from the local wildfires. We're seeing air quality index levels in the good to moderate range. That's green and yellow. Air quality index is a way of taking measured levels of air pollution and communicating them in these common colors that you see to give people advice on what they can do to protect themselves. However, the other issue we're worried about is windblown ash from the burned areas. So as the winds pick up later today, it's going to push this ash into the region. Ash, you can see it in the air. It's visible. Doesn't necessarily show up on our AQI maps.
Yeah.
And that ash is either white or gray fine particles. So if you see that ash in the air, or your air quality index is elevated, you want to take precautions.
Well, we live about 7 miles from the Palisades fire, and I was shocked to wake up the other day and see everything coated in that gray ash that you're talking about. So inside your house, you really do want to think about protecting yourself when it comes to breathing in the air inside.
Totally, yeah. So first, if you have to be outside, you want to minimize heavy outdoor exertion. An N95 mask can provide some protection if it fits well, but the best thing to do is try and stay inside, keep your windows and doors closed, and do your best to clean the indoor air.
I know, so how are we cleaning it?
Yes, let's go with what we can just buy and then also what we can invent.
Sure,
Your science project.
So this is just a typical air purifier that you can buy at a store on Amazon.
What does this cost about?
This one is about $200,
Yeah.
and then you pay to replace the filters, but they're not too expensive. However, they're impossible to find right now.
Yeah,
right?
I bet.
Everybody bought them up. But there are things that you can do at home.
Let's make our own.
Yeah. So we're not going to build this right now.
This is amazing.
So this is one that I built a few years ago at home, but we're going to build kind of a simpler version of that right here. So I went to the big box store yesterday and spent $50. So I bought this air conditioning filter. So you may notice this. You may have one of these in your HVAC system.
Yep.
If you do, run it, because your HVAC system does a really good job of removing pollution. But if you want to go to the store, you want to look for one that's roughly 20 by 20.
Okay.
And it's either rated MERV 13 or higher, or this FPR 12 or higher. And that means that the filter is equipped to remove smoke. So I bought this, and then I bought just a standard box fan. Yeah, maybe we can pull this out here.
We have less than a minute, but we'll show you.
So two things I did before I got here is I put on this cardboard shroud right here with this circle in the middle. That increases the efficiency of these things.
Oh.
And then also, I wasn't able to find a 20 by 20 filter, but I found a 24 by 20. So I just added this little piece of strip of cardboard right here. And all we need to do is line up the arrow to make sure that we suck air through the filter. And we're going to use some duct tape and just tape that all the way around.
That's genius.
Yeah.
So simple and under 50 bucks.
$50. And this is a temporary solution. You want to remember the box fan needs to be a 2012 model or newer. Those are the only fans that have safety mechanisms to prevent overheating.
Scott Epstein, thank you so much for being with us today. We really appreciate it. This was fantastic.
Yes.
Thanks for having me here.
All right, let's see what's coming up on the 10 at 10. Two brothers turn into superheroes during the Palisades fire. Find out what they did that helped save homes in their neighborhood.
Plus, it's boots and paws on the ground here in Southern California. You're going to meet the tail-wagging first responders helping with fire recovery efforts.
Welcome back. Taking a live look at downtown LA as we brace for more of those winds. Everyone hoping for the best right now. Traffic light and the air not great at this hour. Thanks for watching KCAL News Mornings at 9.
The 10 at 10 starts right now with both Amy Johnson and Rachel Kim.
This is KCAL News Mornings.
Hello and welcome to the 10 at 10. I'm Amy Johnson.
And I'm Rachel Kim. Today is Tuesday, January 14th. We have continuing team coverage for you this hour. Reporters Cara Finstrom, Barry Pintar, Trevor Sohaki, Rick Montanez, Amanda Sorrentino, and Tina Patel. They are all standing by with live updates of fires across Southern California.
And our Mark Liu is also standing by at the desk with the latest mission for firefighters on the Palisades fire lines. Mark?
Yeah, so Amy and Rachel, I just listened to a briefing from...
Actually, Mark, sorry, we're going to go to the Southern Avenue. Okay, Mark, we are going to stick with you. Sorry about that.
That's fine. No, I can talk a little bit about what that briefing was. CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 2. They had a briefing this morning where they gave their assignments to the firefighters about what they were going to be doing on the perimeter of the Palisades fire. And I can tell you all of those firefighters have very important jobs to do. And the ones on the northern flank have some really hard work ahead of them as they're going to be getting into the brush there and strengthening those containment lines to make sure that this fire does not break out in the wind. Now, I'm going to show you on the map what I'm talking about. If you come out to my screen, this is the footprint of the Palisades fire that we've been looking at, and that northern flank that I was talking about right here. This is all really rough, rugged terrain in the hills north of Malibu, and the firefighters that are assigned to this group today are tasked with going out there and increasing the amount of line strength that they have there in terms of clearing out vegetation. They have long lines of phosphatic in that area, and there's going to be a lot of really hard work out there in those hillsides where they're going to be clearing brush and making sure that that unburnt fuel gets pushed away and there's long areas that can't be jumped by the fire if it does end up flaring up today. Now, the crews on this end over in the Mandeville Canyon side down in the Pacific Palisades, they're going to keep paying attention to the fire that was burning these hot spots that were in this area, but most of them had laid down, and all of Mandeville Canyon here appears to be doing okay in terms of getting that fire under control. There's really no visible flames on that end. And then on the southern end of the fire here, all along up into the Franklin burn scar, there are urban search and rescue teams that are going through these areas, and what they're doing is looking for anything dangerous that might stop the repopulation efforts in that area. They're looking for broken gas lines, water lines. They're looking for any smoldering hotspots or cars that are stuck in roads that they need to move out of the way. It is a priority mission for the firefighters on this southern flank in order to get these areas cleared out. They want to repopulate this area as soon as it is safe. They're looking for down power lines and anything else that might be in the way because they know people want to get back to see if their homes are still standing. If they are standing, they want to be able to have them get in there and get what they need. And the process of rebuilding needs to start as well. So the firefighters on the line, they're going to be doing all of these things today as the containment numbers continue to go up. Now, the Eden Fire, they just had their briefing too. I'll tell you more about that at the bottom of the hour. They've got some of the same mission going on in the Altadena area. That's it here from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Mark, thanks so much. And of course, the fierce winds, our number one story. We've been hearing all about them and how they are kicking up some dangerous fire conditions.
Yeah, KCAL's Rick Montanez joins us live now from Fontana. And Rick, we know that Fontana is always windy, but particularly windy right now.
Yeah, Rachel, Amy, we are noticing it so much more. I mean, we are here in the winds quite often in Fontana, but this is much different and the air is very dry right now. You can see all of the trees around here just blowing in the wind. It's a bit calmer than we've seen this morning, but at times it's been difficult to even stand up in this. And we are already 7 days in to a red flag alert here in the Inland Empire. So dangerous conditions. And another thing we're seeing this morning is that it's difficult for people who are driving as well.
Maybe just slow down a little.
You just kind of have to watch how you're driving.
Kind of, yeah, but those wind gusts though, they get a lot of people out there. So it just kind of seems like it's luck of the draw, man.
And so what we've also learned in the last half hour or so is that SoCal Edison has cut power to more customers here. This morning I've been reporting it was 14,000 customers. Now that is up to over 17,000 customers just in San Bernardino and Riverside counties alone. That is part of the public safety power shutoff. You see in this video, I mean, the winds are really just blowing here. People are still out for walks. They are out and about, but the winds are making it difficult and dangerous. 2 schools have closed for the day as well in San Bernardino, and that is because of power outages. There's another roughly 230,000 customers in the IE alone who are at risk for losing power as part of that public safety power shutoff system. And, you know, the reason we're so concerned, of course, as we've been seeing the devastation from the fires here in Southern California. Let's show you video from SkyCal. This was from last night. Another major concern here in the Inland Empire. There has not been much fire activity, but we're seeing this in Jurupa Valley in the Santa Ana River bottom. There was a fire that sparked there, and then that started to grow. So firefighters were concerned. At one point, they even put the neighborhood there on evacuation warning. But crews from Riverside City and County Fire Departments responded there, keeping that fire in check. Fortunately, that was ahead of today's winds, though. So anything that may spark today or tomorrow could be disastrous given the conditions. And really one of the things that they want to just make sure to emphasize as well is because of what we've seen with the fire behavior is be ready for an evacuation, especially if you're in a fire-prone or a wind-prone area where these conditions are much more exaggerated. And of course, be safe and be prepared. Reporting live in Fontana, Rick Montanez, KCAL News.
All right, thank you, Rick. And we can certainly see those winds, you know, really whipping up behind you. All right, thank you.
In story number 2 this morning, all eyes on today's increased wind event that could reignite all these fires. Local leaders telling the public to get ready. CBS News Texas reporter Trevor Sohaki is lending us a hand. He joins us live from the One Voice News Conference in downtown LA. And Trevor, how are they preparing for more fire weather today?
Yeah, Rachel, so they are really getting ready for that high fire weather today. They got that super scooper back in service. You may remember last week it was hit by a drone, was taken out of service. Well, today, good news, in about an hour, they say it's going to be ready, and that's going to really help these firefighters out battling those winds and battling these fires today. The other thing that they're doing, LAFD, is patrolling those high-risk areas that haven't been hit by fire weather yet and haven't been hit by fire yet. They're patrolling them all today and throughout the rest of the week to make sure that they stay safe and that they are not hit by fire. But finally, and it's the biggest warning from officials today, if you are told to get out, you have to get out as soon as possible. Don't wait around. Grab your essentials and get out when they tell you to. Sheriff Luna warned about people who didn't evacuate when they should have.
The last time we had to evacuate people under an order, our deputies very heroically saved many people's lives, and they had to rescue people, and a lot of the people that were rescuing who waited till the last minute to leave the order or the evacuation order, many of them had significant burns on them.
Also, the FEMA disaster recovery centers are now open today. They're going to have one in Altadena and one in the Palisades as well for people who need that. So they're continuing to help out those recover. Another big point that they brought up in this press conference from both the LAPD and the sheriff's office was that they're really cracking down on any crime happening, especially in the fire zones. We're talking burglary, trespassing, looting as well. They're asking the folks in those areas, especially if you have cameras, to really be proactive and help out law enforcement officials. If you see something, say something. They're also saying that they're cracking down on curfew as well. That curfew 6 p.m. rather to 6 a.m. If you're caught out and about during those times, they have already made arrests, and they say they will continue making those arrests, and those are arrests that they don't want to make. Final note from this press conference, Mayor Bass said that they're already trying to rebuild the city. They are working together to rebuild it, and they hope that they will do that as soon as possible. Back to you guys.
All right, Trevor, so good to see that the effort is already underway to rebuild everything. All right, thank you. Let's get to story number 3 now, the Palisades fire. CBS Pittsburgh reporter Barry Pintar is helping us cover the fire.
That's right. He's live in Brentwood this morning, where fire crews are, of course, standing by. Good morning, Barry.
Yeah, they certainly are, and we are here specifically in Mandeville Canyon, where we are being your eyes on the ground here. Several things to talk about before I show you what's going on around here. Just over an hour ago, SkyCal saw a little pop-up fire happening here in the region of the Palisades Fire. You can take a look at it. It's small, relatively small, depending on what you compare it to, but it isn't necessarily accessible by foot, so we'll have to see what we do with that. That was just over an hour ago. Again, SkyCal caught that little pop-up in the middle of the Palisades Fire area. So one of the things I certainly want to show you, that if you've seen us report that in the last hour or so, is what it looks like where we are, because we certainly can provide that service. If we zoom up on this area here, Damien, you can see the hill. This is the very, very top of West Ridge. You can see the West Ridge trailhead. That area has already been burned. We know that because we were here on Saturday when it happened. As we pan a little left, you'll see another area over on the top of these rooftops. Again, the reason I'm showing this, I'm going to jot in front of the camera, is just so you can see what we are seeing. We are not seeing any smoke, any flare-ups. That's why I wanted to show you what we saw from SkyCal. But right now, everything's looking good here in terms of our eyeballs and what we are seeing. One of the other things I want to show you is that we brought with us, because of course all eyes are on the wind today, the wind event that could affect that very pop-up that you just saw. So what we did is, before we left this morning, we got here about 3 a.m., we just took a Unipod, we took a KCAL t-shirt, specifically this because everyone knows what t-shirt material is like, just to see what's happening with the winds here. So far, all things look calm. Important to say, that doesn't mean they will be in an hour from now or 2 hours from now, but since about 3 this morning till now, not a lot of movement. You also mentioned the amazing amount of assets ready if something happens. Take a look at this graphic. This is something that CAL FIRE tweeted last night, and I thought it was extremely interesting in terms of the mammoth numbers involved here. More than 15,000 personnel, including firefighters, law enforcement, and other emergency support personnel, ready to go with these Southern California fires. Specific to the Palisades Fire, if you look at the bottom left corner, feel free to read over the Eaton Fire as well, but for specifically where I am, they have 540 fire engines ready to go. I don't want that number to slip by. 540. That's an enormous amount of assets ready to go. 44 helicopters, 115 hand crews, 66 bulldozers, 60 water tenders. So to say they're ready is the understatement. And it's important to note, though, as we talk about this entire area, really from the Ventura Valley all the way to the San Bernardino Mountains, the National Storm Center has put them in an extreme category in terms of alerts, a scale of 3 on 3 because of the winds, which is why I wanted to show you that so far, so good. But as we heard earlier in the weather report, in the Inland Empire, they're already gusting at about 40 miles per hour. Certainly not happening here. But look, actually, we have a little movement for really, this is the first time since about 3 a.m. we're just starting to see a breeze. Let's just hope they stay calm here. I want to talk about one other thing. I've talked about in the past, yesterday specifically, that in terms of the cause of the fire or even the source of the fire, that the ATF was going to put boots on the ground yesterday. Well, that happened. Also, SkyCal yesterday up in the air saw the ITF on the ridge of Mandeville Canyon looking for the cause of the Palisades Fire. So the good news, as you see them there, they're examining the area. Again, they're looking for 2 specific things: the source and the cause. That, of course, could take days, weeks until we have an answer there. But it is nice to know they are here. That investigation is ongoing. So I'll leave you with that. We're going to be monitoring the winds, of course, all day to see what happens, and we will certainly keep you posted. Reporting in Mandeville Canyon, Barry Pintar, KCAL News. Back to you all.
All right, Barry, thank you so much. And I do like that T-shirt hanging there, giving us a very
good visual,
clear idea of what's happening with the wind. Well, the 10 at 10 is just getting started. Still ahead with President-elect Trump's Secretary of Defense nominee in the hot seat. We're going to check on his contentious battle toward confirmation.
Plus, as the flames burn on, the air quality, it worsens. We'll look at how you can protect yourself and breathe a little easier.
Welcome back to the 10 at 10 and streaming on CBS News Los Angeles. The time now 10:16. Let's get to story number 4 now. Firefighters have stopped the spread of a new fire that broke out last night, but powerful winds could still shift things in a different direction. KCAL News reporter Cara Fenstrom is live in Ventura, where fire crews are really keeping a close eye on hot spots. Good morning, Cara.
Good morning, Amy. We moved to give you a view of this riverbed. The fire, it burned just beyond where it turns. A tough area for us and firefighters to access. Incredible work by them. They say they stopped this fire spread overnight, and you can see the thick brush here that fueled it and remains a threat. So take a look. We spoke with a Ventura Fire Battalion chief. He showed us the layout of resources here. Those red dots represent fire crews. They are working to make sure the fire stays confined to the riverbed if winds pick up today. I want to go now to a look at the battle that these fire crews waged last night. Again, this started in the bottom of the riverbed between Ventura Road and Auto Center Drive, so firefighters dubbed it the Auto Fire. More than 55 acres burned, no structures were threatened. Winds of 30 to 40 miles per hour overnight set embers flying, so 4 helicopters were brought in, and that made all the difference.
Resources have been mobilized from all over the state. We have pre-positioned resources available to us. In the county of Ventura, we have established a strike team of engines. We have additional staff on at our air unit. We have additional hand crew members that have been staffed up. We have water tenders, management overhead. So we're ready and prepared for wildfires when they break out in these conditions.
And we also saw this earlier this morning, sheriff deputies explaining the dangers of being alongside this riverbed to some men who are living in it. This is a mandatory evacuation zone right now, but there are no constructed houses here, so alerting those living in encampments can be challenging. The deputies have been out here working to do that. Back out here live, containment is officially at 0. And of course, with those winds, that's why they want to make sure everyone is aware of the dangers that still exist here. But they are feeling very good about the progress they made last night. And we wanted to give you this view, Amy, just so that you could see, and the folks living nearby can see, that we can't really see any smoke rising. It is smoldering, and they're keeping an eye on it.
Part of that. All right, Cara, thank you so much.
All right, let's check in with meteorologist Paul Diano now. Paul, it's great to see our first responders, pre-positioned, anticipating what may come. Question is, what is to come?
Well, weather's not going to help them. What is to come is an increase in the winds. And last time I checked, we haven't had much rainfall for the better part of a year. So what we have is the highest threat level. We're kind of used to saying this, extreme fire danger. It is something that did not happen anywhere in Southern California in all of 2022 and all of 2023. Not once. We've had it 4 times in the past week and a half. The highest threat level for fire danger along the 5 through the Grapevine, Santa Clarita Valley, the mountains of LA County, the mountains of eastern Ventura County, and the 101 corridor through the San Fernando Valley all the way west to Oxnard. It is the combination of no rain recently, super low humidity, and the gusty winds that we're expecting to increase throughout the morning. Fire weather outlook for the Inland Empire is level 2 or critical. And for all of us, just plan on the fire danger being higher than normal until it rains. So how long really has it been? I know some of you have had a thunderstorm here, a little bit of rain there, just talking specifically downtown Los Angeles. That's kind of the weather stick that we use the most when it comes to whether it's rained or not. In that spot, we have not received a decent rainfall since the 5th day of May of last year. That is 254 days ago. You can get 1/10 of an inch of rain in like 2 minutes in a thunderstorm in Dallas or New Orleans or Miami. We haven't had that from one rain event in more than 8 months. So it's a problem. So from now until 5 o'clock today, winds are ramping up. That's the peak of today's winds. They'll decrease overnight tonight, but then we get one more round of some strong winds tomorrow morning from about 8 o'clock to 2 o'clock. After 2 o'clock tomorrow, the winds will diminish low enough that the fire danger will be minimized, although still higher than normal. Santa Clarita, Simi Valley, Camarillo, 30 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts. Red flag warning continues through tomorrow evening, because it's just so dry outside with the windy conditions, especially north and west of Los Angeles. High wind warning lasts until lunchtime tomorrow. North and west of LA, including the San Fernando Valley, you will see the strongest winds. Live peek outside, Blue Ridge Mountain, looking out toward the Antelope Valley. By the way, it was super cold this morning. Lancaster dropped to 15 degrees this morning. Simi Valley, very windy today and tomorrow. We'll see the wind decrease on Thursday, and the winds will flip direction back to an onshore flow starting Friday. Rain is still not coming. This blocking ridge of high pressure, which is not allowing the rain to make it here, is directing low pressure areas to that sweet spot east of us where we're caught in between and we get those offshore winds. Some winters we get that once or twice the entire winter. This winter, we've had it 4 times in the past week. It's a pattern we want to get out of, but right now we can't. And the rainfall outlook likely keeps us dry into next week. So here's your extended forecast. Not that warm, especially the weekend. Highs around 60, lows around freezing, but the rain will stay away. It will be windy today and tomorrow. Thankfully, the winds will subside by tomorrow afternoon. Guys, back to you.
All right, Paul, thanks so much. Still ahead on the 10 at 10, progress in the Middle East, a status update on the ongoing negotiations overseas as mediators try to bring an end to the deadly conflict between Israel and Hamas.
And stay with KCAL News. We'll have more fire coverage straight ahead. Welcome back. In story number 5, Hamas accepts a draft agreement for a ceasefire in the Gaza Strip, and it includes the release of dozens of hostages. Mediators say the negotiations are at the closest point yet to sealing a deal. Now, under the first phase of the deal, Hamas is expected to release more than 30 hostages. Hundreds of Palestinian prisoners are set to be released from Israeli jails at the same time. The plan would need to be submitted to the Israeli cabinet for final approval.
In Washington, the first confirmation hearing for President-elect Donald Trump's cabinet choices now underway. Trump's nominee for Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, spent the morning in the hot seat. The military veteran and former Fox News host told the congressional committee that he wants to bring, quote, warrior culture to the Pentagon.
The Department of Defense under Donald Trump will achieve peace through strength. And in pursuing these America First national security goals will remain patriotically apolitical and stridently constitutional. Unlike the current administration, politics should play no part in military matters.
Well, leading up to today's hearing, Hegseth faced allegations of financial mismanagement, alcohol, and sex abuse. Hegseth denies all of those claims. And new reporting this morning involving the potential ban of TikTok. Bloomberg reports China's government is considering selling the short video app to Tesla CEO Elon Musk. TikTok is owned by Chinese company ByteDance. Now, the move to sell to Musk would be a way to keep the app from effectively being banned in the U.S., which could happen on Sunday.
Catherine, the Princess of Wales, has announced that she is in remission from cancer. The announcement comes less than 1 year after she shared her difficult diagnosis publicly. The princess announced on social media that she's relieved and focused on recovery as she takes time to adjust to a new normal.
Well, there is much more ahead on the 10 at 10.
The winds are starting to pick up in Santa Clarita, which of course increased the risks for fires. We've talked to firefighters this morning. We'll tell you what they're saying about how they're preparing.
Brother's decision was, I'm not leaving. My decision is, I'm not leaving my brother's side.
Plus, two brothers jump into action in the face of the Palisades fire. Find out how they were able to spare their home from the fast-moving flames.
And I'm Amanda Starantino in Altadena, which has seen plenty of wind in the past week, but we're tracking the wind that we could be getting today with some professional tools up here. So we're going to take a look at that and also what the fire investigation looks like from here.
This is KCAL News Mornings.
Hello and welcome back to the 10 at 10. I'm Amy Johnson.
And I'm Rachel Kim. Let's get right to a recap of the California wildfires and the most up-to-the-minute details. The death toll from the Palisades and Eaton fires now stands at 24,
and nearly 24 people are missing. More than 23,000 acres have burned, but the Palisades fire is now 14% contained. More than 5,000 structures have been destroyed there.
And in the Eaton fire in Altadena and Pasadena, containment is now at 35% with more than 14,000 acres burned. More than 7,000 structures are damaged or destroyed and 16 people have died. And the auto fire in Ventura is still 0% contained. It broke out in Ventura last night and has so far burned 56 acres. Meteorologist Paul Diano joining us now with your next weather forecast and really keeping a close eye on those winds. Paul?
I'm pleasantly surprised, guys, at the lack of major wind gusts in the Inland Empire. There are some windy spots, especially our mountain passes, the 10 going east, the 15 going north. Aside from that, not horrible in the Inland Empire. It's windy, but it's not 60, 70, 80 miles per hour. The winds in eastern Ventura County are more significant, but the strongest wind gust we have near any city is 40 miles per hour in Simi Valley. That is tolerable. It's not good, but it's not horrible. We're looking at Camarillo. You're going to be with elevated winds throughout the afternoon. You see the 36 there at 11 a.m. and 2 o'clock. Then winds will die down a bit, still breezy overnight, but more like 10, 20 miles per hour. We have one more ramp up, which will come tomorrow by 11 o'clock tomorrow, back up near 40 miles per hour. So it is going to be windy, but right now you can't even compare what's going on currently versus what happened last week where winds were pushing 100 miles per hour. That said, next weather headlines, another round of wind is now here in the mountains. Winds will gust to 75 miles per hour. We do have some changes in the forecast by Thursday that will decrease the fire danger. Today, very cold start. Mild finish, mid to upper 60s, but the big story, guys, is the wind. Winds will stay elevated throughout the day today. Back to you.
All right, Paul, thanks so much. Let's get to story number 6 now. Parts of northern LA County are under a severe fire weather warning.
KCAL News reporter Tina Patel is live in Santa Clarita with a look at the danger and those Santa Ana winds picking back up. Tina.
Yeah, good morning. Well, Paul was just saying that we expected the winds to pick up as the day went on, and that is what we're seeing in about the last hour or two. They have started to pick up, but right now we are not having any problems with those winds. Hopefully that will stay that way. Let me show you some video. This is what we are seeing and feeling along the 14 freeway in Santa Clarita this morning. Again, this is an area that is used to the wind, so I would say that even though it is starting to pick up, it's not that uncommon for people to have issues with the wind in this area. But what the concern is that it is so dry, there is so much brush on the hillsides, and so firefighters know that any little spark could really turn into a big problem. They tell us that they are staffed, they are ready for whatever happens as the day goes on, and we talk to them about the fact that they have resources kind of spread out throughout LA County in case there is a wildfire. But we asked how they're able to do that when there is so many areas that are vulnerable. We don't know where that spark might be.
We don't. That's why we have strike teams throughout the county. They're not just in one location, so they're out and about, especially in those areas that are prone to have those starts.
And firefighters tell us they've also been working to make sure that some of the crews that have been working for the last week do get their rest. Now, as we come back out here live, you can see that sign that says high winds on the freeway. That is another concern we want to just make sure that everyone is aware of. Of course, anytime you're in these high wind areas, it makes it a little bit more treacherous on the road, especially if you're in a high profile vehicle. So that is another concern, the fire danger, also the danger on the road. Just want to remind everybody to take it slow and just be careful as we get through this. And hopefully it won't be too bad as we go on through the rest of the day. We'll send it back to you.
Sure hope so. All right, Tina, thanks so much.
In story number 7, investigators are still looking into what may have caused the deadly Eaton fire in Altadena.
KCAL News reporter Amanda Starantino joining us live with a piece of evidence that may help their case and what she's finding on the ground. Amanda.
Good morning, Amy and Rachel. Yes, so that video that's been circulating on social media, a lot of attention is on this because it might point to exactly where that fire started. Now, going into today, we have been concerned about the wind. So we've been checking that out all day throughout Altadena. When we were down in the foothills community on our pro and anemometer, we're able to get an accurate wind speed here. So when we're down below, we got about to 3 miles per hour. Up here, We're showing about 6 miles per hour for our wind speed, so it's really not that bad, just kind of breezy. It got up to about 11 miles per hour earlier. I did talk to U.S. Forestry that was out here just about 20 minutes ago, and he was saying, so with the fire burning on the ridge, we're about halfway up right here on a fire road. The fire's burning on the other side. That's where there's still some hot spots over there, not fully contained just yet, but he said there could be gusts up to 40 miles per hour there, so there is a concern about the wind, even though we're not feeling it at these lower levels here. But when it comes to that video, that's what's catching a lot of people's attention right now because of how this fire could have started. So take a look at it.
Hey, babe, I need you to come out here right now. Holy
An Altadena couple shared this timestamp clip online. The condensed half-an-hour ordeal shows just how quickly a brush fire can take over. It's what we see in the background, though, that's getting the attention here. The homeowners saw the fire burning near a SoCal Edison utility tower along Eaton Canyon Trail. Within 30 minutes, the fire had spread. This was from 1 week ago. Now this morning, the Eaton fire, now 33% contained, has burned more than 14,000 acres, more than 7,000 structures destroyed. 16 people have been found dead so far in the rubble. We talked to the homeowners that took that video. Take a listen.
At one point, I think I had broken down because I'd said goodbye to the house and I started to sob. You really can't delay in taking it seriously.
Yellow flag.
So some fire victims who lost their home are suing SoCal Edison. The utility company says it's aware of the lawsuit, but have not been served with the complaint. Okay, so what you're looking at now is what might be those utility power poles that you saw in that video. This would be the right direction here. So we're seeing some fire investigators out there. I asked U.S. Forestry if they were in fact investigators because we can't tell for sure. It looks like they're CAL FIRE though when we zoom in on our camera. He didn't say yes. He also didn't say no. So that's what we're getting with that. But what we have been able to notice is those guys that are out there near those power, high energy power lines, they are using some sort of rake, some sort of maybe a metal detector, and they're also tagging certain areas with yellow markers. So it looks like an investigation is happening there. What we can tell with those poles over there, it looks like 2 are broken in 2 different spots. Now, we can't say that they're broken because of this fire. It may have happened before, but this is looking like where the fire possibly started. We also don't see power lines attached to them. However, we don't see any lines on the ground in this area. When looking around this area, though, we do see a foot trail, like a hiking trail leading up to where those firemen are right now. So we don't know, maybe someone could have accessed it through this point. All questions people are asking, but this is just what we're seeing from this area. We are right above the Eaton Wash, completely dry there, and then we also are by the Eaton Canyon Trail. If you look out over here, though, we can also see the reservoir completely empty, which we know was also a problem when fighting the fire. But some positive things out here. Work is still being done. We have hand crews from the city of Reno. They're doing some work down this hill just there. You can't see them anymore. We've also seen a lot of aircraft working since we've been up here. So we have learned that there are some Chinooks flying right over this ridge here, and we have learned that they are securing their fire line there. They're dropping more retardant just in case those winds kick up and those hot spots flare up into more of a fire once again. So a lot of work still being done here, but a lot of questions still to be answered, and we're working on that for you. For now, back to you guys.
Yeah, Amanda, a lot of people want to know exactly what the cause is, but we do know investigators will do a very thorough job. Amanda, thank you.
Thank you. Well, firefighters continue to work the perimeter of the Eaton fire, and containment numbers are going up. Assignment Manager Mark Liu live at the desk with details on what fire crews will be working on today. Mark?
Yeah, Amy, Rachel, so LA County Fire, they just gave a briefing on what the mission will be today all around the perimeter of the Eaton fire. They're going to be working on strengthening those containment lines and working on putting out any hotspots. But the good news is they describe this fire as being pinned down, which is exactly how they want it. They want to keep it within that fire perimeter and stop any forward spread. Now, come out to my map. I'm going to show you what we're talking about here, the familiar footprint of the Eaton fire. And they say, first off, that the area that is to the east out here, This is very rough, rugged terrain, and they are really doing a lot of mop-up work out there. They say it has not advanced in that direction for quite some time, so hand crews in that area are strengthening the Phos-Check lines that they have laid down there with those fixed wing assets, so that line is looking really good. Then all along this section here, all the way down to JPL, this is where they did a tremendous amount of work yesterday with jet retardant drops. They built what are called contingency lines, which are lines upon lines to make sure that the fire does not jump over them. They did a lot of brush clearance. This is also very heavy terrain, heavily wooded terrain in this area, so they did a lot of brush clearance. And then, of course, the southern end here, their USAR teams are going through all of these destroyed and damaged properties, trying to make sure that they are safe. This is a priority mission for them along the southern end. They know that people want to get back in, repopulate the areas of Altadena, but this is slow going because they want to maintain safety in this area. They're looking for broken water lines, broken gas lines, any smoldering remains out there. And, of course, they want to make sure that there are no down power lines that are de-energized, that are laying on the road, and also they want to get cars out of the way. The other thing, due to this windstorm, they are focusing over here on the La Cañada, Flint Ridge, and La Crescenta areas. They have what they called stood up 10 strike teams in the area. These are extra resources that are ready to respond if there is any movement of the fire in this direction. They want to make absolutely sure this fire does not jump out. They know that La Cañada, Flint Ridge could be in the way if this fire here in the JPL area, if any of those hotspots flare up. So they have stood up teams in this area to make sure that they are going to be protected. And one final thing, I know everyone is interested in where this fire started. And Amanda Starantino, she was on that hillside. It's right about here. That's where the investigation is. And she was on an overlook right about there. And that's really essentially where it was. You saw those CAL FIRE crews working under those power lines. They're going to continue their investigation into finding out how this started. But the good news is, as they said, this fire looks pinned down. The Eaton fire at 33% containment and rising, and that fire perimeter really has not grown at all in the last 24 to 36 hours, which is what we want to see. That's it here from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
Encouraging to hear. Mark, thank you so much. Even if you're not near any of the wildfires, air quality remains a serious concern. If you've been keeping an eye on the Air Quality Index to monitor pollution in your area, well, it may not tell the full story. Many of the toxic particles released by wildfires, like the ash you see in this video, well, they're too large to be measured by the index. Only fine particles are picked up. But experts say there are precautions you can take when heading outside.
So if air quality is poor, either from the AQI index or if you see ash in the air, a N95 mask that's well-fitting can provide a lot of protection against those pollutants.
Air purifiers and filters are also a great way to improve air quality. One more tip, if you have ash on your property, avoid using equipment that blows into the air when cleaning it up.
Well, still to come on the 10 at 10, an incredible act of heroism by two brothers, why they chose to put their lives on the line when the Palisades fire came a little too close for comfort. Welcome back to the 10 at 10 and streaming on CBS News Los Angeles. The time now, 10:47. Well, a pair of brothers are being hailed as heroes after they vowed and succeeded in saving not only their family home, but neighbors' homes from the Palisades fire. Now, it all started when first responders urged the brothers to leave their Santa Monica Canyon home a week ago when the fire started. Well, they refused, and by Wednesday, the flames got closer. So for nearly 30 hours, the brothers and a handful of others armed with water hoses sprayed down every home and lawn on their block. And when the worst was over, they were able to save 9 homes, including their own.
If it wasn't for the few of us that stayed and kept everything wet and attacked the small spot fires as they arose, we would have lost this entire neighborhood the same way that Palisades did.
The brothers say they don't see themselves as heroes. They simply did what they felt was right.
That's what we've seen over and over again for the past week. And we know that our resources are stretched thin because of our firefighters. They have so much ground to cover. But, you know, brothers like that. And when we were out covering the Eden fire last week, we saw people form what's called bucket brigades.
Yes.
You know, just, community members coming together, just doing what they can. If they see something pop up, they'll just get buckets and spray water to help out.
Yeah, which is really wonderful that they're helping their neighbors like that, but it's also dangerous. And unfortunately, we have some people that lost their lives trying to stay and fight the fire. So it's really a tough
heart
call.
is there.
Yes, exactly.
All right, let's check in with Paul right now. Of course, Paul, we are bracing for whatever may come in the next few hours here.
The next few hours are going to be windy. So what we need and want no new fires to start. Just the wind would be fine, but the wind combined with a new active fire, as we saw last week, can be very destructive. So 98% of fires are started by people. So we can do our part in being wise when we're out and about and just let it be windy and nothing else. We'll see, but that is the hope and that's the prayer. Air quality alert through the day today and tomorrow. Maybe the air quality is good where you are. Well, guess what? There's a lot of stuff being thrown into the atmosphere by the wind right now. A lot of things are still burning and smoldering. That's ash, it's dust. It's frankly things you don't want to be breathing. So please be smart when you're out and about. Air quality alert for all of us through the day tomorrow. Rainfall. Man, where is it? I know we have wet years, we've got dry years. This is extreme on the dry side. November, about 1/5 of average. December, it barely rained. We got 0.02 of an inch. We're now halfway through January. We've yet to receive any rainfall. I'm looking at the long-range computer models that run out to about January 27th. I still don't see an organized rain chance coming. So the fire danger stays high because typically by now we've had some decent rains. We haven't this year. Here's the wind right now. Not horrible. It's not great, but it's not horrible. Nothing like last week. 40 miles per hour is the strongest wind gust in our valleys. Simi Valley, 40 miles per hour. Some of the Ventura Mountains are upwards of 50 to 55 miles per hour. Timeline now through tomorrow evening. From now until 5 o'clock today will be the peak of today's winds. Then the sun goes down and we lose a little bit of the mixing in the atmosphere. Winds will decrease a bit, but still be breezy overnight tonight. Then when the sun comes up tomorrow, another round of strong winds, but that won't last all day. 8 o'clock to about 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Red flag warning. What does that mean? Doesn't mean fires are going to start. It means weather conditions are favorable for a small fire to spread to a big fire because of the dryness, because of the low humidity, and also because of the wind. So the weather conditions are there that any small fire could become a big problem quickly, and that is all throughout Southern California. Here's downtown Los Angeles, which almost dropped to the 30s overnight and early this morning. It is currently in the mid-60s. Santa Clarita, you're one of our windy spots today and tomorrow, mid to upper 60s with wind, much less wind on Thursday. A couple things we want. We want this storm to leave. That'll happen tomorrow. That'll calm down the winds. We want this ridge to leave to allow some storms to move through. Well, guess what? The low is going to leave, the ridge isn't. So we're left with sunshine and those offshore winds today. As we look at the storm track, I can't even find it on a map of Northern California now. It's way up in the Pacific Northwest. The good news is by Thursday, the winds will flip back to an onshore flow, which will increase humidity and decrease the fire danger. What we need is rain. Guys, next 7 days, it'll be cooler, a little bit cloudier, still no rain. Back to you.
All right, Paul, thank you so much. There is more to come on the 10 at 10. It's all hands on deck during this SoCal firefight, as we know. Well, coming up next, we'll show you the boots and paws on the ground that are hard at work. Welcome back. In story number 10, emergency crews across our state and the nation are in Southern California to lend a helping hand with the firefight and, of course, the disaster relief.
Yeah, that includes first responders on board pause. 5 search dogs from the National Disaster Search Dog Foundation are now hard at work with their handlers on the front lines, helping with recovery efforts. All of them are Labrador retrievers. One pairing, Clifford and his handler Jonathan, work for LA County Fire. 2 other dogs, Bosco and Riva, came from the Bay Area, and the remaining 2, Linus and Ridge, were deployed from Sacramento. What cuties.
They are they just bring smiles to our
They
faces.
really do.
They're doing important work, but they always, lift our spirits and just make us happy.
Yeah,
I love dogs.
It's
Everybody.
hard not to smile when you see really their smiles. I do feel like they smile at you. I had a black lab for a long time, and I just am so fond of them. And so when I see them, it's hard for me not to feel good.
I want a chocolate lab. That's my dream. So one day.
You got to do it. You got to do it. They do bring you so much joy.
And you can see how important they are in helping us.
Well, they're important, but I think they also do another job, which is really helping with the spirits of everyone who's out there, including the first responders. Everyone who's been touched by this can use a little, help.
Absolutely. A little uplift in our spirit.
Yes.
Good for our mental health as well.
Sure is.
All right.
Thanks so much for watching the 10 at 10. We'll be here with local updates throughout the day.
And remember, we're always on KCALnews.com, streaming on CBS News Los Angeles. Our next newscast is KCAL News at 11 on CBS Los Angeles Channel 2. Have a great day. Next on KCAL News at 11 a.m., another round of strong winds is hitting Southern California. How fire-ravaged communities are responding. Plus, we're learning just how massive the firefight in our region has been over the last week. The personnel that's been deployed trying to hold the line. And was the possible cause of the Eaton fire caught on camera?
is KCAL News, Los Angeles.
Welcome to KCAL News at 11 on CBS Los Angeles, streaming on CBS News Los Angeles. I'm Rachel Kim. We have a team of reporters covering our wildfires and extreme fire danger. Barry Pintar is following the Palisades fire. Amanda Starantino is on the Eaton fire. And our Joy Benedict is keeping an eye on the high winds in the Inland Empire. But first, let's go to our meteorologist, Paul Diano, for your next weather. Paul.
Hi, Rachel. We're looking at those live shots and noticing that none of the winds are out of control. It's breezy everywhere. It's windy in a number of spots, but comparing this event to last week, right now, they are not comparable. We're seeing wind gusts of 40 to 50 miles per hour in Ventura County. That's a problem. That'll spread a fire quickly. Last week, we were looking at 100 mile per hour winds in the mountains. Strongest winds we've seen this morning are 72 miles per hour. Inland Empire, you are breezy as well. Riverside, 21 miles per hour. San Bernardino is currently without a wind gust. Earlier this morning, San Gabriel Mountains, a 72 mile per hour wind gust, and right along the 14, heading toward the Antelope Valley, you had a 55 mile per hour wind gust. It still is windy enough, and it sure is dry enough that if any new fire were to start, it could spread rapidly in the weather conditions that we have today. It will be windy throughout the afternoon with high temperatures today in the mid to upper 60s. We'll talk about when the winds finally end. That's coming up in a couple minutes. Back to you.
We hope it's soon. Paul, thank you so much. City and county officials are alerting the public to be ready to leave if today's increased winds ignite more fires. They don't want a repeat of what happened last week when streets leading in and out of Pacific Palisades were jammed with people, forcing drivers to abandon their vehicles and run. While the winds are not expected to be as fierce as last week, they want everyone to take today's gusts seriously.
This is a particularly dangerous situation from now through tomorrow. The strongest winds will be this evening, and we ask everyone to get prepared now to evacuate.
LA City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley says her team is taking an aggressive posture by strategically placing fire patrols and other resources in high fire risk areas that have not burned yet. CBS Pittsburgh reporter Barry Pintar is helping us cover the Palisades fire. He's live in Brentwood this morning where fire crews are ready to go, Barry.
Yeah, they are. We are at the very top of Mandeville Canyon here, just about as high as you can go because this, we thought, a great place to monitor what we're seeing as well as the winds. In terms of what we're seeing, you can see behind me there, that is the West Ridge Trailhead. As high as you can go. The blackened area that you're seeing has already burned. We know that because we were here on Saturday when we saw it burn. If you go to the left a little bit there, you can see some more mountains. I can tell you we didn't see anything here today. We've been here since 3 a.m. But we do, however, know that there has been some activity. If you take a look at this video that we got earlier from SkyCal, this was several hours ago right here in the Palisades burned area. You can see our chopper found a little pop-up, little, of course, being a relative word, but if nothing else, it demonstrates the fact that it can happen. Back here live, one of the things that we did when we came up here, just to monitor the wind so we can effectively communicate what's going on moment by moment, we just grabbed a little unipod, quickly put a T-shirt on there, because we all know what T-shirt material is, just so we can see what the wind is behaving like here at the very top of the canyon. Things calm. Calm since 3 o'clock this morning. Important to note, that doesn't mean they will be calm in an hour from now, 2 hours from now, 3 hours from now. We know this stuff can change on a dime. One other thing, other things I wanted to leave you with is the vast amount of resources that are standing by ready to go. As you said, they are here. Take a look at this graphic. This is something that CAL FIRE tweeted last night, and the numbers are staggering. 15,000 personnel, including firefighters, law enforcement, and other emergency support personnel on the ground ready to respond. Look at the bottom left-hand corner. I am at the Palisades fire. Feel free to look at the Eaton fire as well, but specifically for where I am, 540 fire engines standing by. That is staggering. 44 helicopters, 115 hand crews, 66 bulldozers, 60 water tenders. Why? Well, as we've been saying, the National Storm Prediction Center has moved us into the extreme critical yellow category, a 3 out of 3 from the Ventura Valley all the way to the San Bernardino Mountains until tomorrow. We heard Paul talk about gusts already up to about 44 miles an hour up there, potentially gusts even in this very area up to 75 miles per hour. So we have a lot to watch again. But right now, things are calm. But again, that can change at any time. We are your eyes for you up here and all throughout this region. But right now, reporting from Mandeville Canyon, Barry Pintar, KCAL News, back to you two.
And we certainly appreciate you keeping an eye on those conditions. Barry, thank you so much. A pair of brothers are being hailed as heroes after they vowed and succeeded in saving not only their family home, but neighbors' homes from the Palisades fire. It all started when first responders urged the brothers to leave their Santa Monica Canyon home 1 week ago when the fire started. They refused, and by Wednesday, the flames got closer. So for nearly 30 hours, the brothers and a handful of others, they armed themselves with water hoses, sprayed down every home and lawn on their block. When the worst was over, they were able to save 9 homes, including their own.
If it wasn't for the few of us that stayed and kept everything wet and attacked the small spot fires as they arose, we would have lost this entire neighborhood the same way that Palisades did.
Well, the brothers say they don't see themselves as heroes. They simply did what they felt was right. Investigators are still looking into what may have caused the fire in Altadena. KCAL's Amanda Sorrentino joins us with a piece of evidence that may help their case. Amanda.
I'm going to get to that evidence in just a bit, but I do want to give you an idea of where we're at right now. We're about halfway up the ridge. You can see Los Angeles County firefighters just showed up here. They're still working on hot spots. We are up a fire access road here because we wanted to get a better idea of what exactly we were seeing in that video. But the big concern today, obviously, and that's what's keeping the firefighters busy, is the wind. I will say it's been really, really calm all morning. My photographer, Mike McGregor, and I were down in the Altadena foothills all morning long, where when we used our pro anemometer, we were able to get an accurate wind gauge of exactly what these wind speeds were throughout the morning. Through the morning, about 1 to 3 miles per hour. So not too breezy at all, fairly calm. But once we moved up here, halfway up the ridge, we're hitting about 4 miles per hour right now. Oops, let me do that one more time. All right, there we go. About 6, 7 miles per hour. Earlier, we were reading about 11 miles per hour. And then when I was talking to U.S. Forestry, they said the concern is the wind. Once you get all the way up to the ridge where those hot spots are of the Eaton fire, they could be getting up to 40 mile per hour winds. So they are keeping an eye on that. We do see some Chinooks. There's a lot of aircraft activity in this area, and the Chinooks are coming by, and we are told further contingency lines are dropping more retardant there to make sure the fire line stays secure if these winds do pick up. So a lot of work being done here, even though we're 33% contained, but the wind is starting to kick up just a little bit more throughout the day, as Paul was saying. But when it comes to evidence, that's why we're in this location. I want you to take a look at the video first. So take a look.
Hey, babe, I need you to come out here right now.
Holy
So an Altadena couple shared this time-stamped clip online. The condensed half-an-hour ordeal shows just how quickly a brush fire can take over. It's what we see in the background, though, that's getting all the attention. The homeowners saw the fire burning near a SoCal Edison utility tower along Eaton Canyon Trail. Within 30 minutes, the fire had spread. Well, this was from 1 week ago. Now this morning, the Eaton fire is 33% contained, has burned more than 14,000 acres, more than 7,000 structures destroyed, and 16 people so far been found dead in the rubble. Take a listen to what the homeowner said.
At one point, I think I had broken down because I'd said goodbye to the house and I started to sob. You really can't delay in taking it seriously.
Some fire victims who lost their home are suing SoCal Edison. The utility company says it's aware of the lawsuit, but have not been served with the complaint just yet. So once we got up this ridge, what you're looking at is what we believe to be those high voltage power lines that you saw in that video in question. So it could be these, or it could be the ones behind it. We are in Eaton Canyon, and what we did see is some CAL FIRE crews out there by the power poles that are actually destroyed. We do not know if they're destroyed because of the fire, or if they were destroyed before. We were also looking to see if there were any power lines attached to it. We're not seeing any attached to the broken one, but we're also not seeing any down on the ground either. But that's obviously all going to be part of this investigation. We asked U.S. Forestry if in fact those are investigators. They didn't say yes, they didn't say no. We could see when we zoomed in on our camera that they're using some sort of rakes, maybe some metal detectors, and they are marking spots with some yellow tags. So it definitely looks like an investigation is ongoing here. SoCal Edison was also up here about an hour ago. They're no longer here, about 2 of their trucks and 2 guys. And they told us off camera that these crews have been in that area doing this type of work for the last 2 days. So obviously something going on there, and it does match the video that we are seeing in question that's been circulating on social media. So still a lot of work to be done here, but we can see fire crews coming up and down this area. We can see all of this burnt here in this area. Again, we are on Eaton Canyon, right above the Eaton Canyon Trail, and we can also see the reservoir that's been in question because it's completely dry. You can see that from up here, which we have heard from a lot of people in this community that they heard that, you know, they ran out of water. They saw that the fire hydrants had no water and that fire crews weren't able to get enough water. So we're seeing a dry reservoir as well. And one more thing, guys, that my photographer and I noticed, where they are investigating over there, there is a foot trail that you can take to hike up to exactly where possibly the fire could have started from what it looks like in that video. So there's a lot of questions here. We're just piecing some things together from what we're noticing by being out here over the last couple of days, but just definitely a different outlook when we're in this spot, giving us a different perspective of what exactly this investigation looks like and where the firefight is at now. You guys.
Well, Amanda, thank you, and to your photog for giving us that perspective. No doubt this investigation will be long and very thorough. Thank you. Well, still ahead, will the Grammys go on? The Recording Academy makes a decision in the wake of these fires. Plus, another round of strong winds expected to hit Southern California. How fire-ravaged communities are responding. And even if you're not any near one of these wildfires, should air quality be a serious concern for you? We hear from an expert on how to stay safe. even if you're not near any of the wildfires, air quality remains a serious concern. If you've been keeping an eye on the air quality index to monitor pollution in your area, well, it may not tell the full story. Many of the toxic particles released by wildfires, like the ash you see in this video, well, they are too large to be measured by the index. Only fine particles are picked up. Air purifiers and filters are also great ways to improve air quality. Still ahead, Santa Ana winds are blowing through Southern California. Meteorologist Paul Diano is next with your extended forecast and when there might be some relief. Another round of high winds today means dangerous fire conditions, especially to the north of LA. We're talking about Ventura County and the Inland Empire. KCAL's Joy Benedict is live in an especially windy Fontana. Hi, Joy.
Hey, Rachel, that's right. I mean, we are live right now. We are in Fontana. You can see it is very breezy, but it is not those dangerous gusts that we saw last Tuesday, of course, when all of those fires broke out. Nonetheless, you can see the wind certainly whipping through this parking lot here. We are just north of the 210, east of the 15 freeway at this plaza, and it is definitely a hold on to your hat type of day. And it has really been all day long as we've been out here taking video of the winds and these wind gusts that are expected later on this afternoon. It's important to also talk about the public safety power shutoffs. This is SoCal Edison territory out here, and right now they have about 58,000 customers without power as a precaution. The majority of them are in LA County as well as Ventura County, but there's still a large number of them here in San Bernardino County as well, and even more that are being considered for those power safety shutoffs. In fact, they have almost 500,000 customers. That is 10% of all of their customers here in Southern California are being warned that your power could be shut off here in this community just simply because of the danger and threat of fires. And the last thing anybody wants to see is, of course, what we saw last Tuesday with all of those fires breaking out. So for now, though, here in Fontana, we are just dealing with a little bit of the breezes, a few of those gusts. Again, nothing like we saw last Tuesday when I actually ripped our live truck door off the hinges. It was so windy up here. We're not seeing that right now, and that is certainly good news, but we all want to be prepared for what could happen a little bit later. I'll send it back to you, Rachel.
All right, better to be prepared. Thank you so much, Joy. Let's check in now with meteorologist Paul Diano. Paul, the good news is that these winds are not as bad as they were a week ago, but they are still some cause for concern.
They are a cause for concern. Our idea of what's normal is so far out of whack that 50 or 60 mile per hour wind gusts, which we'll see widespread today, sound not that bad because this time last week we were at 90 to 100 miles per hour. Trust me, 50 to 60 miles per hour can still be a problem, and the highest threat level that the government meteorologists can send out when it comes to fire danger, any of these three, even level one's really high fire danger. This is extreme. Northern LA County, the San Gabriel, Santa Clarita Valley, San Fernando Valley, west in the eastern Ventura County. I know 40 miles per hour, 50 miles per hour is better than last week. Try fighting a fire in winds like that. You don't want to. We have thousands of firefighters from around the country and other countries here to help us out. You can't do much when winds are that strong. So we do hope and pray that there are no new fire starts today, and it turns out to just be windy, but not windy with crazy fire spreading. Here's the overarching problem. No rain, zero rainfall. I know Los Angeles is not a wet place, but we've gone 254 days since we've even had a decent rainfall. I got to go back to the 5th of May last year, the last time that we had a decent rainfall. We need some rain and the fire danger will drop dramatically, but we're not going to get it anytime soon. We are seeing some wind gusts in the Inland Empire, especially right through the nooks and crannies of the Inland Empire, including the 10 coming from Palm Springs. The wind is rushing in from the east and also up toward Cajon Pass. We're seeing winds there, very gusty. The strongest winds at valley level are in Camarillo and Simi Valley, where the winds are now elevated up to 40 miles per hour. Red flag warning goes without saying. We have a high fire danger just about everywhere except for the LA and Orange County coastline. That's through Wednesday evening. High wind warning. This expires at lunchtime tomorrow. The worst of the winds will be done around this time tomorrow. That's some good news, something to look forward to. Between now and then, our mountains of LA and Ventura County could get up to 75 mile per hour wind gusts. Downtown Los Angeles is sunny. That said, there is an air quality alert in effect for blowing ash and blowing dust because of the wind. Simi Valley, very windy today and tomorrow, much less wind on Thursday. Onshore flow returns as well, which is going to bump up the humidity and really drop the fire danger. We need this guy to move. This has been such a problem over the past couple weeks. Why it's been so sunny and so dry and so stormy to our north. Parts of Northern California have had 2 feet of rain since December 1st. We've had 2/100ths of an inch of rainfall here. Well, we need that to move. It's not. So as we roll into next week, the 6 to 10 day rainfall outlook likely keeps us completely dry. I'm looking at long-range computer models that go out as far as 16 days, still looking for a chance of rain. It's that dry in a time of year where it's typically not. 60s, low 70s for the next several days, but dry for the Inland Empire. The best news, Rachel, is the wind is gone after tomorrow, and the winds will change direction on Thursday. Back to you.
That is very good news. Thank you so much, Paul. A concert to benefit fire victims is slated for later this month. When and where it's happening. Plus, the Recording Academy has decided whether the Grammy Awards will go on. We'll have the decision. Intuit Dome will host a benefit concert dedicated to rebuilding communities devastated by the fires. Fire Aid, an evening of music and solidarity, will take place on January 30th. The lineup of performers and ticket information announced soon. Proceeds will go towards rebuilding infrastructure and supporting displaced families. And the Grammy Awards will go on after all. The Recording Academy was questioning whether to cancel the show or air it as planned, but the organizers decided it's a go. Producers plan to raise additional funds to support the fire relief. The 67th Annual Grammy Awards will take place on February 2nd at Crypto.com Arena. Thank you so much for watching KCAL News at 11 a.m.
This is KCAL News, Los Angeles.
Now at 11:30, another round of strong winds is hitting Southern California. How fire-ravaged communities are responding. Plus, we're learning just how massive the firefight in our region has been over the last week. The personnel that's been deployed trying to hold the line. And the possible cause of the Eaton fire was documented. Reaction and fallout from Altadena. Welcome to KCAL News at 11:30. I'm Rachel Kim. We have a team of reporters covering our wildfires and our extreme fire danger. Barry Pintar is following the Palisades fire. Amanda Storantino is on the Eaton fire. And our Joy Benedict is keeping an eye on the high winds in the Inland Empire. But first, let's go to meteorologist Paul Diano for your next weather. Hi, Paul.
Hey, Rachel. Good morning to you at home. Let's walk through the next about 26, 27 hours until this wind event wraps up. From now until 5 o'clock, that's going to be the peak of today's winds. Nothing compared to last week, but strong enough the winds are going to be to take any small fire, make it a big fire if a new one were to start. Then the winds are going to diminish. As soon as we hit sunset, they're not going to be as strong overnight tonight. Still breezy. Then we'll get one more push of strong winds after sunrise tomorrow. From about 8 o'clock to 2 o'clock by mid-afternoon tomorrow, the winds will diminish and the fire danger will decrease somewhat. Where are we right now? I just added some towns to this map for some specific areas that are seeing the windiest condition. Think about it. Remember, if on a windy day, if you walk between two tall buildings, it'll be windier, that wind tunneling effect. Well, Well, there's a wind tunneling effect on the 10 between Palm Springs and Banning, where we're seeing a 40-mile-per-hour wind gust. There's that wind tunneling from the Antelope Valley into the Inland Empire. That's Cajon Pass. We're seeing strong winds there. And there's also some wind tunneling in the nooks and crannies of eastern Ventura County, which spills out into Simi Valley and spills out into the coastal plain, including Camarillo. Those are our windiest spots. The wind will find that path of least resistance, and that's where it's going to be the strongest today. Camarillo. What about the rest of this afternoon? Yeah, 30 to 40 miles per hour. That'll continue. We get that lull this evening. And then one more spike back up near 40 miles per hour, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning through the lunch hour. Next weather headlines. This next round of wind is here. Gusts in the mountains, not as strong as last week, but still 75 miles per hour is a problem, which will lead to critical fire danger. High temperatures today, mainly the mid to upper 60s. The big story is the wind. Wind spreads fires. Wind rarely starts fires. So our job is to make sure that no new fires start. High today in LA, 67 degrees. Back to you, Rachel.
All right, Paul, thank you so much. City and county officials are alerting the public to be ready to leave if today's increased winds ignite more fires. They do not want a repeat of what happened last week when streets leading in and out of Pacific Palisades were jammed with people, forcing drivers to abandon their vehicles and run. While the winds are not expected to be as fierce as last week, they want everyone to take today's gusts seriously.
This is a particularly dangerous situation from now through tomorrow. The strongest winds will be this evening, and we ask everyone to get prepared now to evacuate.
LA City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley says her team is taking an aggressive posture by strategically placing fire patrols and other resources in high fire risk areas that haven't burned yet. CBS Pittsburgh reporter Barry Pintar is helping us cover the Palisades fire. He is in Brentwood this morning, where fire crews are ready to go.
Yeah, we are here in Mandeville Canyon. We've been here since 3 a.m. this morning, just keeping an eye on things, your eye for everything that's going on here. If you can see at the very top, we are pretty much as high as you can get in Mandeville Canyon here in West Ridge Road. That is West Ridge Trailhead right there. That entire area that you can see that is blackened has already burned. Of course, we know that because we were here 2 days ago while it was burning. However, nothing happening today. If you look over that mountain there, you can see all is calm. Now, we can tell you that about 2.5, 3 hours ago, that was not the case. Take a look at this video from SkyCal. Just about 2.5, 3 hours ago, SkyCal did catch pop up in this area. This, of course, is the Palisades burn area. So if nothing else, we know that it can happen. That's why there are the concerns for the wind. And as a matter of fact, one of the things that we brought up here with us today is this unipod with a KCAL News t-shirt just roughly attached to it, mostly because we know what t-shirt material is and we can watch the wind. As you can see, not much wind right now, but it's important to note that doesn't mean there won't be a wind event in an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours from now. But as of now, and really since 3 a.m. this morning, looking good. Let me leave you with this. Last night, Cal Fire tweeted the assets that they have ready to go, and they are immense. 15,000 personnel, including firefighters, law enforcement, and other emergency personnel on the ground ready to fight these fires. If you look in the bottom left of your screen, the mere assets are mind-boggling. 540 fire engines, 44 helicopters, 115 hand crews, 66 bulldozers, and 60 water tenders. They are ready to go. Why? Because the National Storm Prediction Center has put us in the extreme critical category, a 3 out of 3 up until tomorrow. All about those Santa Anas we're hearing about, and you just saw for yourself that those pop-ups can happen. Right now, though, all seems calm, all things good. But as we all know, that can change at a moment's notice. Stick with KCAL because we will be monitoring it all day. Right now, reporting from Mandeville Canyon, Barry Pintar, KCAL News.
Barry, thank you so much. Investigators are still looking into what may have caused the fire in Altadena. But as KCAL's Amanda Storantino explains, a new piece of evidence may help their case.
In Altadena, the Eaton fire looks to be getting more containment, which is some good news. But with the winds coming in today, it's causing some concern of what could happen next in the firefight here. So my photographer and I have been out here all day in Altadena checking the wind. So far today, in the foothills this morning, it was about 1 to 3 miles per hour. And our anemometer is telling us up here about halfway up the ridge, about mid-afternoon, it's about 7 miles per hour. We've tapped out at about 11 miles per hour. But U.S. Forestry crews also up here in this area. We talked to them off camera, and they said the concern with the wind is the fact that the firefight is still ongoing above the ridge, where they have some hot spots up there, and they can get some wind speeds up to about 40 miles per hour up in that area. So there is some concern when it comes to the wind. We are keeping an eye on that. But when it comes to us in this specific location, it's because of some video that's been circulating around on social media when it comes to the investigation of how this fire started. So take a look.
Hey, babe, I need you to come out here right now.
Holy.
An Altadena couple shared this timestamp clip online. The condensed half-an-hour ordeal shows just how quickly a brush fire can take over. But it's what we see in the background that's getting the attention. The homeowner saw the fire burning near a SoCal Edison utility tower along Eaton Canyon Trail. Within 30 minutes, the fire had spread. This was from 1 week ago. Now this morning, the Eaton fire is 33% contained, has burned more than 14,000 acres. More than 7,000 structures destroyed, and 16 people have been found dead so far in the rubble.
At one point, I think I had broken down because I'd said goodbye to the house and I started to sob. You really can't delay in taking it seriously.
Some fire victims who lost their home are suing SoCal Edison. The utility company says it's aware of the lawsuit but have not been served with the complaint. So what you're looking at here are CAL FIRE crews out by those high voltage power lines doing some sort of investigation. When we asked U.S. Forestry if that's exactly what was going on there, they didn't say yes, they didn't say no. But when we zoomed in on our camera, we could tell that they are checking out the area. They're using some sort of rakes and metal detectors and tagging spots with yellow markers. SoCal Edison also up here, and we talked to them off camera as well, and they said these guys have been out there for the past 2 days in this specific area. So obviously some sort of investigation is ongoing there, and it matches with what we saw in that video of when that fire started last week here in Altadena. So crews still out here working very hard. We're seeing a lot of Chinooks keeping their contingency line strong. We're also seeing hand crews out here, and also some LA County and LA City fire trucks coming through here as well, still doing a lot of work to make sure this fire stays contained and the city can hopefully start moving forward. In Altadena, I'm Amanda Starantino, KCAL News.
Amanda, thank you so much. As Paul mentioned earlier, another round of high winds today means dangerous fire conditions, especially to the north of LA. We're talking about Ventura County and the Inland Empire. KCAL's Joy Benedict shows us how the winds are right now in Fontana.
It is certainly a blustery day out here in Fontana. We are definitely feeling the breeze and a little bit stronger of those gusts, but it is nothing like we saw last Tuesday, and that is good news. Nonetheless, it is a hold on to your hat sort of day, especially here in this parking lot in Fontana. We are just north of the 210 and east of the 15 freeway here in this plaza parking lot where folks are struggling a little bit with those carts and getting around, and it's really been like that all day long. At issue also out here in SoCal Edison territory is the public safety power shutoffs, which they do as a precaution when the winds get tough for fear of fires. Right now, there are about 58,000 customers who do have their power shut off, but that's only about 1% of all of Southern California. The majority of those are in Los Angeles County as well as Ventura County, but we still have a lot out here in San Bernardino County as well. At risk of even more being considered, there are about 500,000 customers that they have already warned, hey, we may have to shut off your power because of the threat of fires and because these winds are so strong. And that's about 9.5% of all of SoCal Edison customers, with those being affected in this entire area here, not only just in San Bernardino County, but LA County, Ventura County, and Riverside County as well, even Orange County, as folks are being warned that this may be an issue. But of course, the good news is, as we've been talking about, is right now the winds, although strong, they are nothing compared to what we saw last Tuesday, and that is certainly the best news of all, because nobody wants to see a repeat of those fires that we saw pop up, because they are just really hard to get under control when the winds are blowing like they were and like they are also blowing here today. From Fontana, I'm Joy Benedict, KCAL News.
All right, Joy, thank you. Strong winds and extremely dry conditions have fueled our wildfires. We take a deeper look at what the current disaster tells us about future threats. And the latest from Washington, where the first confirmation hearing for President-elect Trump's cabinet choices is now underway. We know that strong winds and extremely dry conditions have fueled our wildfires. KCAL News correspondent Tom Hansen provides a deeper dive into what this current disaster tells us about future threats.
Gotta get out of here. It's an all too familiar scene by now. People running for their lives from unrelenting flames.
We never really been evacuated, but we figured it was gonna just kind of blow over. It blew over all right.
Crystal Scott grew up playing in the picturesque San Gabriel Mountains. Her childhood home at their base was one of thousands destroyed in the Eaton fire.
We're very devastated because our families worked hard to put us here.
And while it's a realization of a dream, it's also highly problematic as urban sprawl has crept into previously wild areas.
I think a lot of it has to do with global warming. We did once upon a time have 4 seasons, and all that stopped.
These neighborhoods tucked in the foothills of Los Angeles could have survived this weather whiplash. But with climate change, the rainy seasons are more intense, the dry seasons last longer. In fact, the last time Los Angeles saw even an inch of rain was around Easter of last year. And long-term weather models don't call for any rain coming here anytime soon. Could this have been prevented?
No.
UCLA professor Stephanie Pincel points to a history of intense fires in the West. Ma'am, you have to evacuate.
Yeah, we are.
3 years ago, the Marshall Fire near Denver snaked down a hill, growing from a grass fire into the most destructive in Colorado's history, incinerating more than 1,000 suburban homes. And in 2013, the Yarnell Hill Fire in Arizona killed 19 elite firefighters who were trying to protect homes just down the mountain.
We're still thinking that as humans, we can overpower nature. Well, we're not quite that powerful.
These fires all have one thing in common. They take place at the wildland-urban interface, a technical term for where humans have overstepped into nature. A third of all American homes exist in this type of space. Is there anybody who can be held accountable?
Suburban sprawl? How about that?
Is this in any way a winnable firefight?
No. Why would we even think that way? Winning means we're still trying to dominate natural patterns. We cannot win over nature ultimately.
Do you think that if this can happen here, it can happen anywhere?
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Which begs the ultimate question of if these communities can rise from the ashes and how to rebuild when the flames are bound to come back. For Eye on America, Tom Hansen, Los Angeles.
In other news, Hamas accepts a draft agreement for a ceasefire in the Gaza Strip, and it includes the release of dozens of hostages. Mediators say the negotiations are at the closest point yet to sealing a deal. Under the first phase of the deal, Hamas is expected to release more than 30 hostages. Hundreds of Palestinian prisoners are set to be released from Israeli jails at the same time. The plan would need to be submitted to the Israeli cabinet for final approval. In Washington, the first confirmation hearing for President-elect Donald Trump's cabinet choices is now underway. Trump's nominee for Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, spent the morning in the hot seat. The military veteran and former Fox News host told the congressional committee that he wants to bring, quote, warrior culture to the Pentagon.
The Department of Defense under Donald Trump will achieve peace through strength. And in pursuing these America First national security goals will remain patriotically apolitical and stridently constitutional. Unlike the current administration, politics should play no part in military matters.
Leading up to today's hearing, Hegseth faced allegations of financial mismanagement, alcohol, and sex abuse. Hegseth denies all of those claims. If you've lost your home, what do you do next? Well, we'll walk you through the complex process of insurance claims. Plus, we're keeping a close eye on the forecast as high winds return amid increased fire concerns. As thousands cope with unimaginable loss from our wildfires, they also have to think about what comes next, including if they want to rebuild and whether their insurance will help them pay for it. Usher Qureshi walks us through what can be a very difficult situation.
The homes and memories of so many families turned to ash. Even as firefighters still work to contain the flames, the survivors will have to focus on rebuilding their lives once the smoke clears. For many, that'll start with filing insurance claims.
Most standard home insurance policies include fire coverage, which takes care of any damage to the structure or the replacement of personal belongings, but it can be tricky to navigate. So to help us understand this, we're going to talk to Brian Vines, who is a deputy editor at Consumer Reports, specializing in marketplace fairness.
That's right.
So Brian, what's the first thing you should do if you find yourself in this situation?
The first thing you want to do is take stock of your documents. Go over all of your insurance forms, find out your levels of coverage, get everything in black and white so you know where you're starting from. Then reach out to the insurance company. It's still early days, but you can establish that connection so you can make sure you have the right numbers, emails, all of the open correspondence.
And this is a reminder of something you can do before disaster hits. Take photos and videos of your home and belongings, so if you ever are impacted by fire or flood or other disaster, you'll be able to share that with your insurer as they decide your compensation.
Documenting after the disaster, that's important too.
Absolutely. Don't touch anything until you're given an all clear.
So what other documentation should survivors think about right now?
You should have a diary that you can keep along the way with the names, contacts, emails of every person that you're interacting with on your recovery journey.
And what about receipts?
Receipts are important. They are important in the before context and the right now.
After your adjuster inspects your property, FEMA may offer to clear debris.
Should you take FEMA up on that offer?
Absolutely. If you establish that it's a legitimate FEMA representative offering to help you with that disposal, you could save thousands of dollars.
CBS News has learned that insurers dropped thousands of California homeowner policies in recent months, including in Pacific Palisades.
I imagine there are people who are living near the fire zone who could be terrified that could happen to them.
Absolutely, but fortunately for now, those fears can be allayed a little because there's been a moratorium imposed on that zone and in California, so your coverage cannot be canceled for this foreseeable time.
If you're not in the fire zone and your insurance company tells you they're not renewing your policy, you can ask for a 1 or 2 month extension and use that time to file an appeal. It'll also buy you some time to shop for other coverage or look into other state-sponsored plans. Asha Qureshi, CBS News.
A Pasadena teen just wanted to help her friends who lost their homes in the Eaton fire, but now she's created a viral movement. Avery Colvert started the Altadena Girls on Instagram just 3 days ago. She focused on gathering beauty products, hair care, clothing, and other comfort items for victims. Well, now she's getting help from big names and brands, including Paris Hilton and Charlie XCX. She was with us earlier on KCAL Mornings.
These girls have literally nothing, and it's like a piece of their identity is gone, especially if you're a young teenager. The clothes you wear, the way you do your hair, your makeup is a part of your identity and it is a part of you, and they don't have any of that anymore.
Anyone in need or those who want to help can follow the Altadena Girls on Instagram for the latest shopping hours and donation needs. Turning now to your weather as we brace for strong winds throughout the day and night. This is a live look over downtown LA. Looks beautiful right now, but of course right now, Paul Deanna, we are bracing for what could be some dangerous winds once again.
And one difference between last week and this week, last week was everywhere. And downtown Los Angeles was windy, Hollywood Hills were windy, Orange County was windy. This one is going to be in specific spots. One specific spot, portions of the Inland Empire, banning 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Hemet, around 29 miles per hour. The strongest winds will be found in eastern Ventura County and our valleys in northwest LA County. Porter Ranch, a 37-mile-per-hour wind gust. Simi Valley currently 41. That's strong. That's strong enough to make a small fire a big one if a new one were to start. It is not nearly as strong as last week. You almost can't compare the two, but both bump up the fire danger. Breezy to windy throughout the day today. It'll relax a little bit this evening, but not much. It'll be windy until tomorrow afternoon. Highs today mainly in the 60s. Next 7 days, we need rain. Rain will be the biggest thing to help out with our fire danger, and rain is the one thing that continues to be completely elusive. Inland Empire, we're mild through Thursday, even when we cool down this weekend. We're looking at no rain for at least the next 7 days. Rachel, back to you.
All right, Paul, thank you so much. And thank you for watching KCAL News at 11:30. KCAL News at noon with Amy Johnson is coming up next. Stay safe and have a great day.
is KCAL News, Los Angeles.
Severe fire weather conditions will continue through tomorrow.
Now at noon, dangerous winds are picking up again, keeping both fire crews and residents on alert.
Firefighters will continue to work tirelessly throughout the day to increase containment lines, prevent further spread, and address any flare-ups.
And crews are still keeping an eye on the Eaton and Palisade fires, checking for hot spots while crews battle a new fire in Ventura County. Hello and welcome to KCAL News at noon and streaming on CBS News Los Angeles. I'm Amy Johnson. We want to begin with an update on the fire still burning across Southern California. The auto fire broke out in Ventura last night. Firefighters stopped the forward progress and kept it from threatening any structures. The auto fire has burned 56 acres and is 0% contained. The cause of the fire is still being investigated. The Palisades fire started last Tuesday and is still burning a week later. The fire is just 17% contained. Fire has burned more than 23,000 acres and more than 5,000 structures have been destroyed. The death toll from the Palisade fire currently stands at 8. And the Eaton fire is now 35% contained. The fire has burned more than 14,000 acres. More than 7,000 structures have been destroyed. The death toll from the Eaton fire currently stands at 16. Fire crews are standing by and people should be ready to move as dangerous winds have returned to our area. KCAL meteorologist Paul Diano is tracking the conditions and he's here now with our next weather first forecast. Paul.
Hi, Amy. These winds are strong to severe. They will gust in our mountains upwards of 75 miles per hour. And amazingly, that doesn't even compare to what we went through last week, which says more about last week than it does about this event. Right now, the strongest winds we're seeing are 41 miles per hour in Simi Valley and 40 miles per hour in Banning. Notice a gap in the middle. This really isn't for Metro Orange County or Metro LA County. It'll be on the periphery of Southern California where we'll see the strongest winds. Porter Ranch, 37 miles per hour. Santa Clarita, 33 miles per hour. Camarillo will see two spikes in wind. One, you're in the middle of it right now, 30 to 40 mile per hour winds. Then the winds relax after sunset this evening. Then as soon as the sun comes up tomorrow, perhaps even stronger than today, up to 41 miles per hour by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Next weather headlines. Another round of wind is here in the mountains, gusting to 75 miles per hour. You may be thinking, that's really fast. Well, yeah, it is. Last week, it was 100 miles per hour, so it's still extremely strong. Fire danger is critical, but it will not be as strong as last week. Critical fire danger in many parts of Southern California today. The weather begins to change for the better when it comes to fire danger beginning Thursday. High temperatures today, mainly the mid to upper 60s, metro area 67. Very windy for our inland valleys and the Inland Empire. Your high also in the 60s. We'll talk about when the wind moves out. That's coming up. Amy, back to you.
All right. Thanks so much, Paul. And that next round of strong winds that Paul just told us about, of course, means increased fire danger. KCAL's Joy Benedict is live in Fontana. And Joy, from the looks of your hair blowing in the wind, we can see that winds are certainly picking up.
It is windy out here, Amy, but like Paul said, it is nothing compared to what I was feeling in this exact same parking lot last Tuesday. I couldn't even open or close the door to our live truck. That is how strong those wind gusts were at that time. And so on a normal day, I would say this is windy, but in comparison, it doesn't feel as windy as it was back then. But of course, you can still see the wind whipping around here in this parking lot. We are just north of the 210 and east of the 215 freeway here in Fontana in this plaza. And this is what we have been seeing all morning long, really all over this area, is a lot of winds. Some of them strong at times, some of them mild at times, but that's really what the area looks like. At concern is, of course, the public safety power shutoffs. Right now, this is SoCal Edison territory, and they have about 60,000 customers without power, most of them in Los Angeles County, as well as Ventura County, as the winds are strongest there. But that doesn't mean folks out here in San Bernardino County are immune, or Riverside County for that matter. In fact, of those who are being considered to have their power shut off, they are just shy of 500,000 customers. That is 9.5% of all their customers here in Southern California are being warned they could lose power because of these strong winds and the threat of fire danger. Talking to folks that are out and about today, they say it's tough on the roads and it's tough at home.
It's insane. It's crazy. I drive a shuttle bus for our restaurant, and I'm just getting blown all over the freeway. I almost got blown into a semi-truck just like 10 minutes ago.
But it is really scary. I mean, considering what LA is going through, it's hard, you know, to just think about it. But at the same time, if we cut power, it's less chance for us to have fire. So it's understandable, but it also sucks. You know, we're used to the electricity, but we can't have it all the time if we want to be safe.
And that's really what I'm hearing from a lot of folks out here is a lot of understanding, especially with what we are seeing right now in Los Angeles County. Folks around here are finding a little bit more understanding for the lack of power or the threat of losing their power. It is always a hassle out here. But of course, what is even worse is if everything catches fire, and nobody wants to see that. And a good reminder from the CHP, if you are driving in and around on the freeways today or anytime the wind is like this, they suggest you do not drive next to a box truck or a big rig for this exact reason. The winds can pick those up regardless of the load, and they can topple over. And the last thing you want to be is underneath it if that happens. I'll send it back to you, Amy.
All right, Joy, thank you. There's also concern in Ventura County after another fire popped up last night. KCAL's Luz Delia Caballero joining us now from Oxnard with the conditions there. And Luz Delia, it looks like the winds are a little calmer where you are compared to where we just saw Joy.
That's right, and that all depends on what area you're at. Even driving here, the wind conditions were much different, a little more windy here. At times it does get windy, but not as gusty as it has been the last couple of days. I do want to mention that the auto fire is at 100% containment, but that does not mean that fire crews are still not present. They are there trying to make sure and reassess any hot spots that might flare up. And with these winds, we have to keep in mind that that PDS warning, the particularly dangerous situation warning, is in effect in areas that have extreme fire danger, and this is one of them, and that's leaving people here on edge. So behind me is actually where that fire broke out, and people here are aware that this warning went out before the Palisades fire broke out, before the Eaton fire broke out, and so what they are thinking and feeling right now is something similar to when they saw on their TVs, watching what we were showing, just communities going up in flames. And given that this auto fire was so close to home, we've already talked to several people who say this has left them very much on edge.
You know, definitely anxious. Here, you would never thought it would be possible. Now that this happened, you know, rethinking, say, you know, it might be possible everywhere.
And he's saying it may be possible everywhere because he says that he's lived here his whole life, more than 30 years in one area right here, just in front of where that auto fire broke out. And he has never seen a fire in this area. And given what we've seen in Pacific Palisades and Altadena, what he is fearful of is that maybe a fire like this with any hot spots and embers, all those embers need is just the right amount of wind for them to get stuck on the eaves of homes or even nearby cars or any dry brush that can again start a very, very small fire that can quickly, as we've seen and witnessed and have been reporting on for the last week, just explode into a huge fire. Reporting live in Oxnard, Luz Delia Caballero.
All right, LA Mayor Karen Bass is holding a briefing about the fires and response. Let's listen in.
Well, thank you. Glad to be here with the mayor. And when we talk about recovery, it's really about a whole community effort. And what you're seeing behind us is that community coming together. It's all levels of government, it's nonprofits, it's private sector, all coming together to help individuals impacted from these disasters. FEMA offers a wide array of assistance and brings together the federal community to support state and local governments in disasters. For those that want to apply, go to disasterassistance.gov, use the 1-800-621-3362 number. You should apply before coming in here. Once you come in here, there's a number of different programs at state and local level, including federal level, that can help you with your assistance, whether it's answering questions or looking for gaps in assistance. One of the things that we've already done is had over 40,000 applications. We provided over $8 million But there's a lot of work yet to do, and there's a lot of questions out there. So if you have questions, please come in here and do that. It's helpful if you register and apply first. FEMA has two critical grants that will help individuals. The first is called Other Needs Assistance, and Other Needs Assistance provides individuals with personal property losses, medical and dental, transportation, funeral costs, and other miscellaneous costs. That grant has a cap of $43,600. The other one is called housing assistance, and it helps individuals with repair, replacement, and lodging expenses, and also has a cap of $43,600. In addition to those grants, we provide rental assistance and temporary housing assistance that doesn't count against those grant caps. If you're insured, please go to your insurance company first. So we can't duplicate other funding sources, so please go to your insurance company first. If you have done that, bring that in here, and we could go ahead and help you with any unmet needs or any underinsurance you may have through that. Again, there's many other different federal, state, and local agencies here that can help you in your road to recovery, and our teams collectively stand by to help you down that path. Appreciate the mayor bringing us all together today to start the road to recovery here at this Disaster Recovery Center. Thank you.
Starting the road to recovery. Anita Stinson, who is the SBA Disaster Recovery Administrator. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor, and I appreciate the introduction. I am a mere public affairs specialist. Thank you for the promotion. Ladies and gentlemen, as Mr. Fenton just said, I am one of the federal resource partners, and most people are not aware, because of our name, the Small Business Administration, that during disasters, we give resources to homeowners and renters, as well as small businesses and nonprofits. So we so appreciate the media being present and sharing that message wide and far and frequently, please. And what am I meaning by resources? The Small Business Administration has low interest loans for homeowners, renters, small businesses, and nonprofits. And we are resource partners with FEMA. And we urge you to apply with FEMA first, really simultaneously with FEMA and SBA Disaster. And the way people can do that is go to sba.gov/disaster. And as Mr. Fenton stated, it's best to do that before you come here. And if you look to my right, you will see literally a sea of blue of our customer service representatives that are here to assist survivors with their applications. They can do it here. But if they apply online first, they will see maybe what assistance they need in person. So what we offer is homeowners can receive up to $500,000 plus an additional $100,000 for personal property. And renters have access to that personal property. I mean, that can be a car. I mean, that can be anything that is needed. Businesses and nonprofits can access up to $2 million. And the most important thing for people to know is that there's no cost to apply. There's no obligation to take the loan. And there are no payments and no interest accrues for the first year. These are very trauma-informed and designed loans. So what that means is, even if similar to FEMA, we cannot duplicate benefits. So you can figure out what you are eligible for in terms of grants. You can sort out your insurance. You don't have to wait for your insurance, which, I mean, let's face it, in a disaster like this, it can take a long time. When your insurance is sorted out, that recovery gets applied to your loan. Further, SBA will allow you to apply for 20% additional of the amount of your physical damages to mitigate future losses, which is very, very important, especially in a disaster like this, where it's probably going to require fire retardant, rebuilding, things of that nature. So, again, for businesses, it's a 4% interest rate, as low as 4%, and for nonprofits, it's 3.625. So I urge everybody to visit our table or go online. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate you both for being here. Let me acknowledge Jim Featherstone, who is the director of the Emergency Operations Center, and he'll be here to answer any questions. Let me start off by saying, for those of you, we had a press conference at 8 this morning, and we talked about the fact that we're still not out of this emergency. We know in the next 24, 48 hours, it is possible that there are fires that expand, that we have additional problems within the city, and Jim can go into that in a little further detail in a minute. And so my message to Angelenos is that everybody needs to stay safe. Please, please, please listen to instructions. If you are told that you are in a warning zone, it would be advised that you actually take that opportunity to leave. Get packed, get everything ready. If you wait until evacuation, then you might get caught up in traffic or you might have some other issues. And you know that a number of people who stayed behind for one reason or another have been severely burned. Some of them didn't survive. I believe that our Sheriff Luna gave some very graphic examples of people who didn't evacuate in time. Everybody wants to help the first responders. Everybody talks about the first responders. If you want to help the first responders, then please follow directions. But while we're going through what I hope is the final hours of this emergency, it's also time to begin to talk about our recovery. And so the first step of our recovery is opening this disaster assistance center for people to begin coming in now. As a matter of fact, this center will open up shortly. You know that everything is just being set up now. But we want people to come here. This is a one-stop shop. There are multiple local, state, county, and federal agencies that are here. And hopefully people will be able to get the services that they need. The other thing is that there is the disaster recovery, but then there's also the rebuilding. And so yesterday I issued an updated emergency declaration, and I also issued an executive directive that will help facilitate and fast track the building. I was here in 92, I was here in 94, and I know one of the ways that we were able to get out of that crisis was to do everything we could to help people who had experienced damage or had their businesses or homes destroyed get up and together and back on their feet by beginning the rebuilding process. I appreciated you, Mr. Fenton, when you talked today, this morning, about how there's all sorts of misinformation in terms of what FEMA has to offer, what SBA has to offer, and that is the point of this center, is to be able to clarify some of that to make it easier for people to recover. So with that, why don't I take some questions?
To that point about misinformation, what exactly are people entitled to from FEMA, and what are they not entitled to?
Yeah, so the application process starts with individuals that evacuated or homes were damaged, be able to get serious needs assistance, which is a one-time grant of up to $770. That covers basic needs while you're evacuating, things like gas, water, food, maybe if you're a family, consumables, those kind of things. As you go through the application process, then, if you're insured, you should go to your insurance company, which could help you with most insurance policies. Will not only help you with home, but alternate living expense. If you're uninsured, you should keep on going into FEMA. FEMA could give you the two grants that I talked about. One is called Other Needs Assistance, which is a grant up to $43,600. It helps with personal property costs, medical and dental, transportation, funeral costs, and miscellaneous costs. The second grant is called housing assistance. And for the homeowners, it would help with repair, replacement, and lodging expenses reimbursement up to $43,600. In addition to those two grants, if you continue to be displaced longer and your house is destroyed, or whether it's a homeowner or a renter, you could get rental insurance, rental assistance from us, where we will provide rental assistance for you based on the family composition and size of your house for up to 18 months. And if we get to a situation where rentals are not available, we also have other forms and other programs where we either bring in housing or we lease with apartments and create housing that way. This is a decision when we start getting to temporary housing and more of the longer term housing needs that people have until we rebuild. These are decisions that we'll work out with the local community to see what fits best for the displaced population they have, and we'll turn on those programs as needed. Those temporary housing programs do not impact the $43,600. I think what's key is that individuals that are insured have to go to their insurance company first. If they're underinsured, they could then come back to us and seek additional assistance for the underinsurance. The other rumor that I talked about this morning had to do with the 100% cost share waiver of the president. So the president waived 100% of the costs for the firefighting costs and for debris removal, which is going to be important to start the rebuilding process. He's done that for 180 days. That 100% doesn't apply to our grant programs. So our grant programs to individuals are already 100%. It's a direct grant, but up to that cap of $43,600. The good news is in the state of California, when you get a max grant, adds $10,000 on top of a house repair grant. So that's what you get from FEMA. In some cases, it may not make you whole, but it's meant to jumpstart recovery. And then other programs such as SBA and other programs will help you to make those next steps along working with philanthropy, nonprofits, and other organizations.
You did mention CBS Mayor on price gouging. California bans price gouging on rentals, so a landlord can't ask for an increase that surpasses 10%. But a prospective tenant can offer whatever they want. So realtors tell me that what they're seeing, rents are doubling, rents are tripling, and that is completely legal. For Californians who are being priced out of their neighborhood because they can't outbid their neighbors, what do you say to them? What do we do to get ahead of that?
Well, first of all, anybody that would take advantage of the desperation that people feel right now, I just think is shameful. In the last couple of press conferences that we did, the 8 a.m. press conference, our DA was there, and he was very clear, and I've also spoken to our city attorney. Both of them are very clear that they are going to be on the lookout for this type of thing. I also want you to know that the City Council is meeting right now, and I know they're going to take up this issue. And so it's something that we really have to go into because we just can't allow that to happen. First of all, the rents are too expensive to begin with. And the idea that somebody would gouge folks at this point in time, I think is shameful.
But it's not gouging. It's legal if the prospective tenant offers to pay more, if they bid it, if the landlord doesn't get them to do that. If they do that,
I think that that's an important legal issue that needs to be looked at. Possibly nothing. But I know one thing in my executive directive that I signed yesterday. It turns out that we had 1,200 units of housing that was ready to be occupied, but was stuck in the bureaucracy. So one of the things that my executive directive does is gets that online. So hopefully we should have 1,200 units of housing available in the next week or so. So looking for those things that get stuck in the bureaucracy. I mean, first of all, you know that I've been trying to deal with the bureaucracy from the beginning. And I feel like we've moved the needle forward a little bit, but not enough. And so this crisis that we have now that we're dealing with, we've just got to be able to get past this red tape. It hurts people. Thank you. Yes, Josh.
This began about a week ago. Some of our viewers, people who've lost their home, people that are evacuated, they've told us that they feel as though you've been in the background. We know that you've been into the fire zone, but we haven't seen you in the fire zone. We haven't seen you with evacuees. We haven't seen you when people lost their home. We haven't seen you at the checkpoints. What is your response to that? Is this tragedy just too big?
Oh, no. Let me just tell you, I don't always bring cameras with me where I go. But I have met with evacuees. I have been in the fire zones. But I've also been trying to do everything that the city needs to respond to this as well. And so what are they telling me? Oh my God, I mean, the absolute devastation. I met with a family a couple of days ago. And, you know, I mean, when people are in the middle of grief, they're angry, the shock. Just when I went up, for example, yesterday in the helicopter, and you could see the devastation, it's unimaginable. And so to sit and talk to a family that left, didn't even plan to, they thought they were going to leave for a little while. They didn't think that the fires were going to consume their property in the way that it did, and they're left with nothing. And so to me, when I am talking to people like that, there's actually a woman here that I just talked to who lost her home, and she's here volunteering. And she's from Palisades, and she said that, I asked her how long did she live in her house. 44 years she lived in her house. She's left with nothing right now. She's staying with one of her adult children.
And what is your plan to combat the misinformation?
Well, you know what? I know. Oh, my God. I mean, all you need to do is just add in the internet. The misinformation, the disinformation. When Mr. Fenton was talking this morning, I'm not sure he mentioned it, but he has a whole web page now that is basically rumor control. So as you know, and you've heard a lot of claims of different things, it's really important to me personally to not get stuck in that, to be a person that is telling what is actually going on so people get real information first and foremost so that they stay safe. But it's something that we have to do all the time, because in people's emotion and grief and anger and shock, it is not that surprising that you would have a lot of misinformation. So thank you. I appreciate it. Go ahead.
Yeah, so let me first start out with piggyback on the mayor's rumor. So if you go to FEMA.gov and do a search of common rumors, we have a whole site now that's capturing all the rumors we're seeing, and we're answering it with the correct information. So go on there if you have a question about some of the misinformation or rumors. With regard to assistance, I think that we've all seen in California a struggle with insurance companies. And even though a lot of people have insurance, and we are seeing a high level of insurance on this disaster, we know a lot of Californians are underinsured. And so one of the key changes to our legislation last year was we were not able to help those that were underinsured before. Now we can. So we can help those that have no insurance. Those that go to their insurance company are underinsured, they could come to us and get assistance, further assistance that are uninsured. However, I expect there will be even additional needs above that. And that's where SBA comes in, Small Business Administration, the state's funding, philanthropy, nonprofits, working with businesses. They will work with those individuals through case management. And one of the things FEMA does is provide a case management grant to the state to help with that, including crisis counseling grants to help with the mental anguish of this event, to help work with individuals on what is their recovery plan, what assistance do they need. And it's a very individual situation for each individual. Everyone is going to have different issues and different needs, and we need to work them individually through that over time to help them get back to full recovery.
But do you have any examples of those unmet needs for those folks who may be underinsured and also are needing help?
Yeah, as far as examples of underinsurance, how much they're underinsured?
The unmet needs you mentioned, that one, what do they do?
Well, I think the unmet needs is there's many people in hotels right now. They're going to need further assistance to stay in hotels. The evacuation orders are still up, so we could offer displacement assistance for that. We also could put individuals directly in hotels. Some people don't have the cash flow in their bank account to cover costs out of pocket right now, eating out, consumables, this serious needs funding. I understand there's nonprofits like Red Cross that provide assistance. And so there's a number of forms of assistance to help with those needs that people are real needs that people are experiencing right now. Some people's jobs have been impacted. And so those are all unmet needs they have, and their daycare may be gone. How do they care for their children and go to work? These are real issues that individuals impacted by this fire are dealing with right now, and we need to look across government, work with private sector nonprofit to help them through those, through not only today, tomorrow, next week, next month, next year.
Can I call on Jim Featherstone to respond? I'll be back to you.
So I wanted to echo what Bob and Anita said, is that the survivors that come to the LACs and the DRCs, do your application before you arrive. It'll help speed the process up. So what you see here today is an example of a unified approach. This is the whole of government and working with nonprofits to essentially, as the mayor said, create a one-stop shop for the survivors. This is FEMA-led in concert with local, state, and county assets. Says essentially we have over 70 governmental agencies and nonprofits as a part of this. You've done the walk around with the mayor and Mr. Fenton, and you see what's here. It's a tremendous capability that's been set up, and as the mayor said also, we're not out of the woods yet. We still have some very precarious weather that we're dealing with. The city is at high alert. The Emergency Operations Center is still at level 1, its highest level of activation. So we're still standing ready, leaning forward. We hope that nothing happens, but hope is not a strategy.
As we move into the rebuilding phase of this, there are some critics that question the city's competence at building housing before this even happened, and at dealing with the fires, and wonder whether the city can really handle this. What do you say to critics?
What I say is that the city can handle it. The city will handle it. We have come together before. As I mentioned, I was here in 92. I was here in 94. We did it then. We will do it now. And we have the extra burden, excitement, opportunity of the World Cup coming. And you know that prior to this tragedy, we were focused on getting ready for the world to come. We have to take care of Angelenos first. I know we will have LA strong. We will stand together. We will stand unified. I have just been, it's very heartwarming to see the thousands of people that come out who have been offering supplies and goods and everything that people might need. I am completely confident that we will be able to do this because we will be correcting deficiencies in our bureaucracy in order to expedite the building. Let me just say, I can take a couple more questions, but we actually need to, I'll come to you next, but we actually need to clear out because the public is ready to come in. Yes. Of course, I'm worried about that. And I'm worried about people trying to put out the fires themselves. People have been caught and injured in doing that. That's why, even though this is the recovery center, and this is talking about the next phase, I just appeal to Angelenos, we are not out of this crisis yet. We still have another 24, 48 hours. And so, Angelenos, please be safe. Please heed the warning. If you get a warning, go ahead and pack up. And I would advise that you leave. Don't wait to evacuation. Yes.
Are you concerned that the president-elect will put conditions on the federal relief?
I want to have a completely open mind to that and to the president-elect. I will tell you that I have talked to a member of his administration. I have joined in with the governor and the supervisor in terms of inviting him. And I know that the administration is looking, hopefully, to next week, shortly after the inauguration, that he comes. And then I also know that in the confirmation process, a number of his appointees are also my former colleagues in Congress. Thank you very much, everyone.
And you've been listening to an update about the Recovery Center. There is federal, state, and local assistance available to start the road to recovery. And you heard the mayor saying there, we are still not out of this crisis, and that we should all heed the warnings when it is time, if we get that evacuation warning, to listen and leave your area. We are going to be now joined by Congresswoman Judy Chu, who represents the people of Altadena who were impacted so greatly by the Eaton fire. Congresswoman Chu, thank you so much for joining us. We want to start with, what message would you like to share with your constituents right now?
I would like to say to all of them, you are not alone. We are here to make sure that you can recover from this, that you get the resources that you need in order to build back your lives. I know that it's devastating, but I tell you, we are here to help, and we will fight for your recovery.
And Congresswoman, you have said that you don't want anyone bringing politics into this situation, and have extended an invitation to both President-elect Trump and Speaker of the House Mike Johnson to come to LA. Can you tell us more about the invitations?
So we sent out the invitations already, and we know that we will have to get support from the Republican House, Senate, and President in order to get disaster relief. I'm actually so encouraged because already I have been talking to Republicans who feel the same way I do. Wildfires don't have a political affiliation or a political party, and we should just give the disaster aid to the people who are hurting so badly, who are so devastated, and who are at the lowest points of their lives. It should not be dependent on politics or people's different persuasions. It should be given to everybody who's suffering.
And Congresswoman, I know that you toured the devastation firsthand with FEMA, and before leading a second tour with local officials. So what can you tell us about what you saw firsthand?
It was like seeing an apocalypse, like a bomb had been dropped. In Altadena, there are blocks and blocks of burned out homes where all you see is the part of a foundation and maybe a chimney. And in the business areas, all the areas, institutions, the Altadena Post Office and Senior Center, all gone. The major religious institutions, all gone. The Altadena Town and Country Club, all gone. And so it's just so horrifying to see what happened to Altadena and to Pasadena within a matter of hours. And all these people had to leave with just the clothes on their back. And that's why I'm saying we in the federal government need to provide as much help as possible so that they can recover, so that they can get back the life that they so horrifyingly lost within a matter of hours.
And Congressman, you did put out a resource center guide. So what information can you pass along for those in need right now?
I did want to emphasize that people should sign up for disasterassistance.gov. They should sign up for the SBA disaster relief resources. And these are there for you right now. You can just do it on your iPhone and get the process going so that you can get the assistance you need. There are emergency loans for your immediate expenses, such as hotel rooms and food. And then there are the expenses that you need as you are recovering and trying to rebuild. But all of that is there. I also want to say, I know that this press conference you just covered was at UCLA, but of course there is the similar disaster resource center that is at Pasadena City College. And I am so happy that FEMA and the SBA are side by side so that you can get the resources. It is a one-stop shop. And by the way, you can get your documents, because I know many people left them behind, but you can get your documents such as a Social Security card, a passport, a driver's license. You can get that at these FEMA centers, which will not only have federal government resources, but also state and local.
That is excellent information. Congresswoman Chu, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your time, and I know your constituents do as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
These are bags just filled with beauty supplies.
A local teen has gone viral after she launched a donation site dedicated to help teen girls through these difficult times. Two siblings being hailed as heroes, credited with saving homes in their community. Well, a Pasadena teen just wanted to help her friends who lost their homes in the Eaton fire, but now she's created a viral movement. Avery Colbert started the Altadena Girls on Instagram just 3 days ago. She focused on gathering beauty products, hair care, clothing, and other comfort items for victims. Now she's getting help from big names and brands, including Paris Hilton and Charlie XCX. She was with us earlier on KCAL Mornings.
These girls have literally nothing, and it's like a piece of their identity is gone, especially if you're a young teenager. The clothes you wear, the way you do your hair, your makeup is a part of your identity and it is a part of you, and they don't have any of that anymore.
Oh, Avery, we love what you're doing. Anyone in need or those who want to help, you can follow the Altadena Girls on Instagram for the latest shopping hours and also the donation needs. Well, KCAL cares about all of the fire victims. We are partnering with the Red Cross to assist people in need. If you're able to help, please go to redcross.org/KCAL. Well, a pair of brothers are being hailed as heroes after they vowed and succeeded in saving not only their family home, but neighbors' homes from the Palisades fire. It all started when first responders urged the brothers to leave their Santa Monica Canyon home 1 week ago when the fire started. Well, they refused, and by Wednesday, the flames got closer. So for nearly 30 hours, the brothers and a handful of others, armed with water hoses, sprayed down every home and lawn on their block. When the worst was over, they were able to save 9 homes, including their own.
If it wasn't for the few of us that stayed and kept everything wet and attacked the small spot fires as they arose, we would have lost this entire neighborhood the same way that Palisades did.
Wow. The brothers say they don't see themselves as heroes. They simply did what they felt was right. What was the start of the Eaton fire caught on camera? What an investigation has uncovered just ahead. We do have some breaking news, and this is good breaking news when it comes to our high wind warning. Meteorologist Paul Diano back with the final check of your next weather forecast.
Yeah, this is a sliver of good news that this wind event is not going to be as bad as we first thought. The high wind warning, which is the highest tier of wind advisory, then we go to a high wind warning. Notice nothing's colored on this map. The National Weather Service just canceled the high wind warning. There are no high wind warnings in effect because the winds have not been as strong as we first thought. Last week it was stronger than we first thought. This one is turning out to be not as strong. That said, still going to be windy. We're still going to see an increased fire danger because it's not magically going to be raining this afternoon. Camarillo, wind gusts between 30 and 40 miles per hour this afternoon. Bit of a break this evening and overnight tonight. Back up near 40 miles per hour at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. That's still a problem, but there's a huge difference between 40 miles per hour and 80 or 90 miles per hour. I'll take the 40. We all should. Strong winds, low humidity, high fire danger. That continues. We're not getting rid of the red flag warning until tomorrow evening. That's the Inland Empire, Orange County, inland sections, all of eastern Ventura County, all of northern and northwestern LA County. Fire danger is still there, but a sliver of good news. The wind should not be as strong as we first thought. Winds right now still between 30 and 40 miles per hour. Porter Ranch, Santa Clarita, Simi Valley, Camarillo. The strongest wind out on the 10, Banning, 40 miles per hour. So timeline, the winds will still be elevated until 5 o'clock today, decreasing a bit this evening and overnight tonight. Another round, one more round of strong winds, but not as strong as we first thought. 8 o'clock to 2 o'clock tomorrow. By tomorrow afternoon, the winds will relax even more. High temperatures today, mainly the mid to upper 60s. All the focus, though, has been on the wind for good reason, and it's so encouraging, Amy, to think that the worst case scenario for today is likely not going to happen. I'll take it. Back to you.
All right, Paul, we love when breaking news is good news. Investigators are still looking into what may have caused the fire in Altadena, but as KCAL's Amanda Starantino explains, a new piece of evidence may help their case.
In Altadena, the Eaton fire looks to be getting more containment, which is some good news. But with the winds coming in today, it's causing some concern of what could happen next in the firefight here. So my photographer and I have been out here all day in Altadena checking the wind. So far today, in the foothills this morning, it was about 1 to 3 miles per hour. And our anemometer is telling us up here about halfway up the ridge, about mid-afternoon, it's about 7 miles per hour. We've tapped out at about 11 miles per hour. But U.S. Forestry crews also up here in this area. We talked to them off camera, and they said the concern with the wind is the fact that the firefight is still ongoing above the ridge, where they have some hot spots up there, and they can get some wind speeds up to about 40 miles per hour up in that area. So there is some concern when it comes to the wind. We are keeping an eye on that. But when it comes to us in this specific location, it's because of some video that's been circulating around on social media when it comes to the investigation of how this fire started. So take a look.
Hey babe, I need you to come out here right now.
Holy. An Altadena couple shared this timestamp clip online. The condensed half-an-hour ordeal shows just how quickly a brush fire can take over. But it's what we see in the background that's getting the attention. The homeowner saw the fire burning near a SoCal Edison utility tower along Eaton Canyon Trail. Within 30 minutes, the fire had spread. This was from 1 week ago. Now this morning, the Eaton fire is 33% contained, has burned more than 14,000 acres. More than 7,000 structures destroyed, and 16 people have been found dead so far in the rubble.
At one point, I think I had broken down because I'd said goodbye to the house and I started to sob. You really can't delay in taking it seriously.
Some fire victims who lost their home are suing SoCal Edison. The utility company says it's aware of the lawsuit but have not been served with the complaint. So what you're looking at here are CAL FIRE crews out by those high voltage power lines doing some sort of investigation. When we asked U.S. Forestry if that's exactly what was going on there, they didn't say yes, they didn't say no. But when we zoomed in on our camera, we could tell that they are checking out the area. They're using some sort of rakes and metal detectors and tagging spots with yellow markers. SoCal Edison also up here, and we talked to them off camera as well, and they said these guys have been out there for the past 2 days in this specific area. So obviously some sort of investigation is ongoing there, and it matches with what we saw in that video of when that fire started last week here in Altadena. So crews still out here working very hard. We're seeing a lot of Chinooks keeping their contingency line strong. We're also seeing hand crews out here, and also some LA County and LA City fire trucks coming through here as well, still doing a lot of work to make sure this fire stays contained and the city can hopefully start moving forward. In Altadena, I'm Amanda Starantino, KCAL News.
All right, Amanda. Well, Angelenos continue to come together to help those in need. We'll have a look at some of the events being held today.